order, we'll now begin the daily routine. We'll begin with presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister for African Nova Scotian Affairs and Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the United Nations have designated March 21st as International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination to honor the memory of the victims of the Sharpeville Massacre and to reaffirm our collective commitment to combat racial discrimination in all its forms. And whereas the theme for the 2024 International Day, a decade of recognition, justice, and development, aligns with the ongoing International Decade for People of African Descent, highlighting the global commitment to promoting and protecting the rights of people of African descent. And whereas, despite progress in combating racism and racial discrimination, people of African descent continue to face systemic inequalities and injustice that undermine their human rights, dignity, and opportunities for development. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the Legislative Assembly reaffirm their dedication to advance recognition, justice, and development for people of African descent in Nova Scotia through dedicated policies, programs, and initiatives that address the legacies of slavery, colonialism, and racial discrimination, and by fostering an inclusive society that values the contribution and respects the rights of all of its members. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. With all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for All-New Affairs and Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Mi'kmaq Elder Joe B. Marshall of Escasoni, who passed away on January 19th, was a loyal son, father, brother, husband, and a trusted friend, as well as a Royal Canadian Air Force veteran, educator, athlete, and lawyer who dedicated his life to advancing the rights of Mi'kmaq people. And whereas Elder Marshall was a founding member of the Union of Nova Scotia Indians, now known as the Union of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq, who made significant contributions to the Union over the years, serving as Senior Mi'kmaq Advisor for KMK, the Mi'kmaq Rights Initiative from 2004 until his retirement in 2021. And whereas Elder Marshall was a residential school survivor who was committed to preserving and promoting Mi'kmaq language and culture, and was named to both the Order of Nova Scotia and the Order of Canada. And in 2013, he was acknowledged as a role model, the Role Model of the Year by students at Allison Bernard Memorial High School, what he considered to be his highest honor. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly join me in honoring the life and legacy of Elder Joe B. Marshall and acknowledge his lifetime of service to advance the rights of the Mi'kmaq people and protect Mi'kmaq language and culture. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the East Gallery today, we have 4 amazing guests who are here representing the new Capable program, which is the first in Canada. This program is now available to seniors in Spryfield, Herring Cove, Clayton Park West, downtown Halifax, Kings County, and the communities of Cherrybrook, Lake Loon, North Preston, East Preston, and the surrounding areas. With us today, we have 2 seniors who are among the first to benefit from this First in Canada program. We have also a member of the Capable team. The team of RNs, occupational therapists, and handy people are helping seniors make simple changes and remain in their homes longer. Also joining us is a representative of VON Nova Scotia. VON is our amazing partner in delivering this innovative program. I would ask that these guests please rise as I introduce them. We have Joyce Ross, who lives in East Preston. We have Betty Ross, also from East Preston. We have Amanda Bradshaw, an occupational therapist and member of the Capable team for the Preston area. And we have Emily Petley-Jones, the manager and home and community care from VON. I would ask all members of the House to join me in welcoming our guests.
Welcome. Nice to have you with us today. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia seniors want to stay in their homes in the communities they helped build and shape, something most can do with the right supports, and whereas we recently introduced a First in Canada Capable program that is helping seniors make simple changes to their day-to-day activities and in their homes, changes that are increasing their independence and improving their quality of life, and whereas these changes are being led by a tremendous team of VON registered nurses, occupational therapists, and handy people who are working with seniors to review their medications, teach them physical exercises, and make accessibility changes to their homes. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature join me in acknowledging the great work of this team, the achievements of the seniors across this province are making together to maintain their independence and to continue contributing to their communities and the province. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Can I make a quick introduction before I table the bill?
Please go ahead.
I just want to bring the House's attention to Will Brewer, who I will introduce again later as well before my member statement, but this piece of legislation was inspired by Will Brewer, who benefited from this program. So thanks for being here, Will.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Strengthen Nova Scotia Works.
The Honourable Member for Yarmouth begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Strengthen Nova Scotia Works.
Bill 439, an act to strengthen Nova Scotia Works.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I make a brief introduction?
Yes, please go ahead.
I just would like to also recognize not only the famous Will Brewster, but his mom, who is here. I've known them both since 2 decades ago when I knew them in the Arctic, and they're joined, I can tell by the colors there, from some other folks from the Down Syndrome Society, so I'd ask everyone to give them a warm welcome.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Harvey and all of Nova Scotia citizens who are living with Down syndrome, I beg leave to introduce an act respecting Down syndrome, to be known as Harvey's Law.
The honourable member for King South begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Down Syndrome.
Bill 440, an act respecting Down syndrome.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act Respecting a Maritime Coalition.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a Maritime Coalition.
Bill 441, an act respecting a maritime coalition.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Continue the United Way of Halifax Region as a not-for-profit corporation under the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and to repeal Chapter 73 of the Acts of 1972, an act to incorporate the Halifax-Dartmouth United Appeal.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Continue the United Way of Halifax Region as a not-for-profit corporation under the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and to repeal Chapter 73 of the Acts of 1972, an act to incorporate the Halifax-Dartmouth United Appeal.
Bill 442, an act to continue the United Way of Halifax Region as a not-for-profit corporation under the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and to repeal Chapter 73 of the Acts of 1972, an act to incorporate the Halifax-Dartmouth United Appeal.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas African Nova Scotians were settled in the province of Nova Scotia through enslavement or through fleeing enslavement elsewhere, and continue to experience all manner of structural, systemic, and individual discrimination, yet our experience is equally characterized by resistance, resilience, creativity, spirituality, and hope that has profoundly shaped our families and communities in this province and country. Whereas the distinctiveness of African Nova Scotians as a people has been recognized by the United Nations in a 2017 report of the UN Working Group of Experts on People of African Descent, which stated, there has been a long history of resistance and resilience by African Nova Scotians, and they have developed a distinct culture, traditions, and social and political practices. Whereas on May 8th, 2018, the government of Nova Scotia proclaimed the International Decade for People of African Descent, stating, the government is committed to addressing the issues facing African Nova Scotians who have a long and unique history in Nova Scotia since the 1600s. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly on Wednesday, March 27th, immediately following oral questions, devote no less than 2 hours to debate the recognition of African Nova Scotians, Indigenous Blacks, as a distinct people who descend from free and enslaved Black planters, Black loyalists, Black refugees, Maroons, and other Black people who inhabited the original 52 land-based Black communities in the part of Mi'kma'ki, known as Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. They did. Statements by members. Sorry. I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you, I'd just like to make the remark that I do believe that to some degree, all members and all parties would agree that we need to work to modernize and make this legislature a more efficient and effective way to represent Nova Scotians. And so I believe that this notice of motion does this.
Please begin your order. Yeah, or motion, sorry.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the rules and forms of procedures of the House of Assembly currently do not allow for electronic petitions to be tabled in the House of Assembly. And whereas the House of Commons allows for electronic petitions to be tabled, and in a 2018 report on e-petitions in Ontario, it was recommended the government to proceed with e-petitions. Therefore, Madam Speaker, be it resolved that the government House Leader be directed to no later than the end of this 2024 Spring House session, introduce and move a motion to amend the rules and forms of procedures of the House of Assembly to enable the presentation and filing of e-petitions under the rules to allow a more accessible way for all Nova Scotians to have their voices heard in our House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 6 months ago, Natalie Porter began working with Colchester Historian Museum and Archives with the Canadian Council of Archives grant. Young Canada works at building careers in heritage. This internship's main objective was to undertake a research project about a diverse community in Colchester County. During this time, Ms. Porter has been gathering genealogical information on African Nova Scotians from our communities. The project has grown to include information about more than 800 individuals from 20 families. She has drawn the data from records spanning 100 years, including vital statistics, census, burial records, obituaries, headstones, newspapers, directories, maps, and archival holdings. Madam Speaker, this genealogical collection is a substantial starting point for continuous research. And in this day for the elimination of racism, I would encourage similar research projects in other communities across the province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to direct the House's attention to the West Gallery, where we are joined by a number of people that are here to recognize World Down Syndrome Day. I'd like these individuals to stand up as I recognize them, please. Will Brewer, town crier for the city of Halifax, his mother Allison Brewer, Lana Larder, Ashley Muse, and Wes Muse, and Darlene Muse. If you could all please stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Ashley, you got me there. Oh. Madam Speaker, today is World Down Syndrome Day, a day to raise awareness and end the stereotypes with people that Down syndrome experience every single day. I'm so pleased to recognize my friend here, town crier for Halifax Regional Municipality, Will Brewer, who I'm sure is a familiar face in this House to many people. Will actually became the first town crier with Down syndrome in Canada in 2018 and has served the city of Halifax with honor, charm, and a booming voice ever since. That's not the only barrier Will has broken. In 2020, Will was elected student union president at Mount St. Vincent University and used his life experience to bring programs to his school to help students with diverse abilities study on campus. Will has become a role model for Down syndrome and the community of folks that deal with Down syndrome, and has done so thanks to the love and support of his incredible mother, Allison, and the many friends he has like Lana, Ashley, Darlene, and Wes, who are here with us today. I'm so grateful to know Will, and I know the future for him is bright, and hopefully we'll see him one day break some barriers and be a member in this chamber too. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
It's a real pleasure to have you here today. I hope you enjoy your visit. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'd like to draw members' attention to the gallery opposite, where I have with us today Pam Vaders and Marianne Reed. I'd like to ask you both to stand. These incredible humans are both Queen's Jubilee recipients and amazing people who I know through their service to the Dartmouth Senior Service Centre in our community. So I'd ask that they receive the warm welcome of the House today.
Welcome. Enjoy your visit with us. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor Pam Vaders of Dartmouth South. This winter, Pam retired from her position as Executive Director of the Dartmouth Senior Service Centre. Her impact at the centre has been enormous. Pam grew the membership from a modest 250 to over 700 members, and she doubled the Meals on Wheels program from 2,000 meals up to 4,000 affordable, nutritious, and delicious meals delivered to Dartmouth seniors every month. Beyond the numbers, Pam brought her special energy to the centre, and members tell us that they began celebrating their senior years after she came to work there. She introduced new programs, launched events, and hosts regular dances. Pam cares deeply about the seniors of Dartmouth and has always been the first to help a senior in need. Her huge heart and laugh will truly be missed, and I'm hopeful that she'll now finally take some time off to enjoy a nice glass of wine and spend some time with her daughters. So please join me in thanking Pam for her years of service to our community and in wishing her the very best in her retirement.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. In the West Gallery today, I'm honored to introduce several of the mayors of Bridgewater from present day, dating back nearly 50 years. And as I introduce them, I'd ask them each to rise if they wish or raise their hand to identify themselves. Madam Speaker, we're joined by Mayor David Mitchell, the current mayor, who was first elected in 2016. We're joined as well by his predecessor, David Walker, who was mayor from 2012 to 2016. Also joining us is Harry Cook, who was the mayor of Bridgewater from 1976 to 1988. And he's joined by his daughter, Tina Blinn, and his son-in-law, Don Blinn.
Thank you for joining us today. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to recognize Mayor Ernie Bolivar, who hoped to be here today with us, with his wife, Marilyn. He was served as mayor from 1991 to 2004, Bridgewater's longest standing mayor, and served a total of 31 years in politics. I want to thank each of them and others for their service to community. So, Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the town of Bridgewater, the main street of the South Shore, on its 125th anniversary of the founding on February 13th, 1899. Bridgewater, nestled in the beautiful LaHave River Valley, is well established as the primary commercial and professional service center of our region and is both rich in history and in culture. The town and the community are honoring this milestone with events throughout the year. In January, Des Brisay Museum hosted its first ever theatre production, The Lady in White. In February, the town ran 2 lobster crawl foodie tours, along with 2 weekends of Frost Fair celebrations, with the Bridgewater Stamp Club releasing a commemorative stamp collection with Canada Post. Upcoming festivities will welcome residents and visitors throughout the remainder of the year, including a Canada Day Multicultural Festival, Water Carnival, and Homecoming in August, and a Harvest Moon Festival along the riverfront this September. Madam Speaker, I wish the town of Bridgewater continued growth and prosperity and encourage members, Nova Scotians, and visitors to visit this beautiful town and enjoy the celebrations and this remarkable milestone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today on World Down Syndrome Day, I want to recognize and thank Harvey and his family who have inspired Harvey's Law, which I reintroduced today. Harvey is a remarkable 6-year-old boy from Port Williams. Harvey's smile, energy, and enthusiasm for life remind us all that people with Down syndrome have so much to offer this world. We all need to do more to support Nova Scotia families with Down syndrome so we can build stronger, more inclusive, and more caring communities in our province. To Harvey, I want you to know you're perfect. And I want to thank you for being you and teaching us all so much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, my socks are mismatched today for World Down Syndrome Day. My brother Adam and my cousin Barbara have Downs. Like 45,000 other Canadians, Adam and Barbara have taught our family so much about love, compassion, acceptance, and patience. This year's theme is End the Stereotypes. We are asking supporters worldwide to call for an end to stereotypes. People with Down syndrome and intellectual disabilities encounter stereotypes every day. This can lead to people with disabilities being underestimated, excluded, treated poorly, and abused. If we have positive assumptions about people with Down syndrome, they will have the opportunities at school, at work, in relationships, and in other activities. And maybe these positive assumptions will become reality for Adam, Barbara, and the 45,000 other Canadians with Down syndrome. Happy World Down Syndrome Day.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to bring awareness to the incredible individuals living with Down syndrome, as today is World Down Syndrome Day. On this day, we shine a spotlight on individuals as a part of our international celebration and appreciation. Recognized by the United Nations since 2012, this day symbolizes the unique journey of individuals with Down syndrome. Local organizations like Halifax, Nova Scotia Down Syndrome Society do such amazing work for families and their loved ones. Not only do they provide important resources, but also engage with community groups to provide programming and services for their members with Down syndrome. As we embrace this day, we aim to champion the rights, inclusion, and prosperity of those with Down syndrome. Let us join hands across our province to spread awareness, ignite change, and foster a world where every voice is heard and every individual is valued. Madam Speaker, the theme of Down Syndrome Day this year is End the Stereotypes, and I ask that all Nova Scotians rise up, raise your voice, and let us together illuminate the path towards a more inclusive and compassionate society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I'm honoring Paul Gauthier, founder and president of the Cole Harbour Foundation. Having grown up in Cole Harbour, Paul has witnessed the potential and aspirations of this community and has taken action to make change a reality. Driven by an unwavering commitment to give back, Paul embarked on a mission to improve educational opportunities for children and youth in Cole Harbour. Recognizing that education is the cornerstone of progress and empowerment, Paul founded the Cole Harbour Foundation in 2010. This foundation supports youth in the community from birth until graduation, and in the past 14 years, they have awarded over 250 scholarships, provided hundreds of teachers with educational materials for their classrooms, supported students with math and literacy tutoring, and partnered with the Dolly Parton Imagination Library to provide thousands of free books each month to infants and preschoolers. Through his tireless dedication and inspired leadership, Paul Gauthier and the Cole Harbour Foundation are empowering our youth with the tools they need to succeed, regardless of their background or circumstances. Please join me, Madam Speaker, in recognizing Paul Gauthier and the amazing work of the Cole Harbour Foundation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Speaker, may I introduce a guest?
Yes, please do.
I'm going to speak in a moment in appreciation of the legal career of Claire McNeil, who we're very pleased to have with us here today. And I'd like to ask Claire if she'd please stand first and receive the warm recognition of the House.
Welcome. Oh, I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto on continuing with his introductions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with Claire, her partner Vince Calderhead, and Nancy Taylor, my sister-in-law, and Roger Brill, my brother. Madam Speaker, it's our privilege in the House of Assembly today to mark appreciatively the legal career and the retirement at the end of December 23 of Claire McNeil from her position as staff lawyer with Dalhousie Legal Aid Service following over 3 decades of service. Since 1991, Claire has mentored hundreds of law students at Dal Legal Aid and been one of Nova Scotia's leading legal forces for equity and fairness. In landmark cases with the Affordable Energy Coalition in 2006 and 2009, Claire was at the forefront of the legal battle for a universal service program for Nova Scotia power rates, providing for accommodative rate differentials for people of lower incomes. Claire has done exceptionally important work in the area of prisoners' rights in court applications which serve to entrench the habeas corpus rights of imprisoned people in our province. And for 10 years, Claire worked tirelessly to achieve the monumental breakthrough in disability rights in the Disability Rights Coalition's successful 2021 case, establishing the right of disabled persons to live with supports in the community in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I wish to give voice in the People's House to the gratitude to Claire McNeil of the people of Nova Scotia.
Yes. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Madam Speaker, before I begin, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please go ahead.
Madam Speaker, in the East Gallery, I'm honoured to introduce Lita Jarvis, Jeannie Whitten, and Cindy Carruthers from People First. This wonderful organization works to ensure more inclusion and independence in our province. Lita, Jeannie, and Cindy, I'd ask that you stand and accept the warm welcome of the legislature. Thank you.
Welcome. Nice to have you with us today. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize People First, a remarkable organization that has been working tirelessly to amplify the voices of Canadians living with intellectual disabilities since 1973. Since the beginning of their storied history, People First has championed a profound idea. Although for most of us, this idea is an everyday reality that we take for granted. Madam Speaker, the idea is choice, the basic right to choose how one leads their own life, such as where to live and where to work. For much of this country's history, these choices were made for those living with intellectual disabilities and not with them. Madam Speaker, the advocacy of groups like People First have contributed greatly to Nova Scotia's evolving spirit as our province continues to transform into a truly inclusive home through the Remedy. Madam Speaker, I ask that all members to join me in celebrating People First, the Remedy, and a Nova Scotia where everyone is empowered to have choice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize 2 individuals I've spoken about in this chamber before. Chefs Kelly Jo Beck and Lalanya Kaiser, co-owners of Easy Street Diner in Fairview. With a focus on quality ingredients and homemade goodness, they take pride in crafting each menu item with care and attention to detail. From fermenting their own vegan kimchi to brining and smoking their bacon and pastrami in-house, every dish is prepared with love and authenticity. But it's not just about the food at Easy Street Diner. It's about creating a welcoming and inclusive space where everyone feels at home. As an LGBTQ-friendly establishment, the diner offers a sense of community and belonging, ensuring that Easy Street is a place where diners return time and time again. In a world where the little things often make the biggest difference, Kelly Jo and Alania's commitment to quality, authenticity, and inclusivity shines through in every aspect of Easy Street Diner. So on this Women's History Month, I'd like to ask the members of this House to invite all members to dine at the Easy Street Diner and experience the warm welcome and delicious flavors that make it a Fairview favorite. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. And if some don't know, racism is alive and well. The 2024 theme of the International Day is a decade of recognition, justice, and development. Implementation of the International Decade for People of African Descent, which we now know is extended till 2028. Something of which this current government is not open to talking about or working on. Racial discrimination and the legacies of slavery and colonialism continue to destroy lives and curtail opportunities, preventing billions of people from enjoying their full human rights and freedoms. While much progress has been made, Indigenous peoples, racialized and religious minority communities in Nova Scotia continue to face racism and discrimination every day. So I'd like all members of this House to join me in the call to action for all individuals and levels of government to actively work to eliminate all forms of racial discrimination, injustice, and systemic racism and hate. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I'm pleased to recognize Team Atherton playing out of the Chester Curling Club. The team members are Skip Zach Atherton from Chester, third Alan Fawcett from Halifax, second Tyler McMullen from Lower Sackville, and lead Brennan Smith from my hometown, Upper Tantallon. Some of the teammates have played together for as many as 5 years, and the team members have been curling since the ages of 7 and 8 years old. Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate them on their success at the Nova Scotia Men's U18 Provincials in December, where they were victorious, which qualified them for a spot at the National U18s in Ottawa in February, where they won the bronze medal. Tyler McMullen was also presented with the award for sportsmanship. The team also took part in the U21 Men's Provincials, which was held in Truro after they arrived home from Nationals. Taking part in these competitions helps them to build their skills. And Madam Speaker, I'd just like to finish by saying I hope that all members of the House will help me in congratulating Team Atherton for their bronze medal at Nationals and wish them continued success. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member statement.
Yes, please go ahead.
In the West Gallery today, we're joined by a few folks from my family. For the first time, I'd like to introduce my partner, Heather Gass, who's joined us here today. my mother-in-law, Kathy Chervin. My child, Kira Gass-Lachance. And my friend, Pearl Leggett. Welcome.
Welcome. Nice to have you here with us today. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to mark the 18th birthday of Kira Gass-Lachance. Kira has never been one to shy away from working for what they want. Playing hockey and becoming a goalie was on her to-do list, and she spent hours on icy lakes, our backyard rink, and watching and imitating techniques from YouTube to achieve her dream. She isn't shy and is a remarkable advocate for Indigenous people's rights, always ready to point out where colonialism continues to permeate our society. She is a generous and loving friend. At their young age, Kira has already demonstrated remarkable strength and resilience as she endured the loss of special people like her mother Patricia and her granddad David. Kira has a wicked sense of humor, is the most determined person I have ever met, and I have faith that she will find many interesting paths in her life. Kira, Mom, and I are so proud of you, and we love you to the moon and back. Happy birthday.
I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dolly Williams, who is known for her social activism and volunteer work in our community and across HRM and the province. Some of Dolly's activities include President of the East Preston Seniors Club, Second Vice President of the Nova Scotia Federation of Seniors, a member of the Nova Scotia Advisory Council for Seniors, and co-chair for the Road to Economic Prosperity for African Nova Scotian Communities in HRM. In 2007, she published a book entitled Black Women Who Made a Difference in Nova Scotia. She also created a scholarship funds for Blacks wanting to become police officers in memory of her husband, Sinclair Williams Sr., the first Black police officer in Dartmouth. And Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the legislature to please join me in thanking Mrs. Williams for all that she does for seniors and so many others in our community and in our province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to wish all those celebrating Nowruz a Happy New Year. Nowruz is a joyous time to welcome spring, to reflect on the year that has passed, and to look forward with optimism. I, like I am sure all Nova Scotians, can appreciate that sentiment and the intention. As I look back on the ups and downs of the past year, working on my mental health, creating the Canadian Congress of Black Parliamentarians to help further the work of engaging a diverse population both to run and to vote, sharing precious time with my grandchildren, and publicly sharing my own struggles with housing in the past, I am reminded that no matter what it may look like to the outside, everyone has their private struggles. Madam Speaker, I look to the coming year with optimism also. I am glad for the snowy winter we have had so that our province can be protected from wildfires. I look forward to the improved diabetic health care, and I have hope that we can all work together to make life more affordable for our constituents. I ask that my colleagues reflect on what has happened in the past, how they can provide optimism for the future, and especially to wish all those celebrating a happy Nowruz.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, the Muslim holy month of Ramadan began March 11th, 2024, with the first sighting of the crescent moon in Saudi Arabia the Sunday prior. Ramadan is a month of fasting, prayer, giving, and of coming together as a community, deepening connections to faith and each other. It is a time for spiritual rejuvenation, fitting as we enter spring, reflection, and growth. I know that during this Ramadan, many of our Muslim brothers, sisters, and siblings will be holding the people of Palestine from all faith backgrounds in their hearts and prayers, and I extend my own prayers and solidarity. On Friday night, I will be attending a Ramadan iftar at the Dartmouth Masjid, one of my favorite events of the entire year. And I ask this House to join me in extending a wholehearted Ramadan Mubarak to the vibrant Muslim community in Dartmouth North. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Stacey Darcou of Lower Sackville. Stacey Darcou is the owner of S&M Counseling in Lower Sackville and recently published her first children's book entitled Amani and the Shades of Black. The book tells the story of a young girl with a radiant smile, a heart full of curiosity, and the most beautiful dark skin. Because Amani's friends come in different shades of black, she cannot help but wonder if they're all the same, or do different shades make a difference? Amani's mother teaches her that the color of one's skin does not define their worth. Madam Speaker, on this, the International Day for the Elimination of Racism, I would ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating Stacey on her achievement and for portraying such a valuable message. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I rise, excuse me. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Halifax Warriors volleyball team who became the Capital Region Division champions this past December. The Warriors hold an impressive 103-0 winning streak. Setter Olivia Coakley said, "The streak has been a wild ride, but the team has been able to put it in perspective and not get caught up in the numbers. The girls of this volleyball team really put in effort and worked hard right to the finish. Madam Speaker, Halifax West has a strong, dedicated team of coaches who motivate the players to do their best. I ask the House to join me in congratulating Halifax West Warriors volleyball team and coaches on their dedication and effort to the game." Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'd like to recognize a great woman in Cumberland North, Christy Brander of Wallace. Christy is a strong advocate for individuals who identify as having a disability. Christy's son was disabled in 2016 at a very young age following a stroke caused by a brain tumor. She worries greatly what will happen to her son once she is no longer able to care for him. She recognizes those with disabilities have unique challenges faced and must rely on social assistance when their illness or injury does not allow them to earn what many would describe as a normal living. Christy works with those in need with these conditions as well. She goes above and beyond what the job description entails. Madam Speaker, please join me in thanking Christy Brander for all of her work in our community, helping those with people that identify as having a disability. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize and to welcome the Junos to town on this, the first day of Juno Week, and to acknowledge someone whose hard work was instrumental in getting us to this day. Over the next 4 days, Halifax will see nearly 250 artists on 22 stages, and it's safe to say that that might not have happened if it weren't for the tireless work of Allegra Swanson, chair of the Halifax Juno Hosts Committee. Allegra has a passion for the music industry and over a decade of experience in the nonprofit arts sector. In addition to being the chair of the 2024 Halifax Juno Host Committee, she's currently the ED of Music Nova Scotia and vice chair of the Creative Nova Scotia Leadership Council. Previously, Allegra was the manager events at Chorus and the Juno Awards and executive producer of the award-winning recording label, the Canadian Music Centre, where she was also a director of communications. Fun fact, she's also a classically trained opera singer. With roots on the East Coast, Allegra and her family decided to make Nova Scotia, specifically Dartmouth South, their home 3 years ago and have never looked back. In her words, in a province known for its breathtaking landscapes, the music industry runs deep, rooted in the history of over 50 Black communities and our Mi'kmaq ancestors. Music in Nova Scotia is a thriving sector that's vital to our diverse heritage, representing $10 million of the GDP in our province. It inspires, retains community spirit, and enhances well-being. I ask all members to join me in welcoming the Junos to town and celebrating the work of Allegra Swanson.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Lunenburg native Will Chisholm on being named Character Player of the Year by the Maritime Junior Hockey League. At 20 years old, Will is the captain of the Yarmouth Mariners, and he's had an amazing year, scoring 49 points in 48 games, including a team-best 5 game-winning goals and 15 multi-point games. He's a very talented athlete and one to watch. However, this award recognizes Will as a deeply good person, someone committed to his teammates, community, to supporting young players through minor hockey and Yarmouth's Icy Nights youth program. In the words of Mariners head coach Laurie Barron, Will is a pleaser who hates to say no and is willing to help anyone. And this is the part of the quote I love the most. We need more Will Chisholms in this world. Madam Speaker, I agree. Congratulations to Will and the extended Myra Chisholm family. Thanks for making us so proud. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise today to
congratulate the newest musical sensation taking the North Side by storm, the Down House Band, made up of a group of 16 and 17-year-old young men. They're doing a great job in our community. The band members are Leland Marnelli, Nate Young, Cody Young, Nick Quirk, Owen Seymour, and manager extraordinaire Owen Sullivan. They've been playing all over the North Side, Madam Speaker, at Duke's Place, at the Sydney Mines Legion, and most recently they played at a Seniors' Day that was put on by the North Side Gals. And I just want to read one of the quote from one of the seniors. "The music put life in my feet. These young boys brought me back to years ago when I owned the dance floor." And so these young gentlemen are bringing life and music to the North Side. We wish them all the best in their future, and I know there's great things ahead for Down House Band. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member statement.
Yes, please go ahead.
In the West Gallery today, we are joined by Amy Savory, whose remarkable career I'm going to describe in a moment. I also want to let you know that if you ever see Amy's name on a ballot, to be afraid, because Amy beat me in my first electoral campaign in grade 8 in Bayside, Ontario.
Welcome. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honour Amy Savory, who was awarded the Taste of Nova Scotia Gary MacDonald Culinary Ambassador Award. This award is presented to someone who shows a passion and knowledge of local food and acts as a leader in the local food and drink industry. Amy Savory is all of these things, having contributed to the industry previously at Le Caveau Restaurant at Domaine de Grand Pré Winery, where she worked as a sommelier. She later became an instructor at NSCC King's Tech, where she continues to inspire students to learn about our local industry and how their work can positively affect our local economy. There's a wonderful video for this award that you should check out, where Amy's students describe the impact and inspiration she has in her role. Madam Speaker, I'd like to conclude by congratulating Amy Savory on her outstanding achievement and all the work she's done through her passion for food and drink within her local community and our province.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to bring attention to a remarkable endeavour by the Harbourville Restoration Society, which has recently unveiled a publication entitled A Sense of Place, Living and Working on the North Mountain. This publication is a testament to the dedication of our community in preserving our heritage and fostering a deeper understanding of our local history. Through meticulous research and heartfelt storytelling, A Sense of Place illuminates the lives of those who have called the North Mountain home for generations. It captures the essence of our region, celebrating the resilience, ingenuity, and spirit of its inhabitants. 27 people generously gave their time to be interviewed, providing information, memories, and reflections of their life on the North Mountain. The project exemplifies the power of collaboration and community engagement. On February 18th, I was pleased to join over 100 residents at the Harbourville Hall to celebrate with friends, family, and neighbours who contributed their stories and memories to the book. Madam Speaker, I would ask all members of the House to extend congratulations to the Harbourville Restoration Society on the launch of this remarkable publication. May it continue to inspire curiosity, dialogue, and appreciation for our shared heritage for years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last December, I had the honor of attending the Havelock Fire Department banquet, an event celebrating the dedication and service of its members. One highlight of the evening was the recognition of Melbourne Godda, who was awarded the Service Award for his incredible 48 years of service to the Havelock Fire Department. Melbourne Godda's impact goes beyond his many years of service. He has played an integral role in shaping the Havelock Fire Department into the vital community institution it is today. As one of its founding members, Mr. Godda has been instrumental in guiding its growth and development since its inception. I ask that all members join me in expressing our profound appreciation to Melbourne Godda for his enduring dedication to the Havelock Fire Department and for his steadfast service to our community. Merci.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow is Superhero Day in the CBRM, but today I want to recognize one of my heroes, my brother Adam. Adam was born a fighter. When he was born, he weighed 4 pounds, 4 ounces. In his first weeks of life, he developed spinal meningitis. Just shy of his first birthday, weighing at 9 pounds, 14 ounces, he underwent open heart surgery. And 5 days post-op from that surgery was in a car accident. As many of you know, Adam also has Down syndrome. Adam shows me every day what unconditional love means, and he is teaching Rory and Isla how to live with love, not being non-judgmental, and with kindness. I love you, Angel Boy. You are one of my superhero. You are my hero, and your best superpower is your extra chromosome. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember and recognize Phyllis Laura Nichols Swain of Barrington Passage, who passed away at her home on February 20th at the remarkable age of 101. Phyllis was the youngest of 6 children and born and grew up in Clyde River, where she attended a one-room school. Upon graduation from commercial school, she worked as various jobs throughout the province before going to British Columbia to work for the Department of Education in 1948. In 1949, Phyllis was proud to be chosen the Queen of Shelburne, and in 1951, Phyllis married Tom Swain, becoming a stay-at-home mom and raising 5 children. After her children were gone, Phyllis returned to work at her husband's business, finally retiring at the age of 82, and Phyllis was a lifelong member of the PC Party and Barrington IODE. Madam Speaker, I respectfully ask all members to join me in remembering Phyllis's remarkable life and send condolences to her friends and family. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, in Annapolis, we are lucky to have so many excellent small businesses, and as a former business owner myself, I'm always pleased to have an opportunity to celebrate them here in the House. Today, I would like to highlight a new business in my constituency. Partners Todd Sweet and Tom Wright opened the Potting Shed Flowers and Plants at 17 St. James Street in Annapolis Royal on March 19th. They bring with them decades of experience in the industry. The shop offers a wide range of floral services, and I look forward to stopping in after the spring session. Madam Speaker, I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Todd and Tom on the opening of their business, and in wishing them all the best in their future ventures. Thank you.
We will now begin a question period with recognizing the official leader of the official opposition.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, in November, this government committed to having 200 shelters in place to help with the homelessness crisis by mid-December. We are now close to April, and there's only been 19 of those shelters in place. This has had impacts on individuals dealing with homelessness. We've had 2 individuals die on the streets. It's also had an impact on neighborhoods and small businesses. Last night in estimates, the Minister of Community Services said that they're not going to waste time consulting on holding town halls to determine locations for pallet shelters. One of the issues has been is this government not actually consulting with communities and neighborhoods before they decide on these locations. Could the Premier please tell this House, is he going to consult with neighborhoods and communities before he decides which locations are going to have these pallet shelters?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. This is a serious issue, an important issue. People living rough. We all, we're a compassionate province. We feel that when people are living rough, for sure. So as a province, we've tried to step up and offer as many supports as we can. One of those avenues to support is pallet homes and other forms of temporary housing. We opened a number of housing shelter spaces over the winter. The pallet situation itself, we've been trying to work with communities to make sure we can find situations that are helpful to the people needing the support, but are embraced by the community. We'll continue to do that and work with communities on the best placement and the best supports for people.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, this government has got 19 of these pallet shelters in place out of the 200 that were committed in mid-December. One of the reasons is because the government didn't consult with neighborhoods and communities before they decided to go into it. The Minister of Community Services last night said that they're not going to waste time consulting with communities. That's a concern for us because that has been one of the issues that has prevented these shelters potentially from getting up more quickly. Will the Premier please tell the House, will he consult with communities or not when deciding where pallet shelter supports are going to be placed in this province?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the pallets are a part of the policy to support those living rough, for sure. The bridge is another one. But shelter spaces are another option. So we'll work with Nova Scotians. There was a community meeting last night in Cantville with the community there. I myself had a chance to attend a community meeting in Whitney Pier. Well, of course, we work with communities to find the best answer, and we'll work with communities. The communities know that, and we'll continue to do that.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplement.
Madam Speaker, this has been a complete failure of this government to actually have emergency shelters in place to deal with those dealing with homelessness. And we just heard recently from the Director of Income Assistance at the Provincial Department of Community Services, in an interview, we were told that these pallet shelters are now not going to be in place until next winter. My question to the Premier is, how much more is that going to cost? And how much more pallet shelters are we going to need next winter as homelessness continues to rise in this province under this Premier?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is something that we see from this opposition quite a bit. First, it's go faster, and then it's like, why don't you slow down and consult more? So we work at a pace that Nova Scotians expect us to work at, and where we can go fast, we go fast. But of course, we need to respect the communities, work with the communities. We do that. We'll continue to do that, and we'll continue to find ways to support those in need. And we'll do that, Madam Speaker. We'll do that as fast as we can, being respectful of those impacted, for sure.
I recognize the Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Yesterday, representatives from the Department of Finance shed some light onto how this government makes its funding decisions outside of the budget process. We heard that cabinet decisions rely on verbal advice, not documentation, and that people can come into a room and discuss an opportunity and make representations verbally to cabinet, and then, if you're lucky, get a check. This was all in response to a scathing report which found that many of these kinds of funding arrangements were premature, lacked proper planning, and were made without key terms and conditions in place to protect public funds. My question is simple. Does the Premier believe in public accountability for the spending of public money?
The Honourable Premier.
Absolutely, and that's what's offered through media releases, through budget discussions, through press releases. Every dollar that the government spends is in a very public format. There are times when the government needs to act, and I think what the deputy was referencing and was clarified in the media, this is a policy that's been in place way back when the NDP was in, way back when the Liberals were in. It's a government policy. The deputy has had a long, impressive career in government and was simply referring to sometimes the way things go about. Sometimes there are verbal, but of course there are presentations and research. But I asked the member again, as I did in estimates, which ones of the additional appropriations is she against? Efficiency 1, CBU, which ones doesn't she like, Madam Speaker?
I recognize the Leader of the New Democratic Party.
The defensiveness around tabling the spending of public money in this legislature is astounding. In 2022 to 2023, additional appropriations surpassed 10% of the province's total annual expenditures, with this government breaking its own record. With increased out-of-budget spending comes increased concerns about transparency. Luckily for us, there is a clear way to increase transparency. At the federal and provincial level across this country, over-budget spending is required to be tabled in the legislature, with the exception of one province, ours, Nova Scotia. 7 provinces and the federal government require special warrants to be tabled in the legislature when spending is not in session. I'll ask again, why is the Premier so opposed to the most basic accounting for the use of public funds?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just completely reject the premise of the question. There are quarterly financial updates. There are forecast updates. There are media releases. The reality is that the NDP is so negative on everything that happens in this province. They're negative on investments that the province would make and some of the additional appropriations that apparently the NDP is negative on. 140 million for Efficiency One. Pretty good organization, I'd say, Madam Speaker. Money for St. FX, for CBU, for Screen Nova Scotia. These are the Horticulture Nova Scotia Airport Authority, the Halifax Airport Authority. These are the types of investments that the NDP is negative on. Why doesn't the NDP just call it what it is? They don't like those investments. I think they're good investments, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
The Auditor General has been very clear that this majority government can spend whatever it wants, and yet it chooses not to be transparent about it. Transparency would not reduce their ability to spend any of the money that the Premier just rattled off in an attempt to avoid my question. There may be no clearer example of this government's proclivity to spend in the dark than Hogan Court. In this report, the Auditor General looked at just one project and found $81 million had been spent inappropriately through alternative procurement. That means no public tendering, no transparency, and reliance on this kind of spending is growing. Last year, Nova Scotia Health spent double through alternative procurement than they did in 2020 when there was an emergency and a pandemic. Again, can the Premier explain why he thinks he doesn't need to be accountable to Nova Scotians when spending their money?
The Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, the question has been asked and answered many times. The NDP doesn't like the answer. The answer is there is very public disclosure of every dollar spent through press conferences, through media reports, through discussions. Very, very public. It is absolutely completely false to suggest that there is some lack of transparency. And I'll answer the question on the health spending has gone up since 2020. You know why? Because the former government didn't invest in health care, and we do, and we're awful proud of that, Madam Speaker.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, not only has this government not been transparent with their out-of-budget spending, but they may also be breaking the Finance Act. And I'll read this act for the House. An additional appropriation must not be requested and may not be made for a new program or activity that has not previously been included in the estimates for the fiscal year. Madam Speaker, my question to the Premier, does he realize his actions might even be breaking the laws of this province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And a good question. You know, are we following the laws of the legislature? Well, I guess if we're breaking the laws, Madam Speaker, his own government broke them for 8 years. The NDP broke them from the day they started them in 2010. We're not doing anything different, Madam Speaker. We're doing the exact same thing, Madam Speaker. We're providing quarterly forecast updates, which show the additional appropriations that are put forth, Madam Speaker. What were they? Healthcare. Fixing the healthcare system more quickly, helping people with housing issues, Madam Speaker. Things like Fiona, those things we had to act on.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm worried the Finance Minister isn't familiar with his own Finance Act. Because additional appropriations are allowed, there can be special warrants for occurrences that are urgently or immediately needed, like, for example, a pandemic, wherein this was done previously. There has been spending, according to the Finance Minister, not in line with the emergency situations, but in line, again, out-of-budget spending with the government's priorities. Again, it would seem, at a basic reading of the Finance Act, that this is actually against the law. Did the Premier actually know what the laws are of this province, or does he even care? Does he think he's above them?
Gentle reminder for all members to speak through the chair, please. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we can come and go, as we all know, but I know people back at the Department of Finance and Treasury Board feel the same way as I'm communicating today. Madam Speaker. Now, here's a fact. In 2021, the Liberal government, which that member was a part of, they had additional appropriations of $1,098,494.
Order, order. Stop the clock, please. Order. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor. Please continue.
We are following the exact same rules, Madam Speaker, since we've been following from 2010. And if the NDP wants to chime in, I've got some numbers for them too.
Order, please. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Very clear, I don't think the Minister of Finance is familiar with his own piece of legislation that he's responsible for upkeeping. But on to another question, Madam Speaker. This government has allowed cuts to happen to Nova Scotia Works at a time when we have a labor shortage, at a time when no matter which company you talk to, they're having a hard time finding labor. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia Works provided services to people looking for jobs and employers trying to find workers. In fact, our own friend here in the House, Will Brewer, managed to find employment and start a business through Nova Scotia Works. This is a critical piece of government programming that is particularly important during the time of a labor shortage. Could the Premier please stand in his place and answer why he's allowed cuts to happen in Nova Scotia Works at such a terrible time?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for raising this important question. So we know that Nova Scotia Works centres across this province do incredible work in community. There are over 50 locations that are connecting people to job opportunities and jobs to people. That's the focus of the Department of Labour, Skills and Immigration there, Madam Speaker. And myself, as a frontline staff worker, we know how valuable the work that they do in community is. And so, Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia Works centres are funded completely by the federal government. And so we're also waiting to get more information on our labour transfer agreements, which we're hopeful are going to be coming through very, very soon. But Madam Speaker, the provincial government has made no cuts to these programs. But something that is positive about all of this, Madam Speaker, is our unemployment rate is dropping, which is impacting our labour market right now, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yeah, the unemployment rate's dropping because we have a labour shortage in this province. We have a Premier and a Minister of Finance and several other ministers that stand up and brag about how much money they're willing to spend outside of their own budget. Yet, when it comes to a critical program like Nova Scotia Works that connects skilled workers with employers at a time when we have a labour shortage, the issue now isn't unemployment. That issue was an issue of 10, 15 years ago. There is now an issue of a labour shortage. Why hasn't the government stepped in and funded this critical program so that skilled workers and employers don't miss opportunities to be connected at a time when we need them to be connected most?
The Honourable Minister for Skills, Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you again to the member for raising the important question. And of course, Madam Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to say to Nova Scotians and young people who are looking for job opportunities in this province, we are a province that's on the move. And we've known since 2015 that we absolutely need to grow as a province and increase our population. And we have reversed that trend, Madam Speaker. We are now a growing province. We're a province full of opportunity. And Nova Scotia Works Centres do an incredible job in making sure that young people and anyone who wants to move to the province sees those opportunities and have the resources in community to be able to thrive. And so absolutely, Madam Speaker, we know that we need more workers in this province, and that's where my Department of Immigration comes in, and making sure that, again, we have welcoming communities, welcoming workplaces, and making sure that anyone who chooses to come to Nova Scotia thrives in this province.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we continue to see a reactionary response to many things by this government. In the fall of 2023, 200 pallet shelters were promised for the province of Nova Scotia. 30 of those were announced that they were going to be in the community of Whitney Pier. Then they didn't consult with the community. There was no advanced discussions. We had a lot of confusion in the community, a lot of outrage, and now we don't know where those pallet shelters stand in the community, and the community would like to know, Madam Speaker, does the minister believe that consultation up front could have avoided all of this confusion with pallet shelters in Cape Breton?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. In fact, there was consultation up front, and I don't know if the member actually attended the meeting in Whitney Pier, but there was consultation. Not only was there consultation within the community, we've been talking to the mayor of CBRM, we've been talking to the councillors, we've been talking to New Dawn and Eric Shea. There has been non-stop consultation. And in fact, Madam Speaker, the reason why we are here today is because we need not just this side of the House, but other people on the other side of the House to support this. So when we hear people downplaying and saying slow down or go fast, it adds confusion in these communities. But Madam Speaker, I'm here to tell you that we're working through the confusion, we're working with our partners, and they're coming.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Madam Speaker, the meeting that the minister refers to was well after the fact that the pallet shelters were announced. The communication was not with the community, Madam Speaker. The consultation may have been with certain individuals, but not with the community where these shelters were going. And my question to the minister would be, can he confirm, yes or no, where the site will be in CBRM for those 30 pallet shelters? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
I want to thank the member for the question. What I can tell the member is that we're working right across the province to find spots. Homelessness is something that affects not just Cape Breton, but everywhere else. And what I will say is that I hope that that member and all members of this House show the same passion in this House that they show in support, that they will show in their community if and when these come to their communities. And Madam Speaker, I will be the first to say in this House, as I said last night, I welcome pallets to my community. I welcome shelters to my community. And I hope that the member and all members of the House will show that same passion if and when we have these community discussions in their communities.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables. A recent report from Efficiency One has cast a light on the mounting issue of energy poverty in Cape Breton. 9 of the top 10 Nova Scotia communities with the highest rates of energy poverty are located in Cape Breton, and I'll table that. 68% of households in Dominion are experiencing energy poverty. In Eskazoni, this number is 87%. Why is Cape Breton disproportionately represented on the list? And what is this government doing to address this?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And energy affordability is an important issue, not just in Cape Breton, but all over Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker. And that's why our government, right from day one, started investing in programs like Efficiency One. Just 2022, we announced low-income families can apply for a free heat pump and electrical upgrades for their house. Madam Speaker, we also invested in more efficiency programs for middle-income families that can afford more affordable heat pumps, efficiency upgrades to windows, insulation, and many other things. Madam Speaker, that's $157 million that our government invested to leverage another $140-some million. Over $400 million since we've taken government have been invested in affordability for I'll speak in a few seconds.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The highest rates have been in Cape Breton, and a number of them are in my community, in my riding. The same report details that lived experiences of Cape Bretoners facing rising energy costs. New Dawn Enterprise in Cape Breton recently reported that, quote, rising energy costs in recent years has led to some seniors to wrestle with the tough decisions of whether to heat or eat. In Eskazoni, there are several stories every year about the working poor who've had to cancel their electricity for a period of time. Can the minister please tell Cape Bretoners how will this government reduce their energy costs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And in addition to my comment about the $400 million, $117 million was invested on behalf of all ratepayers in Nova Scotia, so we did not see a double rate increase this year because of the fuel adjustment mechanism, Madam Speaker, which I want to correct the members opposite that have been saying all session that fuel mechanism was created by this government. Madam Speaker, that started in 2018 when the previous government kept bunting it down the road. And here we are with $317 million that we have to deal with, Madam Speaker. But on top of that, some of the affordability initiatives that we put in, it was $50 million that we put into efficiency Nova Scotia above and beyond. That was additional expropriation that government doesn't like.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In October, 200 pallet shelters were announced, and we were hopeful that the majority of them would be up and had folks living in them this winter. However, only 19 of the 200 units so far have actually been put in place, and much uncertainty remains as to where and when the rest of the other pallet shelters will go. It is agreed that we need more supports as fast as possible, but the government has caused major delays because they may have or did not talk with people. I'm not sure, but I understand from what I read that they did not consult. How are these shelters going to be up in a fast, responsible way? My questions to the Minister of DCS. Are any of the pallet shelters going to the old school location in the Eastern Shore?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
And we are talking, and I would advise the member to speak to her former colleagues at HRM, including Cathy O'Toole, the councillors, people that we are talking with every single day. We are working with our partners to get these things on the ground. One of the things I will not do is negotiate here in this House. We are looking at land prices, we are looking at purchasing, we are looking at leasing. So, Madam Speaker, we are continuing to put an emphasis on getting these pallets in the ground. And again, I will say, I hope they show the same passion in their own communities that they do here, and instead of it being a hinder, they're helping us.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Halifax Forum has been open since January as an emergency shelter, and there were originally plans to have pallet shelters at the Forum as well. However, after making announcements before doing the required due diligence, it was announced in January that the government could no longer put pallet shelters at the Forum location, and I'll table that. Madam Speaker, does the minister agree that they should have done the homework and consulted with communities to understand the requirements before making these announcements? And if they did carry out consultation like they said, what requirements did the Forum not meet? Yes, I spoke to my former colleagues, and they said it's the provincial regulations that are not permitting them to use the Forum.
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
So I want to thank the honourable member for the question. We continue to look for the right spots. We are consulting with communities. Sometimes that means you have to change the spot to make sure that the necessary resources are there. Resources like water and sewer and transportation, Madam Speaker. We are also consulting with our service providers to make sure that our service providers have the best possible space. This isn't just about the feelings of the members of this legislature. These are real people that need space and they need help, and we're listening to our municipal partners, but we're also listening to the people that need the most, and we're also listening to our stakeholders, Madam Speaker, and we will continue to do so no matter what they say or think.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. According to Affordable Housing, there are over 1,180 homeless people in HRM. I'll table that. We have seen those experiencing homelessness double in the past 2 years. It's deeply concerning. 100 of the 200 pallet shelters were dedicated to HRM, but there are currently only 19. The rest of the locations across the province are being delayed because of lack of broad public consultations. Mr. Minister, I ask the Minister through you, Madam Speaker, will he commit to consulting with HRM and other communities before deciding on pallet shelter locations?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. That's exactly what we're doing. It's exactly what we're doing. We're consulting with not only the politicians and the leaders, we're consulting with our stakeholders, we're talking to individuals on the ground. The thing about this, Madam Speaker, is we want to find the best possible place so that people feel welcomed, they feel they have a dignified roof over their head, and at the same time the community is accepting and everybody buys in. Because these things don't work if people aren't bought in on this stuff. So we're going to continue to work with our stakeholders, the municipalities, and we'll continue to have conversations. I'll tell you something funny, Madam Speaker. One of the members across jokingly said to me, "You're always on the phone." You're right. I'm always on the phone with HRM, with our stakeholders, and all the people that are involved in this process.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Minister. The Director of Income Assistance at the Provincial Department of Community Services said in an interview that she could not confirm if the rest of the pallet shelters would be up and lived in by next winter. And I'll table that. This is obviously a concern. We have 181 pallet shelters paid for, but the government hasn't confirmed when the shelters will be lived in. So my question to the minister, through you, Madam Speaker, is, will the rest of the 181 pallet shelters be lived in by next winter, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. The truth is, again, we'll go back to the consulting and what the members are talking about with consultation. Constant consultation. But, Madam Speaker, my priority right now is to get them on the ground and in the ground as fast as possible. And one of the ways we can do that is if we have full party support on these things. We cannot have one side or another side talking negatively about these shelters and about these pallets, because what happens is people hear it and it makes it very difficult for us to get these in the ground. But, Madam Speaker, what I will tell you, my number one priority right now is working with our partners to make sure these pallets, not just the pallets, all options are in the ground as fast as possible.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, homelessness in rural Nova Scotia can look different than it does here in the city. Many people couch surf or sleep in cars. They're in the woods, in our parks, and the data is not there to get a better idea of how many people are truly experiencing homelessness in rural Nova Scotia. Some groups have said there's roughly 231 people from Windsor down through to Digby living rough, and I'll table that. The government has promoted pallet shelters in the fall, and we continue to see delays in them actually being put in place. My question to the minister, how many units are coming to the Valley, and when can we expect people to be living in them? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. It also gives me a little bit of time to talk about the consultation that happened last night in Kentville. So there was community consultation around the pallet shelters in Kentville last night. We do know that at least 20 are going in there right now. And what I would say to that honourable member, we'll give you 100 if you want them. Just stand up and say you want them.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
I'm not the MLA for Kentville, but I'll...
Order. The honourable member for Annapolis has the floor.
I'm not the member for Kentville or that area, but we'll gladly take more in the Valley should we need some. Madam Speaker, we know that pallet shelters in Kentville are at full capacity right now, and I've tabled that document. Does the minister think that's enough for the hundreds of people across Annapolis? And will the minister, and I think he already has, commit to more, but how many more will he commit to? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
I do, and that's what we're doing. We're going full steam ahead on this, and I want to respectfully thank the member for saying that he will take more. I will make sure that the department reaches out to you, and I don't just mean the pallet housing, I mean all options are on the table. We need willing partners in all parts of this province, whether you're PC, Liberal, or NDP. And if he's willing to work with us, he's a leader on the ground. I'll be there as soon as the House rises. I'll come down and we'll work through solutions with you.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. This province spent $126 million last year on travel nurses who work for private agencies, and I can table that. Despite this large sum, our nursing shortage is not going away. The Nova Scotia Health Authority continues to have over 1,000 nursing vacancies. Too many of our nurses are having to work 24-hour shifts, while others have to work up to 6 days a week. This is leading to burnout and nurses leaving the line of work. The travel nurse program is making it worse. On top of burnout, local nurses are working next to travel nurses who are making much more money. Why is this government continuing to throw money at private nursing agencies when the perceived solution is clearly not working?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we know that there is a provincial and national nursing shortage. We have to use travel companies right now. There is no other alternative. It allows us to keep beds open. There has been an underinvestment in nursing education for a number of years, which has resulted in this nursing shortage. We are raising the number of seats. We are recruiting. Our Patient Access to Care Act is bringing people in from all over the country. If we were to walk away from travel nurses, we would have to close beds in this province, which we're not willing to do. What I can tell the member is we're one of the first jurisdictions in Canada to actually limit the use of travel nurses, and we're anxious to see what that will result in as the time moves on.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Janet Hazelton, the president of the Nova Scotia Nurses Union, has presented a clear solution to this government. She would like to see nurse locum program in place of their reliance on agency nurses. In a committee earlier this week, she said, quote, "It's very doable. All it's going to take is for the unions and the employer to sit down and negotiate this. We just have to do it." I can table that. When asked about such a program, the department said talks have been limited. So will this government listen to what nurses are saying and implement a provincial nurse locum program?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Moving the same number of people around in a different way in a province is not going to help our nursing shortage. We have done a number of things. We've increased the number of seats. PACA, which that member voted against, will bring nurses from all over this country to Nova Scotia, enabling them to work within 5 days. We are looking at immigration strategies. If we have to raise the supply of nurses, we need to train them. We need them to come and move and live and work here. We have a competitive contract. We are an incredible environment to work in. There are a number of things that are happening through the new collective agreement and by the employers to improve conditions for nurses, and I am confident in our ability to address the nursing shortage.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We all know that Nova Scotians are feeling the pinch from the rising cost of living. It's increasingly difficult for folks to meet their basic needs, no more so than those that are on income assistance. We recognize that the government made a one-time $150 payment and increased the amount for those receiving disability payments, and that something is better than nothing. But we were disappointed that we didn't see an increase for monthly payments across the board, nor did we see increasing indexing to income assistance. The minister's position on this side of the House was clear a few weeks ago. Has the minister's position changed now that he is a member of the governing party and minister?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
You know, my position has not changed. I can tell you my values have not changed, and what I believe in has not changed. I've been in this job for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, right? We've been able to achieve a lot of great things, and there's more to come. I will say that I hope that everybody takes a deep dive into this budget and they see the great stuff that's happening around diabetes, around the lunch program, and things that are going to make a substantial impact on people's lives. So what I will say to the member is nothing's changed, and I've said it a million times in this House, buckle up.
Just a friendly reminder to the member from Halifax, to speak through the chair. I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
I want to thank the minister for his response to that question, and we certainly know that most of most of the clients on from Feed Nova Scotia clients are single people on income assistance. And Nick Jennery, Executive Director of Feed Nova Scotia, said it himself best at Community Services Committee. Until we index our various support programs, we will continue to push people who are already in poverty deeper into poverty, because inflation just keeps piling up and it just makes things more difficult. So I'd like the minister to commit, understanding that his position has not changed on the matter. When will he commit to indexing income assistance payments across the province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I'm going to commit to a lot of things. I'm going to commit to listening. We're going to commit to consulting with individuals. We're talking to people in the departments. We're talking to Nick Jennery. We're talking to people to figure out what we can do to put the most amount of money and resources in people's pockets. And that starts with this budget, but it doesn't end there. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry, Bedford South.
That's all right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we were happy to see in January the opening of the shelter at the Forum for people who have been experiencing homelessness here in the Halifax region. However, those at the Forum, or who went to the Forum, had genuine concerns about their safety, privacy at the Forum, and causing many, unfortunately, to prefer to stay in tents or outside where they felt more safe and dignified. I will table that. My question to the Minister of DCS: what changes, if any, have been made at the Forum to ensure that the people who are living there are safe and secure where they are? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I will say it's a little insulting to our stakeholders and the department to say that these situations are not safe. They are safe, Madam Speaker. The first thing when we get into these programs and we have these agreements, first and foremost, we put the safety of the individuals that we are serving at the forefront. So, Madam Speaker, they are safe. They are warm, safe, dignified places, and we'll continue to work with our stakeholders, and we'll continue to work with people like Shelter Nova Scotia, and we'll continue to work with 902 Man Up, who stepped up in a time when we needed it most. And I want to thank them for all their hard work, and I appreciate them every single day, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm also aware of the fact that there were many nights where some of the beds at the shelter were not used. Back in January, the capacity was 70. 32 beds were open. That's almost 50% of the beds unused, unfortunately. I'm wondering, the shelter at the Forum is due to close in August. I wonder if the minister can commit to the House. Is the minister confident that when it closes in August, there will be somewhere to go for everyone who is there now today? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. The truth is that we provide spaces, we provide wraparound services. Madam Speaker, we cannot force people into those spaces, and nor would we ever force them into spaces. But what we do is we have people on the ground each and every day working with individuals to find the best possible solutions for them. Not one size fits all, Madam Speaker. We are trying to individualize every single solution for every single person. It takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of effort. And we'll continue to do that. And again, I want to thank our service providers and the people in the department that are working on the ground. Our stakeholders, HRM has done an incredible job. Municipalities right across this province have done an incredible job. And so have the people that are working on the ground. So thank you to them, and we'll continue to put people first. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question today is for the Premier. During the last election campaign, the Premier and his party indicated they were bringing back local decision-making, both in education and in healthcare. Here in the PC document, it says the teams will be established in healthcare by establishing a chief of staff at each local regional hospital. This has not happened. Also, it talks about bringing back school boards. It says abolishing school boards abolished a critical check and balance in the system. As such, your PC government will return school boards. Neither of these things happen. Can the Premier please update the House if this is still part of the goal, or has it proved to be too difficult for him to obtain? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So at all of the hospitals across the province, we do have site managers who are supporting staff in that area. They generally are people who are from the local area, know the community, know the staff well. In addition to that, we do have executive directors and the zone vice presidents of both clinical services and medicine. So there is a very robust structure in place. We work very hard to support facilities. The site managers are empowered and encouraged to make decisions locally. There are some things that are done centrally, of course, in one Nova Scotia Health Authority, but decision-making is happening at the front lines. We're looking for unique solutions for each of the facilities. We're open to pilot projects from staff, and we continue to work on the ground.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there actually has been no change. So the site managers were in place, and unfortunately, site managers aren't able to make decisions. Like previously, when there were chief of medical staff, they could actually have the power. They were empowered to make local decisions. Right now, those people that are in place do not have that. Also, part of the PC platform says, we know healthcare deteriorated when the government removed local decision-making from local communities. I just want to remind the Premier that they have not done anything to bring back local decision-making. In fact, all decisions made for Cumberland, for example, are made out of Truro or Halifax, and often local people, local managers do not get results. In fact, back March 11th, I sent an email about a pain clinic and still have not received a response for the people. So can I ask the Premier, when can Nova Scotians expect to see local decision-making in healthcare and education? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So interestingly enough, just prior to the House sitting, I had the opportunity to sit with a site manager from Northern Zone, and the work that's happening in that site is incredible as a result of her individual efforts, working with her team. They are reducing offload times, their surgical wait list is reducing, their throughput through the hospital. With Safer F bundle, they've seen significant movement in terms of getting people transitioned to community. So the site managers are absolutely empowered. There's also been a great deal of work that's been happening with the community health boards throughout this province, looking at their role. These folks understand their communities very well, and we value their input very much.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
My question is for the Minister responsible for residential tenancies. The Canadian Centre for Housing Rights has just in the last couple of weeks brought out a new study focusing on things like housing costs and evictions in 6 cities across Canada, including Halifax. The study found that in Spryfield, for example, 39% of the single-person apartments that had been affordable became unaffordable in a 5-year period. Does the minister acknowledge the role that fixed-term leases are playing in this massive loss of affordable housing?
The Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member opposite bringing forward this question. Again, I've answered this question pertaining to fixed-term leases. We look at, and in general about the residential tenancy program, we look through the lens of a balance of tenants and landlords. I know that's not the answer that the member opposite wants to hear. Again, our solution to the housing crisis, Madam Speaker, is more housing, more options that Nova Scotians can call home. That's why we are taking unprecedented action as a government. We're investing in housing right across the spectrum, whether it be modular housing, student housing, removing the provincial HST on purpose new builds, Madam Speaker. $1 billion over 5 years to build more than 40,000 new homes. That is what's important. More places Nova Scotians can call home. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
What I have asked, Madam Speaker, is does the minister acknowledge the role of the proliferation of fixed-term leases in all the loss that's being experienced in affordable housing units? Because it is acknowledged widely elsewhere. Christina Carter for Chebucto Connections in Spryfield identified fixed-term leases as a key factor. She explained that since the rent cap doesn't apply to new tenancies, those rents are often being raised above the affordability line, which this study identifies as $870 for a single person. The facts here speak very clearly. In a year when the rent cap was 2%, the price of apartments that changed hands actually went up 28%. So the evidence supports Christina Carter, and it does not support the minister. So I want to know how he thinks he can continue to try to tell the people of Nova Scotia any different.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What I will acknowledge is that the rent cap is a temporary solution while our government takes unprecedented action to actually build more places for Nova Scotians to call home, Madam Speaker. What I will also say is that the Nova Scotia housing market has experienced unprecedented and record high unit completions, Madam Speaker. What I will also recognize, Madam Speaker, is that we have a low vacancy rate, again, which validates our government's investments to build more houses, Madam Speaker, more places that Nova Scotians can call home. We're not shying away of the challenge in front of us, and under the leadership of the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, we're moving in the right direction.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On a couple of occasions during this question period, the Minister for Community Services has accused the opposition for trying to confuse the situation. Madam Speaker, the government made a commitment around pallet shelters, and I think perhaps he forgets it is our job to ask questions when commitments are not followed through on. So as not to confuse the situation, given that the minister's position on increasing income assistance payments and indexing them as well hasn't changed in his new role as minister responsible, yes or no, will he commit to increasing income assistance payments and indexing them to inflation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
The member is absolutely right, Madam Speaker. I am confused, and I think Nova Scotians are confused, because at one point, if you're listening to this legislature, you hear, slow down, consult. And then you hear the next day, not even the next day, the next question, speed up, go faster. So, Madam Speaker, what I will say to that member is we will take, if the member wants to stand up and speak, they can, but we will take advice, I will take advice, and the department will take advice from the stakeholders and the experts on the ground, not partisan politicians.
The Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, in my last question, I referenced Nick Jennery, the Executive Director at Feed Nova Scotia, and the evidence is clear. We're actually, the longer that this perpetuates, the longer that we fail to make these increases and increase payments based on indexing them to inflation, the further behind that they go. So it's not partisan politicians making these accusations. And I come at this very humbly. The minister, as recently as today, has accused opposition members of confusing the situation. I am looking through the chair, through the speaker, for a simple yes or no. Will he commit to making the changes that he believed in on this side of the House?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'm committing to do is improving the lives of Nova Scotians who need it the most. What I'm committed to doing is improving the lives of the most vulnerable Nova Scotians. The member, and I don't want to go there, but the member talked about me being on the other side. I sat there as income rate assistance were frozen for 6 years, Madam Speaker. And I hear or see the passion to increase those rates, Madam Speaker. But what I will tell them, and I will tell that members, I've been here for 3 weeks, watch what's coming.
Order. The time allotted for questions put by members to ministers has expired. I now recognize the Honourable House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House on supply.
Motion carried. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to take the opportunity today to actually continue talking about my rainbow budget. There were a few things, really important things that I didn't get through yesterday. Talking about how actually taking into account and understanding the experiences of 2S LGBTQIA+ communities in Nova Scotia can help us strengthen our province in health, in social outcomes, and in economic development. And so I'll pick up on the theme of economic development. We need to make sure that our economic development efforts, our skills and labor training respond to equity issues. The recent YWCA Halifax's report on sexual harassment in skilled trades only underscores this. So there were 101 respondents who were identified as women and gender diverse, and 90% of the respondents reported facing sexual harassment in the workplace. 41% of respondents identified as part of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. So we have a skilled trades shortage. We have a need to have skilled trades folks available to build housing, to build infrastructure, and to continue with our ongoing development. My community, these communities can be part of the solution. But I need to be clear on some of the barriers. So firstly, with gratitude to the YWCA Halifax, people need safe workspaces. And it's clear that that isn't the case for many skilled tradespeople currently in Halifax. And the result of that is that people look for other ways to have their careers. They leave the direct skills trades provision, and we lose people who we need and who can be part of the solution. You know, I've invited ministers to think about current efforts around economic development, labor skills and training, and how they are responding to the needs of diverse communities, including the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. So for instance, with the MOST program, which I have spoken to before, it was interesting in estimates this past week to find out that the Minister of Finance was not able to comment on you know, the gender of folks who are accessing the MOST program, and another relevant information like occupation and location. So I think that's a fascinating lack of curiosity about who's accessing the program. And if you want to improve a program and, you know, in this case, expand a program to include nurses, understanding what's actually happening with the program, I think, would be a great base for that. So understanding who's actually able to access MOST and having an understanding of how that's working for them. I've suggested before that 30 is low. 30 is low for international standards around youth. So the UN, for instance, the category of youth and young people, which the minister emphasized as a major target, is 34, and for good reasons, and particularly for folks in diverse communities, or from diverse communities, from the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, who have to adjust and adapt to a number of things along the way that may affect their educational journey and their professional development journey. That can be as evident as folks who transition, who often take time off study or work to achieve this, but also for folks who become parents or take on caregiving responsibilities. We also saw, with great fanfare, additional funding and changes to apprenticeship programs in Nova Scotia. Again, understanding who are in those apprenticeship programs, including women, including folks who are 2S LGBTQIA+, is really important for understanding who are we trying to support, what are their needs, is this program working? And if we're not getting the results that we want, which I would suggest, for instance, in MOST, that we're not, then how can we make the program better and more accessible and more inclusive? I've spoken before in terms of economic development for 2S LGBTQIA+ communities about the amazing amount of entrepreneurship and business owners across the province. And you know, I would invite MLAs, as they're thinking about how to support their community, to think about how to support businesses in their community from the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, who, again, you know, the challenge of having one's own business is great. It's you know, it's an amazing journey in terms of investment and trust. It usually involves your whole family and your community to support you. And but 2S LGBTQI+ entrepreneurs and businesses face additional barriers. I've spoken before in this house, like the experience of the folks at Bees Knees General Store and Bakery in Lawrencetown in the Valley, who have had the exterior of their store and their pride flag attacked multiple times. There's other instances where 2S LGBTQI plus owned businesses have faced discrimination from their neighbors in other stores who have placed derogatory signs, and also who face a lot of harassment online. So again, I think one of the main points that I hope people take away from my 2 rainbow budgets, part 1 and part 2 this year, is the role that we can all play in providing leadership in our own communities to say, in fact, no, we stand for justice, we stand for inclusivity, we will not allow our 2S LGBTQIA plus communities, entrepreneurs, family members, students, have their experience living in our communities affected by hate and discrimination. I've spoken before too about the opportunity in the world of tourism to highlight the 2S LGBTQIA community in Halifax. I've spoken even about the idea of how can we make this a choice destination for folks from other parts of Canada and the northeastern United States. We have amazing community-led celebrations of diversity and inclusion in really beautiful places, some of the most beautiful places in the world, as we all know. So whether it's Wolfville, Kentville, Annapolis Royal, Bridgewater, Eastern Shore, Truro, Cape Breton, we have amazing places where we are welcoming people to Pride. And one of our roles as community leaders could be making sure that you know about your Pride celebrations in your community. And I'm sort of looking around the room, and I honestly can't think of any community that doesn't have Pride events at some point in the next few months. Make sure you know about them, show up, show your support, and learn about the folks that are in your communities. And I think, I will just note that when you don't show up, it's also noticed. So South Shore Pride had its first parade this past year, and I think I was the only, I was the only MLA. And South Shore Pride actually includes 3 ministers who could have been there that sort of comprise part of that community. And the lack of the ministers attending, the lack of other MLAs attending was absolutely noticed. And this was their first Pride with dozens of floats, dozens of organizations who put amazing amounts of effort. And the streets of Bridgewater were lined with people out to support the Pride Parade. We need to be there too as community leaders. And the equity is, considering equity in economic development is really important, because otherwise we're losing a lot of talented people. The disproportionate rate of trans people experiencing poverty connects to difficulty maintaining and gaining employment. Amongst surveyed trans Ontarians in 2015, 18% knew explicitly that they were turned down to employment because they were transgender. 13% knew explicitly that they were fired for being transgender. 15% were unsure, an additional 15% were unsure if they'd been fired because of being transgender. And 15% never said co-workers never accepted their identities. And I'll table that survey, or that study. I've talked before about the Halifax Point in Time survey as well as an example of where we can see how current structural difficulties result in negative economic, social, and health outcomes for 2S LGBTQIA folks. So, so for instance, we know there's a high amount of folks who were homeless in the 2002 Point in Time survey who identified as being prior youth in care, so 49%. And of those, 16% were queer and 34% under the age of 24. So what we're seeing here is that the child welfare system, the care system, isn't working well for supporting and transitioning folks into adulthood. And then on top of that, diverse communities such as 2S LGBTQI plus young people are even more ill-served. I also wanted to touch on the experience of seniors. 2S LGBTQI plus seniors and older adults experience mental health issues and have poor physical health in comparison to older cisgender and heterosexual persons, often correlated with high rates of isolation and loneliness, as well as lifelong discrimination. As we know, minority stress takes a social, health, and economic toll. Most queer and trans seniors we know and look to for guidance built and lived most of their lives without legal and social protections, the ones that we are still fighting to maintain. So many of us set up our family relationships to the greatest social and financial advantage. We were able to share each other's insurance, we were able to share each other's workplace programs, home ownership, investments, family budgeting, retirement programming, or planning. For too long, today's seniors had limited access to validate their relationships and their lives and whether or not they owned a house or a car together. And even as legal battles were fought over every step forward, it didn't always result in substantive equality. And so still, it's often not easy for senior LGBTQI plus folks to advocate for themselves, to be able to come out time and time again. And as they travel forward in communities that aren't used to queer folks having rights, that need to come out time and time again, continues. I've had the chance to talk to the Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care about research on 2S LGBTQ seniors, and I think Nova Scotia could truly become a national leader in truly inclusive long-term care. So to finish up, I think I just really want to emphasize that it is absolutely time to step up. So I've spoken about the wave of hate and misinformation that's being targeted at trans folks, it's being targeted at young people, and our whole community is feeling it. We are community leaders and we need to step up. We know there's hate and misinformation, and folks in my communities are not hearing reassurance from their leaders. Every MLA has a role to play in supporting their 2S LGBTQI plus constituents. On Tuesday, this government voted against referring a topic to the Health Committee, looking at the status and the experience of Two-Spirit folks here in Nova Scotia. And I can tell you that community response has been swift. People are very disappointed that even the thought that this current government wouldn't allow that examination of issues. Again, I find it fascinating to have a lack of curiosity about who's in Nova Scotia and what are their concerns and priorities in general. That's a fascinating lack of curiosity. But it makes people feel excluded and not represented in this chamber. So we all have an immediate opportunity to make things a little bit better. Next week is Trans Week of Visibility, with Trans Day of Visibility on March 30th. You have opportunities. You can find events in your communities. You can come in next week and celebrate trans folks and businesses and organizations in your communities here through member statements. You can share messages of support to the folks in your community who are waiting to hear from you. It is a very scary time, and people are waiting to hear from you. We have a flag raising planned for April 26th, and I look forward to all of your support next week for Trans Week of Visibility.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to preface my words today as an MLA, new to this role and the budget process, and hearing the responses and questions that we have during the budget process. Because as an MLA, we all know how many times residents contact us daily with their personal health stories. And any information I'll be saying today, I will be tabling as well, because it's based on the information that has been in the media. And my understanding of what I'm going to say is during the budget process, a lot of information is shared from the top down. And I guess I'm trying to get an understanding of the situation from the bottom up. The recent meeting of the Standing Committee on Health highlighted a number of concerns that all Nova Scotians should be aware of. Physician and nurse shortages continue to be a major concern, and it seems only likely to become worse as these groups face increasing retirements, job dissatisfaction, and burnout. This government was elected on the promise to fix health care. It boasts that it has increased the health care budget by $1.2 billion in the last 2 years to a whopping $6.5 billion in 24-25 budget. Yet we continue to see a deterioration in many key performance metrics and an inability to meet performance targets. Are we getting value for money? Or is this government learning that some problems can't be addressed simply by spending money? Since coming to office, much has been made of the use of technology to improve our healthcare system. New apps, dashboards, and systems have been developed and heavily promoted, but has this led to improvements? Or is it simply putting a nice face on an existing flawed system? The Action for Health dashboard paints a pretty picture of a not so pretty story and situation. Last night I heard about the urgent virtual care in ERs being a solution. I looked into that and found out that staffing is an issue and it can't be used without a staff person there. So is the technology working? Our primary care waitlist has swelled from 60,000 in March of 21 to 156,000 in March of 24. And this upward trajectory is continuing despite the money being spent. There are now over 1,000 nurse vacancies across the system. Emergency room wait times are approaching 10 hours in some hospitals. And according to the Premier's cover message in the Speak Up for Healthcare report, which has served as the foundation for the government's Action for Health plan, in quotations, the Speak Up for Healthcare tour was created with one goal in mind, to make sure the voices of frontline healthcare workers were heard. We spoke with the people who know the system best, doctors, nurses, paramedics, and the many other healthcare professionals who are working it every day. It seems that one group was left out, and that's the patients. And let me illustrate with a personal experience story. Last year, our family made the most difficult decision to move my elderly father, who has no mobility, into a long-term care facility. My mother was his primary caregiver with limited supports in a rural area. And at the age of 85, she was no longer able to cope, especially given the limited home care support available. And in July, he was admitted to the small rural hospital while waiting for placement to long-term care. This hospital did not enforce a masking policy. And one day, just after returning from a visit with him, we received a call a half hour later from the hospital telling us my father tested positive for COVID. Unfortunately, he recovered quite quickly, and after a couple of months, he was placed in a nearby long-term care facility, and naturally, my mother also got COVID. Shortly after moving to the long-term care facility, he contracted COVID once again, and this time developed pneumonia. A decision was made to send him to the regional hospital, and about an hour away, and as the local hospital did not have the resources to deal with this issue. He spent 1 month recovering at the regional hospital, being moved into 4 different rooms during that time. As you can imagine, this was very upsetting for him at 90 years old at this point. It was also a difficult time for my mother, who could not often make the long trip to visit him as she does not drive at 85. And most often her calls to the hospital inquiring about his condition were not returned. When she was able to speak to someone, she received the stock answer, he had a good day. He ate all his meals. After a recent visit with my mother in Cape Breton during March break, on my way back to Cole Harbour, I stopped in to visit my father at the regional hospital. And as you can imagine, my heart sunk when I met an empty bed in his room. Concerned, I went to the nursing station to see where they had moved him, only to be told that he had been discharged and sent back to long-term care the day before. It seems that someone could have taken the time to update a dashboard, but they couldn't take the time to notify the family of this development. No explanation or apology was forthcoming. Further, about 3 weeks after my father was sent from the long-term care facility to the regional hospital, my mother received a bill from the local pharmacy for standing prescriptions for my father. It seems no one at the long-term care facility bothered to let the pharmacy know my father wasn't there and was in hospital and no longer needed the prescriptions filled until he returned. It seems to me that the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. And I have heard so many other similar stories. The Care Coordination Center might be working for the healthcare practitioners, but it sure isn't working for the patients. I've never worked in healthcare, but simple checklists could have prevented these issues that we're encountering, along with better communication with patients and patient families and a bit of compassion. Yes, we need more doctors, nurses, and other healthcare providers. But it really is time for this government to stop throwing money at the problem and start to make some serious decisions and take serious actions to address the systemic problems our healthcare system faces. It's time to stop blaming past governments for the situation. I'm really tired of hearing that one. We find ourselves in, and time to stop patting themselves on the back for the limited progress being made on fixing the system, because when we go into hospitals and when we hear from people who are trying to navigate the system, it doesn't help for me to try and say, well, did you try the app? Healthcare should not be a partisan issue and should not have been made a partisan issue in the last election. It is time to take a hard look at the organization, practices, and procedures around our healthcare system and to address the bureaucracy that has built up and causes a disconnect between healthcare management, frontline workers, and the most important, patients. Because our healthcare system consumes massive amounts of our tax dollars and must be made accountable to all Nova Scotians. And as someone, and newsflash, we're all aging, and we're all going to be where my parents are now. And if it costs this much now, how much are we going to be throwing at it to fix it in the future? If we don't fix fundamentally what is going on at the ground level in our healthcare systems, I can't imagine what the future looks like. And I'm not being negative. I'm just being pragmatic. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise and speak for a few brief moments, basically in response to the member from Clare yesterday raising some points under the Fisheries and Coastal Resource Act and directed toward pointedly at the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture. I'd like to begin first and foremost by thanking the member from Clare. He said some nice things yesterday about me and my department, and I'd like to return the favor to say that I wish that all critics on the other side could take the member from Clare's lead on how to be a critic. Some applause there. Thank you very much. He's certainly a gentleman, and I think that I know that the member cares, and I think that it's pretty clear to this House that the member really cares about the industry and cares about his community. I'd also like to share and to remind everyone about the importance of our fishing industry in this province, that it represents over $2.5 billion in exports to our province. I think members have heard me say that before, and it's no secret that it is the largest industry in our province, the largest sector by over 3 times over the next largest export. And I hope that we can see that the largest export also has the smallest budget of all government departments, which luckily for me, I've lived my whole life doing a lot with a little, so I'm really glad to be in this role, and hopefully that I can do what I can to steward the seafood industry along. So just to quickly talk a little bit about the points that the member for Clare raised yesterday, I'll go linearly, as I like to do. He talked a little bit about DFO, talked a little bit about enforcement, talked a little bit about the provincial responsibilities, and talked a little bit about climate change, and that's the order in which I will respond to them. First and foremost, no secret that the member from Clare and I agree certainly that DFO is not held up their end of the bargain when it comes to enforcement. They look after all harvesting activities and make sure that everything that is harvested legally and is then enters the market legally. Unfortunately, has been the case in the members' riding and in Yarmouth and some other places along Southwest Nova. That has not been the case, and it's been blatant. It's been vessels fishing out of season that have been allowed to tie up and unload without any enforcement efforts whatsoever. And I certainly spent 3 or 4 days touring Southwest Nova near the beginning of the season. Had several meetings with industry associations. Met with individual harvesters and individual processors. They shared that concern with me, and my department has taken it very, very seriously and done everything that we can. So I've tabled multiple letters here calling for the federal minister to do her job and direct her enforcement division to increase enforcement efforts to protect the valuable resource that we have. We haven't seen the results of that yet, but we're going to keep pressing through with her, with the federal minister, with the Department of Justice federally, the public prosecution sector federally. My deputy has spoken with the federal deputy. It's been an ongoing dialogue that we continue to have with her, and hopefully, as time goes on, the message will be received and enforcement efforts will increase. With respect to enforcement of elvers, we saw how that unfolded and how our 8 lawful elver harvesting license holders have been punished by the inaction of the federal government and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada. Very, very unfortunate for those 11 license holders that represent about $50 million in exports for our province, and the fact that we weren't able to support them. I shouldn't even say that the federal DFO was not able to support them this season. It was incredibly disappointing, and we sent multiple letters to that effect saying this is so sad for them and only promotes the illegal activity that we continue to see. The member referenced the 26 or so arrests that we've seen recently, which is a great start, and we're certainly thankful that they're taking an interest in the fishery sector right now, but it's nowhere near enough, and the 26 is a drop in the bucket when it comes to the number of illegal harvesters that are out there on the rivers, and just hope that as the season progresses, the short season progresses, that they continue to send a message. Our responsibilities, the member spoke a little bit about what the provincial responsibilities are, and certainly pleased, won't go into detail on an item that's included in the FMA, but we've spoken a lot about the fact that we're able to increase fines. So if the first offense, second offense is going up, the minimum fine for convictions will be going up with the passage of the FMA, and we're certainly proud that we're able to add that tool in our toolbox for another deterrent to deter the illegal activity. The other aspects that we're able to do and our responsibilities when it comes to the conservation officers. So I'll just correct the record ever so slightly. The member spoke about 8 conservation officers for the province. That's 8 for Southwest Nova. So 7 of those positions are filled. There is 1 vacant position for Southwest Nova, and I'm really, really pleased to be able to table the job description that we're being posted for right now. It is actually for a Fisheries Inspection Conservation Officer Level 1, Level 2. So the job that's posted right now for under the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables is actually for a fisheries inspector, so a dedicated person to help with fisheries enforcement from the provincial side of things. So hope the member takes solace in knowing that we're listening and we've responded in that way. The member also talked about having a more regional approach, having a more Atlantic approach. And I'm not sure if I've ever spoken about it here in the House before, but there is actually a joint steering committee that is federal-provincial partnerships with all the Atlantic provinces, as well as the regional manager for DFO. So I'll tell the member that the people on that committee, there are various entities, and I'll share it with the member later. There's a list of about 7 different entities, as well as the provinces and feds that are a part of it. The executive director of fisheries is the co-chair. The DFO regional general manager, yes, is the other co-chair. They've been working for over a year on finding a solution to fighting the illegal cash sales in Atlantic Canada. So that action is happening. Probably not happening quickly enough, but there is work being done on that side of things. Talked about the Atlantic and talked about the Conservation Office. The last thing I think I'll mention before I sit down, the member talked about climate change. The member talked, the quote was, climate change is having an impact on the lobster stocks and other seafood. We recently commissioned a report from the Center for Marine Applied Research, which is an organization that works under Perennia through my department. They recently completed a lobster vulnerability study with respect to climate change. And the findings are positive. The findings are that there is no direct impact right now on our lobster supply and lobster sustainability from climate change. Now, that's not to say that 50, 100 years down the road, there might be some changes, but as it stands for now, we're confident that the lobster stocks and supplies are safe from climate change. So I don't want to take too much of our time here, but I did want to take a moment to just make sure that we got on the record a response to some of the things that the member from Clare brought forward yesterday. We may not have this chance to talk publicly again, so I just wanted to make sure that everything was documented, and certainly appreciate the member opposite and appreciate the House for giving me the time to share those facts. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can the Speaker clarify if I have a full 15 minutes?
We're just resetting the clock. It's 45 minutes in total before we finish up this session.
That's what I just need to know, how much time I have, because...
Till 3:35.
Okay, so... Okay, so I'll go ahead with my original speech then. That's great. I just wasn't sure if I had time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to rise and speak to a topic that I believe would impact the provincial budget in the future and affect the future prosperity for the people that I represent in Cumberland North, all of the people in Cumberland County, as well as the province of Nova Scotia, the Maritimes, and all of Canada. And that topic, Mr. Speaker, is maritime collaboration and the removal of interprovincial barriers. Some would even suggest we go as far as having maritime union to strengthen our region and foster great economic prosperity, but I think we should start with something that is absolutely achievable and possible, and that is removing interprovincial trade barriers. Cumberland North, Cumberland County, borders New Brunswick and is only 40 minutes from the province of Prince Edward Island as well. This provides a unique perspective of Nova Scotia and the Maritimes and our position in the country. Our unique geographic position has positioned our people in Cumberland historically to have very unique experiences. There's a long history of strife that has deepened the character of the people of Cumberland. We are strong. But as the elected representative, I can say, it is time for our area to realize our full potential. And Mr. Speaker, this can only happen with a clear focus, a purposeful intent to work together with our fellow maritime provinces and remove the geographical and non-geographical trade barriers. Last year, I attended the Atlantic Economic Forum at St. FX University in Antigonish, at the Brian Mulrooney Center. Over and over and over again, I kept hearing business leaders and former political leaders like Frank McKenna state the single biggest factor inhibiting economic growth in the Atlantic Canada region are interprovincial barriers. The time is now for the maritime provinces to unite, remove these barriers, and capitalize on our economic potential of our region, take back our political strength that we have not seen since the beginning of Confederation. Cumberland is the geographic center of the maritime region. We have a rich history that has long experienced conflict. The French and the British empires fought over the Chignecto Isthmus area for years back in the 17th and 18th centuries, and we all know too well about the expulsion of the Acadian people from Beaubassin. Cumberland has experienced wars. Cumberland also led Confederation of Canada, but we also fought fervently against it. We all know the history of Sir Charles Tupper, who was born in Amherst, and also Premier of Nova Scotia from 1864 to 1867. He led Nova Scotia and all other provinces into Confederation, and for a short stint was Canada's Prime Minister. But there was also Joseph Howe, who also had represented Cumberland County here in the provincial legislature for a period. He was Premier right before Sir Charles Tupper from 1860 to 1863. He had represented Cumberland County between 1851 and 1855, and he was ardently opposed to Confederation. While Tupper wanted an intercolonial railroad across what is now Canada, Joseph Howe wanted the trade to increase with our natural and historical trade partners, the New England states. And we know what happened. Howe lost his fight, Tupper won, leading to Confederation in 1867, a short 157 years ago. In 1867, Confederation joined the East to the West, creating the country of Canada. But many believe our maritime region has only seen a steady decline in political influence and relative economic status since that time. The county of Cumberland alone used to have a population of 41,000 in 1921, and since then we've seen a 25% population decline. The rest of Canada has seen growth, while our maritime region has seen decline since Confederation. In 1892, let's take a look at the federal government. In 1892, the Maritimes lost 4 seats in the House of Commons, followed by another 4 seats a decade later. In 1873, the Maritime used to have 43 federal seats. By 1966, we were down to 25. Meaning, as the total number of national seats increased, as the rest of Canada prospered, maritime representation decreased. Today, the maritime provinces have only 25 of the 338 seats in Parliament, an overall decrease from the original 21% of the total seats in Canada to now only 7.4. The Maritimes are rich in history, we are diverse in culture, and we have all the components needed for a wealthy, robust region, but we must work collaboratively to remove all the interprovincial barriers as soon as possible. Before Confederation in 1867, the maritime region enjoyed a prosperous economy through fishing and forestry and agriculture and to some degree mining. We also enjoyed natural trading with our friends, the Americans, the U.S. Eastern Seaboard, and also traded efficiently across the Atlantic Ocean with Europe. But since Confederation, we have seen a decline in our economic prosperity, having the weakest economies in the country and some of the largest interprovincial barriers. A quote from a document that I'll table, the Internal Trade in Canada. I'm going to read this quote. Since Canada's free trade agreement with the United States in 1989, Canadian authorities have implemented free trade agreements with 44 countries. Meanwhile, progress in liberalizing internal trade has been slow. And in many cases, international free trade agreements allowed foreign companies better access to Canada than Canadian companies. Nova Scotia has nearly 40 non-geographic trade barriers, one of the highest provinces. Nova Scotia has increased non-geographical trade barriers by 2.1% since 1997 to 2015. And I will table this document, sir. In Cumberland County, We have a first-hand view of these barriers. Thank you. I see it clearly as the local MLA, and I work very closely with the local MLA, Megan Mitten, on the New Brunswick side for Westmoreland County. We have worked together on many issues, including the Chignecto Isthmus and the pandemic, which was one of the biggest examples in recent years, where each province worked in isolation, which caused so much strife and hardship on the people living in border communities. The premiers in the provinces were unwilling to recognize the importance of how closely we are intertwined with each other. There are also several examples, Mr. Speaker, that I can give, whether it's Public Works, Department of Health, Environment, Economic Development, where our government departments are not working with our fellow maritime provinces and causing hardship to the people in all of our provinces, but especially to those living in border communities like those in Cumberland North. Mr. Speaker, there's overwhelming public support to remove interprovincial barriers to create free internal trade. The surveys of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business in 2014 showed that most Canadian firms, 87%, believe that provincial and territorial premiers should commit to reducing internal trade barriers. 9 in 10 small businesses, including several industry associations, think that all firms should open access to all markets in Canada. More than half of the firms believe that provincial and territorial governments should not protect local businesses from competition from other provinces and territories. A survey conducted by the Ipsos Public Affairs found 89% of respondents agree that Canadians should be allowed to bring any legally purchased product from one province to another. 9 in 10 Canadians say there should be free trade between the provinces because we are one country. There is a precedent in Australia where mutual recognition was adopted in Australia in 1993 to remove regulatory barriers to the free flow of goods and labour between Australian states and territories. This brought about a more efficient economy, strengthening competition in many industries and benefiting consumers with lower prices and more choices for goods. Australian courts have often applied Section 92 of the Australian Constitution, which is similar to Canada's Section 121 of our Constitution Act of 1867. Quote, "The Constitution's internal free trade provision prohibits both interprovincial tariffs as well as non-tariff trade barriers." Mr. Speaker, today as we discuss and debate the Nova Scotia budget, and on behalf of the people of Cumberland North and the businesses of Cumberland North, I am suggesting we take a close look at the reasons for the economic and political decline we have experienced throughout the Maritime region and immediately take action to strengthen and reverse this trend. Past movements, like the Maritime Rights Movement, resulted in national subsidies that for the most part today are not relevant. We have a COA and they throw some breadcrumbs our way, but it's not enough, Mr. Speaker. It never will be. The Maritimes have a solid history of economic independence. Before Confederation, Maritimers were known to be self-reliant and strong. And as time goes on, more and more decisions are being made by Ottawa, and the heartbeat of our Maritimes continues to weaken. It is not healthy for our country when too much power is centralized in central Canada. Quebec and Ontario hold the balance of this country's political power. And we have seen the premiers of Western Canada advocate for more respect and autonomy in its time. We here in the Maritimes speak up for ourselves as well. The most pressing reason for maritime unity is the issue of health care. I'll save that for another day. Mr. Speaker, we need to remove all interprovincial rules and regulations that inhibit natural trade and movement and form a united force that will strengthen the maritime region on all issues, most notably on health and economy. A strong future is in our hands and the hearts of our people. It's time to explore the possibilities, expand our dreams, reach for opportunities to build a healthier, stronger region for our children and our grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member King South in an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to draw the attention of the House to the West Gallery, and where we are joined by a special young man whose name is Harvey, And I'd like Harvey to stand up. He's the inspiration for the bill that I reintroduced today, and he's joined by his mom, Sarah Thompson, who was my CA for a year. Harvey's father, Ian, is here, as well as his sister, Haley, and I'd like everyone to join me in giving them a warm welcome to the House.
Well, welcome to the House. Enjoy your stay. The motion carries. We'll take a brief recess while we get set up for supply. We'll take a brief recess now. Order. Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I'll recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Community Services? Resolution number E4.
Resolution E4 on Community Services debate will continue with approximately 57 minutes left with the Liberal Party. I recognize the Honourable Member, City Member Two.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And looking forward to getting back into this estimates for community services after a speech last night from the minister, and I had a few minutes to take this opportunity to had the opportunity to thank staff, and I know they're going to be answering a lot of my questions today and others as we go. But it's funny, I was watching, Mr. Speaker, I was watching QP from the back, and I think it was one of the most expensive question periods I've ever saw. We saw big commitments from the Department of Community Services for new shelters. I believe 100 were committed to my colleague from Annapolis to support that area. So I'm going to ask that question first. Of those 100 new shelters, is the money allocated in this year's budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. The full amount has been allocated in this budget. We're ready to go. I will like to address a few things, if you don't mind. I'm not going to take the full hour. But I will say that it was a fun and interesting question period. But you know, what I'm trying to get across to individuals is that there obviously has been some pushback from some people, small portions of people within communities. In order to overcome that, we need everybody to collectively work together. And what I mean by that is political sides, political leaders. I think when it comes to homelessness, housing options and pallet shelters, and so that it almost feels like pallet shelters have got this negative. It's not. It's a great thing, and I encourage anyone to read the Canadian Press article where they interviewed Jim Gunn and they showed everything that's going on there. They're clean sites, they're dignified sites, they're safe sites. What I'll say to people is that we have homelessness here in Nova Scotia, and what I would hope that everyone would say and do when people push back on them on shelters and homelessness and you know, some of these wraparound services is that we have to do something. Mr. Chair, we have to do something. We are obligated as leaders to do something, but we're also obligated as human beings to do something. And so what I would say to people is when you get pushback in your community, and you're not going to get, not everyone, there's a lot of people that are very supportive of this. I believe that the Majority of people are supportive. I do believe there are questions. I do believe that people have some worries, you know, and that's what where the consultation comes in. You know, Kentville last night and other areas, we've had some great consultation. And the questions that are asked are reasonable questions. And what we want to say to people, what I will say to Nova Scotians is that we are here to provide these options along with the services. And that's what's important. It's important that we provide wraparound services for individuals so that they can decide what the next step in their life and where they go next is. And one of the questions I got, not from the oppositions, but one of the questions we got was around potential alcohol and drug use. And what I can tell you is the site that we have up now in Sackville, there is no drug and alcohol use allowed on site. We have a no harassment or abuse policy on site. Very strict on these things. And so people will, one of the things that someone said to me was, well, when they leave the site, we cannot control the actions of people. We're not going to follow people around to make sure when they're off site, what are they doing? But what I will say is that we are there to provide them the services. We are there to give them the help they need to help them on the next stage of their journey. And that's what's important here. And I think, you know, I got a little fired up during question period, and I get a little fired up sometimes in the media about this stuff because I think sometimes we lose the human element of this. And that's what kind of gets to me. Because I've said it before and I'll say it again, that these are people. These are somebody's loved one. These are someone's son or daughter or sibling, or child. And somewhere along the way, when some people forget that. And I'm here to remind them of that. So yes, I get worked up, and yes, I get fired up about these things. And I think everybody does. I will tell you this, that the member stood up on his feet and asked me this question. We've had, if you're okay, we've had conversations on the outside where we've talked about this, fully supportive, right? He's looking for solutions for the people of his community. He's fighting for the people of his community. And he realizes that the people of his community also include those that are living rough and that are homeless. And that's the other thing, is that we talk about consultation. Part of the consultation is talking to those individuals. And to say that we're not doing consultation on these things is, I mean, it's just simply not true. It's really not true. I've spent more time talking to CBRM in the last week than I have calling my partner in the last month. If you look at the minutes, we are constantly, not just myself, but this department and the staff, we are, these, it's not just the pallet homes, Mr. Chair. It's all of it. Whether it's in housing or DCS, none of this is going to work if we don't work together. And if we aren't working with our municipalities, if we aren't working with our stakeholders, if we aren't working with the individuals on the ground. So this is very important to me, that we are working together to get these things done. And so, yes, there will be some pushback, and yes, there will be some confusion, and maybe there'll be people that just flat out won't want these things to happen. But I believe, in the bottom of my heart, that more people want something to happen than don't. I believe that Nova Scotians want a safe, dignified place for everybody. And that's what drives me. I believe we are in the right here, and I believe that we will continue to be in the right as long as we fight and work for our most vulnerable Nova Scotians. And I'll remind everybody in this room that most people are one paycheck away from being in that position. And so when we talk about consultation and we talk about moving forward and moving slow. Maybe it was just me that was confused. Because I do get confused, because like if we stop and we read the answer, there has been, and I'm not saying it's one specific member or one specific party, there has been some mixed messaging. There really has. It wasn't the other day where I heard a member stand up and said, build this now. Why isn't it done now? Get it done now. And then a member of their same party stood up and said, we need to consult. We need to talk to the community. And we are doing both. Just because members are not seeing the consultation doesn't mean it's not happening. Just because we're prepping sites for shelters and for housing options doesn't mean that we're not continuing consultation. Just because the minister is not standing in a room or the premier is not standing in a room doesn't mean the staff, the hardworking staff, are not in those rooms. Doesn't mean the stakeholders are not in that room. And I mean, last night in Kentville, one of the deputy ministers went down, along with staff. They were there. And we heard in this legislature today about the lack of consultation from the government. What I would argue, the deputy minister and executive directors are just as important as a minister. And they were in that consultation. They addressed the issues there. They spoke to the people. That's pretty darn good consultation, to have a deputy minister and executive director down there, you know, in the evening when they could be home with their family and their loved ones. And they're so dedicated to the cause, and the staff is so dedicated to the cause, that they're not home with their loved ones. That should be, you know, let's be honest, we signed up for this, right? So I hope we get another 15 questions tomorrow. I hope I get another 15 questions tomorrow in question period. Because I'm gonna tell you, and I'm gonna repeat it over and over and over. Here's the answer. We are consulting. We are moving forward. We are working through these issues. We are working with people you speak to every day. Every day. And I bet you, I'm sure they've told you. But some of these things will take purchasing or leasing of property. And I don't think it's fair to the taxpayers in Nova Scotia for me to stand in this house and say, we're looking at 123 Ketch Harbor Road, and then the individual find out and potentially increase the price. Not to say that would happen, but you don't know. I want to make sure that when we're spending the money and the resources of taxpayers, that we're doing it in the correct way. Because every dollar that we have to overspend or extra spend on these things, Mr. Chair, is, I feel, money that could be going in the hands of the people we're here to support, the most vulnerable, resources. So what I will say to the member, I gotta be honest with you, I don't remember your question, but I just want you to know, I just want you to know that I will say that you know, maybe you feel that I didn't come across as respectful, or I don't respect the opposition. I absolutely respect the opposition. I absolutely respect the members across the way, and I understand that this is all what it is. But the truth is that I said it last night, and I've said it for umpteen years. Like, this isn't about me, and I'm here to do everything I can for those individuals and those people. And there is consultation happening. And to the member for Annapolis, I will come down to his community. And I've made that promise. I will stand there in his community. We can go down there and we can look at options. Because homelessness and living rough isn't just an HRM issue. It's a CBRM issue too. It's a valley issue. It's right across this province. So I know that my experience, my lived experience, I would say, is mostly in HRM, but I know that that member has pressure. And I don't care if he's Liberal, Conservative, Green, whatever party there is out there. I will go down, I will stand with you, we'll work through solutions, and we'll help. And it's no different than CBRM. It's no different than Yarmouth or Digby or Truro or anywhere. Because homelessness and poverty has no boundaries. It doesn't see jurisdictions and it doesn't see political affiliation. So are we consulting? I can tell you, consulting a lot, consulting a ton. Am I confident that we're going to have these pallets out? Absolutely confident. Working every day on these things. Am I confident that these are safe, dignified areas? Absolutely. Am I confident that we're going to put them in a perfect spot? There's no such thing as perfection. And if we're chasing perfection, we're never going to get these things in the ground. If we're chasing perfection, then I would argue a lot of things that have already been built would not be there. Not just from DCS, but governments before and governments going forward. Are there going to be people that are not completely 100% happy? Absolutely. But I will tell that member, like I've told every member of this House, that I will talk to him, I will consult with him. I am not the type of person that is just going to drop it on him. He's a leader in his community, just like the mayor is and the councillors are, and New Dawn and all these other, Erica Shea. They're all leaders in the community. And I want to make sure that all your voices are heard so that we may not make the decision that you agree with, but at least you feel like you've been part of it.
I recognize the honourable member, City Member 2.
I wasn't sure if I would get another question. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to say a few words. I'm actually going to pivot off this because there's some stuff that's important to me in conversations I've had with families around disability. And I do want to say this, is that a commitment was made today for 100 more shelters, which is about $4+ million. So, you know, I'll continue to ask where they're going and what communities they'll go to. The minister's not wrong. Like, this is an important conversation. I think one of the challenges that we have, you know, pallet shelters seems to be the one topic that most people have been talking about, but it's actually a really collective community conversation around all the supports that we provide to people. And, you know, we've always had situations where every community has folks that in some way, shape, or form are struggling. And in my experience as an MLA, really seen it once COVID, through the COVID journey, and now we're into now. And every MLA would say the same thing, that we've seen a big uptick in it. And communities and municipalities are now into jurisdictions that traditionally they weren't involved in. So municipalities never, for a long time, weren't really ever into the housing game, and now they are. So now they're trying to navigate that. You have other organizations stepping forward that are incredible volunteers, or they're organizations that are trying to, you know, look at ways that they can support housing and support people who are living rough in communities. So when the minister says that, you know, we're saying go fast, and then consult, and he wasn't there when the decision was made in the pier, but the decision was made, and nobody knew that the decision was coming. And that's ultimately what happened, and that's the argument around consulting. So there was no consulting. The minister of the day and the premier came down, they heard from the community, and now the decision apparently was made that it's not going there. I do want to say this about the community of Whitney Pier. I had the privilege of representing Whitney Pier for 7 years. And I can tell you that they were amazing to me. They were, everybody in the community, they were amazing to my family. They were amazing to anyone who needed help. Families were very connected. The community was very connected. It's a melting pot. People came from all over the world to settle in the pier. And I saw firsthand for 7 years, having my office really right on Victoria Road, how supportive the community and how proud the community is of where they live the multiculturalism of the community and the support that they provide to each other. You can go anywhere in the world, you meet somebody from the peer. And I do want to say that on the record, because it was a very difficult conversation for the community, because people never had enough information. And now some decisions are being made. The minister and I'm not going to ask that question to the minister, because him and I are actually having that conversation. And it's an important one. But again, I'll say this, is that it's not just about pallet shelters. It's really a new environment that every level of government is trying to address, and it's a fight because people are hurting. And we're all trying to find ways that we can support. And as I said, municipalities particularly are now into a jurisdiction that they haven't been in. The capacity in many cases is not there. So the minister, that's what I'll be advocating for as we go forward with the minister. But a commitment was made for those shelters. And it'll be interesting to see if they land in the budget. I know that the member that asked the questions from Annapolis, but I would suspect he was probably referencing Digby, Windsor, all that area, right? That's a pretty big corridor. I'm sure the minister's probably looking at that too as well. I'm sure the MLAs on the government side who represent those areas are probably looking at, you know, how they can support folks, and pallet shelters may be part of that conversation for them. So you know, I do. The minister says that he's nonpartisan, that he's here to work for everyone, and we'll see what comes of those comments. But what I do want to talk about, and we got some time today, but what's important to everyone, but it's important to me, is around the supports for the disability community. And I've had conversations with a lot of families before I took this role as critic, but continue to have those conversations. And I'm fortunate too, because my wife is a learning center teacher within the schools, so she brings a lot of perspective when I watch her work every day. And one of the things that is a big conversation, and some people would reference it as there's the cliff. So a student goes through the school system, is receiving supports. The family is receiving supports. And what happens is they graduate, and what's the next step for those kids? Well, at that point, they're not actually kids, they're adults. And there's great organizations around. Communities I use at home. I use Horizon Achievement Center, Haley Street, Breton Ability, you know, and we're moving away from that, as the minister mentioned last night. You know, there's going to be a push, the remedy, how that's going to look, you know, inclusion within the communities, but there's a journey to get there. So for me, what I'm looking for from the department, I'm looking for what steps they're going to take to support those families that when that cliff comes, that when the school system's done, we have wait lists for a lot of programs. Nobody should have to wait. Nobody should have to wait. What's the next step for these adults to participate in employment, to find a place to stay where they can live independently? What programs are available for them to seek new job opportunities and training? That, to me, is something that really is, you know, I've heard a lot about this, and I heard about this in the last couple of days from a parent who is going to leave work, has to leave work to support their child because that cliff has come, school will end. And very passionate about what we all can be doing, regardless of what side of the floor we're on, to support those families. So it's a pretty broad question because the minister is giving pretty broad answers. So it's funny because he had a 62-page speech last night and I got a binder and I'm putting mine away too, I guess. But because we'll have lots of time in QP and everything else. And QP kind of gave me a sense today of what I should say and estimates. So well, I think it's important. It's about asking questions. It's about having a conversation, right? You know what I mean? Like, I've been on that side. You know what I mean? I'm on this side now. It doesn't change the way you advocate for your community. So for me, there is a huge gap. And it is, as I said, it is a journey to fill that gap. And it's a hard one. Like, when I talk to my wife, and kids will leave her programs. She teaches in the elementary system now, but she was in high school 4 years. And it was always hard because it was like the kids would graduate and then what was next? And there was wait lists for these wonderful programs, which is, I hope the minister can answer. And part of the question I'm going to ask him is about what's the plan to increase the seats in those programs? Is that in the budget? That's step one. And I really kind of want to get a sense of what other supports are there for families when that time comes. And what supports are there for a family that may have to leave the workforce to support their child. And again, this is about asking questions and about having a conversation. And the minister, I know he's averaging about 20 minutes a response, so I wanted to take a few minutes and talk about this because you know, we've had a lot of conversation about cost of living, and we'll get into that at some point. Yeah, and we can do some short snappers on that stuff. But this is important to me. This is important to a lot of families, and the minister and I, over the years, have talked about this a lot. He's been involved with as many projects that we got off the ground in Sydney as I have been in Halifax, right? And we've talked a lot about this stuff. And if he's nonpartisan and he says what he says, this is something big. This is something big for these kids that are graduating, to get them better opportunities beyond that age when they graduate. Hardest part of my wife's job was not knowing where those kids were going to land after they graduated. We did our best to support them. There's great organizations within communities. So I'm going to leave it there. My question is this: broad, what are the supports for these kids? What are the supports for their families? The seats, these wait lists, is there anything in the budget to help increase the opportunities for these young adults that are coming through? And do you have any other, what are the plans and what's in the budget to expand these opportunities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Community Services.
So before I give the answer, I do want to say that the member from Annapolis actually let me off the hook. Obviously, when I said I was going to give him 100 pallets, but he did come up to me outside the House and said, I don't need 100. So tomorrow when you ask me that in question period, the response will be, what we're going to do is I will be in, and if you want me to come to Sydney, I will come to Sydney. We will work and try to create individualized plans and help for your communities. I could tell you that, we do have 20 going into the Valley right now. And like I said to the member from Annapolis, and I extend this to any member in this House on any side, we'll come in with staff, we'll sit down, we'll have the conversations, and we'll work through some of these issues with you. So obviously, of the 200, 100 is not going into the Valley. They are going to be spread out from one end of the province to the other. We are working with municipalities. If people want to take that literal, they can take it literal. They can ask that in question period. They're going to get that response. So I do want to say, obviously, we realize that there are issues in everyone's community. More than willing to go to whether it's Whitney Pier or it's Sydney or Bedford or Halifax, Armdale, Cowie Hill area. In fact, we are looking for areas in HRM, so we can have these conversations with the HRM members too. I want to thank you for the question. I'm going to be quick because I know, but there is something in the remedy which is called the School Leavers Program. It will be rolled out. It will be implemented in 25-26. Over the next couple of months, we are going to go out into the community and work with our stakeholders and the experts on what is needed, how to implement it, and the process. So I'm glad that you brought it up. It is a huge need for individuals leaving school and getting on to the next stage in their life. It's also similar to what we're doing with the PATH program, which are for kids in foster care that are aging out of the system. There will be some, I don't want to call it basic income, but there'll be some income there for them for the 5 years, 6 years, sorry, leading out of it, just to give them that support and that base. But yes, in fact, we are working on the school leavers program, and it's going to be important. It's going to be important, and I'm glad that you brought it up because we do know that the member was right, that in the past, it has been a cliff. So what we're looking at now, and what we heard loud and clear, is that this needs to be a gradual, to transition to the point where they are on their own, and the resources around them and the housings around individuals that they need. So the cliff will be gone, and it'll be a gradual transition. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member, City Member 2.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a journey that has been and continues to be what parents talk about. Is that those opportunities that need to be there? Like I said earlier, you don't plan your life to get on a wait list, right? Like parents aren't. They're trying to provide every support they can to their child, and it's pretty emotional stuff to listen to when you have parents that are saying, I didn't raise my child to be on a wait list when they become an adult, and again, I heard this in the last couple of days, and it's pretty moving to hear that. And one thing that I'm also looking for in the budget is we talk about the support for the young adult or the child going through this, but it's also the supports for the family. And in cases you have folks that can't work or have to leave work to support their child. And I'm sure that we all know families in that circumstance, depending on what they need to do to support their kids. So my question to the minister, is there anything in the budget to support families that have to make that transition to provide better support for their child?
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Community Services.
I want to thank the member for the question, and that is all part of the $100 million investment that we saw in this budget. And one of the things that we are doing is we are going to be hiring over 100 staff. There's going to be broad consultation with this stuff, and what we're looking to do and what we will do is bring the supports to the individuals. And so we realize that there's a lot to do, and this is a historic investment with people with disabilities, living with disabilities, and we are getting away from the institutionalization and giving people choice. And that is what is most important about this, is giving people choice. And when I say giving people choice, it's not just the individual, but it's the families. We're going to help the families. We realize that there's pressure on the families. But again, part of this is the money is there, and now we need to do the consultation and really talk to the experts, not just the experts, but the individuals who are dealing with this on a daily basis, the parents, the family members. And I'm actually really glad that the member brought up the family, because sometimes the parents and the family can be left out of these conversations. Sometimes we tend to forget about them, and we've all been MLAs for some of us for longer than others, but we've all dealt with issues similar to what the member was talking about. And you see the strain, you see the love on the family member's face, but you also see the strain. And whether it's some respite, whether it's help at home, whether it's finding the resources within the community, and that's the big thing here. We all know of people who had to drive for hours to potentially see their loved ones that have been in homes that are outside of the community. And we want to bring them back into the community, and we want to give them a sense of community and choice. And I would say, in some cases, for some individuals, having that control over their life for maybe the first time ever. And that's important. That's really important. And that's no reflection on previous governments. That's no reflection on previous leaders. But this is where we're at in this moment in time. And where we are at is putting the person before the system. And that's something that should have happened a long time ago. And again, I'm not pointing fingers, but what I'm saying is it can't be about the system. It's got to be about the person. We heard that loud and clear. And this is, I will say again, a historic investment from this government. And I heard a comment before that someone said, well, you were forced to make it. The court said you had to do it. Not from that member, not from that member. But what I will say is, yeah, there were some court-ordered stuff, absolutely. But you know what wasn't court-ordered? The extra $300 a month for disability payments. That was not court-ordered. We realized that we have to put more money into the hands of the people that need it the most vulnerable Nova Scotians. And that was the department recognizing and realizing that these things needed to be done. And so what I would say to the member is there's going to be intensive planning support coordinators who are going to help support families. This is one of the largest hirings in this department's history. The budget for DCS is increasing 20%. It's a massive increase. And that's to help implement the remedy, but to listen. And consultation seems to be the theme of the day. But that's what this is going to take. It's going to take a lot of consultation, a lot of help. And again, I do want to say that we are going to speak to the experts. And I would dare say that having a PhD and a master's is great, and it makes you an expert. But what also makes you an expert is being a parent. And so these are the people we're going to listen to, the whole spectrum of individuals we're going to listen to. We need to get this right, not just for the now, but for the future.
I recognize the honourable member, City Member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the conversation. And it's important too because we are making a transition. We are making a transition into more inclusivity within communities, and you're making that transition at a time when housing is very hard to find, as we all know, in communities across the province. So as we make that transition, which is a decision that was made. It's a decision that everybody's working towards. We want everyone to have the same opportunities, to feel as part of the community, and as that transition happens, that transition is happening at a time when housing can be very difficult to find. There's going to have to be some decisions made around around this stuff. It's not going to be easy, and a lot of staff are being hired, which as opposition and others will be watching very closely as that rollout happens. It's a large component of staff, as the minister has indicated, $100 million budget, and there's going to be broad consultation. I would argue too that as there's a lot of great experts out there that have consulted a lot on this, and I'm out on the road now, and I'm out talking to these stakeholders, and the point I'm making is that as we transition, housing is going to become an option, going to be a problem. So many of these residents are going to move home with their families. And the $300 disability credit, which I'd like some clarification, actually, who can qualify for that. So it goes directly to the individual, but I think there needs to be more support for the family. How are we going to support the family when the transition happens and housing is an issue, and a lot of individuals, there's going to be more supports are going to be needed for the family. So my question to the department is, you talk about the $300 disability tax, or the $300 disability money, but what about the family? What supports are there? What is the department looking at? How are they going to build that up in an environment when you're trying to transition when there's no housing?
Recognize the Honourable Community Services Minister.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition, and thank the member for the question. Yeah, so we have an eye on housing. Obviously, we have an eye on resources. What I will say to the member is that Remedy isn't just about community services. It's about working within all departments. So we are working with all departments, and there is a roundtable that includes health, it includes housing, it includes mental health and addictions, and many others. And so we do know that there are some programs out there, and we're going to be working within the confines of those programs, which is home share independent living and the flex independent places. But also, I will tell you that the facilities and the organizations are now starting to look within and figure out what the future looks like. This is a future of possibilities, right? And what that means to me is that there's a huge investment. There is multiple departments and resources. We are going to have an increased influx of staff working on the ground in these programs. And so it gives them the ability to look at their own facilities and see what we can do. And we'll be there to help them every step of the way. If we need to expand programs, that's, you know, these are things that we will be looking at. If we need to expand programs that deal with housing and beds, we'll be doing that. But again, this is a transition away from institutionalized, the old ways, to more choice, and having those families have a voice and allowing individuals to take control of their future. And so we know that housing is a big part of this. Again, this is one of the largest investments, I think actually the largest investment we've ever seen. And we're going to continue to make sure that that investment is spent wisely, and that'll include the services, it'll include the housing, it'll include the voice of the individuals who I feel at points in their life have not had a voice. And we are here to say that we are going to give you control, and at the same time, we realize the pressures that are on your loved ones, and we need to make sure that we help them. We help all of them. And so housing's a big part of this, no doubt. And there are going to be, I mean, we are looking at different timelines, but part of those timelines, what's really going to be attached to those timelines is the consultation, talking to individuals, dealing with the issues at hand, and making sure that these individuals live with dignity in a safe environment and have a roof over their head.
I recognize the honourable member, City Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We got about 9 minutes left, and what I would ask, and he doesn't have to list it today, but he talks about the $100 million budget. It'd be nice to have a breakdown of that at some point for us to look at, and then maybe ask some more questions in the future. And it is, and I'll take this last 9 minutes, and I'll take a few minutes, and I'll give the minister a few. The transition, right? Like, and that's really, it's a big one. You know, talking to families about kind of how their journey is going to look as that transition comes. And as that transition happens, some will, as I said, some will have independent living, but others will go home and they'll be with their families. And I think a big part of that conversation, which, you know, I hope that I get a chance to be part of as they have those conversations, is not to lose sight of the fact that we're doing everything to support an inclusive community. We're doing everything to support these adults as they transition. But there, again, like I can see this happening. I'm starting to see it a little bit on the housing side. Like, many folks are going to go home. People are going to leave work. People are going to transition. That's going to be very difficult. Incomes are going to diminish. Supports are going to be needed. And that has to be part of the conversation for those families. There are supports out there that people can access, but this is going to, this is a big shift. And this is a big shift, and families are going to need help. they're also going to need a voice. They're like I think as the department consults, as the minister said, there's experts in the field and there's people who've been involved with this, and the department will be involved with it. But ultimately, you want to be talking to parents, lived experience, right? And I've had that lived experience where I've had mothers who said, I'm leaving work in a year because my child is finished school and is on a wait list, and now I have to quit my job. And just don't lose that as part of the conversation. That is bigger than we may realize, especially in a housing crunch. It's going to be bigger than we may realize. So, again, and I'm glad that the staff is hearing this, because this is the stuff that I'll be advocating for moving forward. But I do want to, so I got about 6.5 minutes left. So as part of that transition, as I said, there are some great organizations and communities, and we can list them all. Every MLA here, I've seen them in communities across the province. I always use the examples of home. Horizon Achievement Center, wonderful organization. You know, I was so happy to see them have a new facility. Haley Street, give Stephen McNeil a ton of credit. They had a fire, the place was destroyed. Steve McNeil went in and he did the right thing for that organization. Brett and Ability had some independent living on site, so they had some renovations we funded when we were in government. We did a number of great organizations across the province over those years, and also did a lot around accessible facilities. You know, you look at the Dominion baseball field, and the member from Glace Bay, I don't know if he's in here or not. I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to do that. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I was going to just say it's important for...
Order. Just generally, all the honourable members are busy, you know, with meetings and stuff, and you can't refer people here or not. I recognize the honourable member, city member too.
Yeah, thanks. It was meant for a compliment because he was involved with the project too as well. And you look at the north side, you know, and the department's been great in all of this. Like, hey, I asked for lots of money from the Department of Community Services over the years. They know it, right? And they've been great, and they've supported a lot of this stuff because I think everybody wants as many opportunities for everyone to feel as part of a community. Stephen McNeil used to say that all the time. Everyone should see themselves in the community and where they live. And our government made policies to try to move in that direction. This government will make policies to try to move in this direction. And, you know, I talked about it earlier. You know, living your life to be on a list. And that's tough. Right? It's tough for a parent. And so my question, I'll give the minister the last 4 minutes in this round, and I mentioned this earlier. So all of the organizations that I mentioned and the other wonderful organizations that are around the province, is there a plan to increase funding for more spaces, for more people to access these wonderful programs across the province?
I recognize the honourable minister.
I want to thank, probably going to take me 3 minutes to answer. So I want to thank the member for his passion on this and his and really asking the questions on it. The truth is that this is all going to be in the spirit of remedy, and what that means is that the funding is going to be individualized and to the families. So they're going to have the choice to where to spend that money. We're getting away from institutions. We're making sure that the resources are directly going to the family, and I can assure you that the families, there is going to be consultation. There's already been, so twice a year we'll be doing the Remedy Conference. It's already happened this year, where hundreds and hundreds of family members attended, individuals and First Voices attended. It's one where the Premier apologized. So we know that their voices need to be heard. And that is all part of this. It's about giving the individuals the freedom to make the choices. And so the member has talked about the voices and how we're moving forward on these things. We are going to be held to account by a panel of experts who are going to be watching us and making sure that we follow the remedy. That's big. We need to have this is a lot of money, it's a lot of resources, and obviously it's something that needs to happen. And so there's going to be a close eye on this every step of the way. And in fact, at 27-28, there'll be a 5-year review which will be completed. But in between that time, there is going to be the consultations at the conference and also the expert panel that are going to be watching us on this. We need to get this right. We do. We need to get this right. Not only do we have to, but we legally have to get this right. Let's be honest. We have to get this right. And so the department is working, not just this department, but all departments are working together to make sure that this is done correctly. And again, I think I might have 1 year more than the member. It's not very often that you see a massive program start up like this where there's so much oversight. And not just oversight, but outside oversight. We're going to have the expert panel watching our every move. At the same time, we're going to do what we feel is extremely important, which is constant communication, the conference. You know, it was attended, widely attended. Because I think it's one thing to say that we're going to invest money, and it's another thing to say that we're going to hire all these individuals. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think what the member is trying to say is if the families' voices aren't heard, it's almost, you know, they're not going to buy in. They're not going to buy it. So we need to make sure that the families, the First Voices and the families are heard so that they believe in the system and they help create the system and that the individualization of the system happens.
Order.
So,
that concludes the amount of time allotted for this round for the Liberal Party. We'll move on to their NDP colleagues for the next round. And I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm going to stay on this topic. So on my end, I've been in this critic role for a while now in DCS. It's a topic I feel very passionately about. And so we are hearing from this department, we know that it has to be done. We are moving finally people out of institutionalization and into more community-based housing. However, I do want to make clear to the minister that if we don't have the qualified residential care workers, enough of them in place in these settings, and people are not, those people that are living in those community homes are still going to be in institutions, just smaller institutions, if they cannot be a part of the community because they don't have the residential care workers needed. And so my question is, how are we going to ensure that we have enough staff, qualified staff, to provide the care, as well as to ensure that the people that are living in these community homes are able to be fully involved in community?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank the member for the question. You are correct. We will need to recruit, and we will need to find the dedicated staff. We do have some amazing staff right now, Mr. Chair, in our institutions now, and when those institutions start to close, obviously we're going to give them an opportunity to apply for jobs. But also part of what Remedy actually talked about was having a workforce strategy that has to be done this year. So it will be done this summer. And we'll be looking for, one of the things we'll be emphasizing and looking for is people that understand individual choice. So we want our staff to, the current staff that we have and staff that we're going to be bringing in and staff we're going to be hiring and staff we're going to be recruiting to fully understand what Remedy means and how transformational it is. And that this isn't about institutionalizing individuals. It's about giving them the freedom and the choice and the ability to just embrace community and embrace choice. And so we do have recruiters out right now. We do have, you may know some people in your community, and that's what I would say to the member, any member here, who you feel would be good for these roles. And so I would say that you definitely know people that are going to be great for these roles. So this is going to be, it is mandated, so we are going to be looking for, the strategy will be out by sometime this summer, and then we'll know. We'll have a clear idea on where we need to go and what we need to do. And yeah, we are going to, as I said to the member previously, the member from Sydney, this is about emphasizing the individual and not the system. And that's, if you know somebody who is going to be interested in being part of the Remedy and being part of this transformational process, that's what we're looking for.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
This can be a simple yes or no if the minister wants. Would, in that recruitment and the retention of workers, be looking at increasing their pay scales? Because as of right now, they are paid, I believe, less than a CCA. And I think they're trying to look at getting their pay scales increased further. So I'm just wondering if that's going to be part of the retention and recruitment.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
I want to thank the member for the question. We obviously have a big, this is massive, and we have a big workplace. We're increasing staff by the hundreds. So this recruitment will be one of, if not the largest, the department's ever done. And part of the strategy, again, we are mandated to have a workforce strategy. And I would actually say, Mr. Speaker, that yes, it was part of the Remedy, but there's some really, really smart people within this department, and there's some really smart people within all the departments and government. If we were going to, even if we weren't mandated to increase staff to the level that we need to increase, we would always look at things like referral, pay and retention, and that is part of what we are going to do with this workplace strategy. We know that we need, it's not just about finding the people to take these positions. It's also about finding the right people, I should say, for these positions, Mr. Chair, but it's also about retaining them and making sure that things like workplace balance and obviously pay, as the member said, is extremely important. Anyone that says that pay is not important is, it's certainly not true. So we need to make sure that pay and benefits and the working environment and time off, all these things we will be looking at when it comes to the workforce strategy. We want people to feel that this is where they belong. This is the job they want to be in, and to get there and to actually fulfill what they need to fulfill. It will include all those things. So I'm looking forward to the workforce strategy, and I think the staff are definitely looking forward to it, and the individuals and the member will have a clear look and a clear vision of what it's going to take to recruit, retain, and keep our workforce happy, motivated, and inspired.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
I want to thank the member for that answer. That's very helpful. Keeping on this track for a few more minutes, the Human Rights Review and Remedy for the findings of systemic discrimination against Nova Scotians with disabilities technical report released in February 2023 suggested that by June of 2024, there should be a total 190 home share spaces established. I'm just wondering if the minister can comment on whether the government is on track to meet this amount.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
I want to thank the member for the question, and what I will say is that we have the expert panel that we have to report to. The department is making progress on not just this, but the entire remedy, and May is a big month for the department and for remedy, because it'll be a major update to the expert panel, and it will be on the human rights website, and it'll be made available for all. We are moving forward. Great things are happening. But again, there is accountability built into the remedy. And that accountability is outside the department. We are obligated, and we are more than willing and happy to provide the updates and the progress to the panel of experts. And that will be made available publicly. And what I would say to the member is the department's working extremely hard on this. We have teams that are working extremely hard on this. And come May, that information will be made public, and not just the member, but all Nova Scotians will be able to see the progress that's been made on this file. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to move to some income assistance questions. Just to give you an idea of where we're going. This budget announces some increases to income assistance, and all individuals receiving income assistance, regardless of category, are still living below the official poverty lines. Does the minister believe that individuals receiving income assistance have enough to live on?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
I want to thank the member for the question. So I guess the question is, to me, and maybe I didn't hear it correctly, and I apologize if I didn't, but what I'm hearing is, are we doing enough for poverty, right? So there are a number of things in the budget that we are doing, and I say we collectively as a government are doing to help reduce the strains on not just people who are living at the lowest end of the income, but also the working class and the middle class folks right across Nova Scotia who sometimes get left out of this conversation. And you know, I understand, like, there are pressing needs, but what I will say is my job as the Minister of Community Services is to continue to advocate and work hard and find ways to put money in the hands of people on income assistance. I will say that you know, I know that the $300 a month, we've referenced that numerous times. The $300 a month for people on the disability supplement is huge. It's $3,600 a year. That's going to go directly into their pocket, and I believe that's what we need to do. We need to start putting resources into the hands of individuals, and so. I am proud to see the massive investment in the lunch program. I think that, especially when it comes to children, we need to do as much as we possibly can. And I think the lunch program is going to be, it's going to make a heck of a difference in a lot of people's lives, as we saw with the breakfast program. So now kids can go to school and they can have breakfast and lunch. Breakfast and lunch. It takes a lot of weight off of parents. It takes a lot of weight off those children. It's hard to learn on an empty stomach. So I'm proud of that investment. And you know, I do think we would have all-party support on a lunch program. I would hope so, anyways. I think we should have all-party support on the disability supplement increase. You know, we do realize that there is lots to do. And I joke around, and I heard people say, you know, when I say buckle up and things like that, I'm not stopping. I'm not stopping. I know there's more to do. I know there's lots more to do. One of the things that I've taken upon myself and to work with staff to do is we're going to strike up a ministerial roundtable. And we're going to hear from people. We're going to hear from our stakeholders right across this province. And it isn't just going to be one-off. We're going to continue to listen to them and work with them to figure out what we can do, where we can do it, and how we can do it to have the greatest positive impact on people's lives. And that's one of the things that, Mr. Speaker, I'm hell-bent on doing, right? You know, and so we are working with other departments like the Department of Labor. We realize that we need to work with the Department of Education on poverty reduction strategies and things like that, and I will, and I am working with them. We need to work with the Department of Housing and Municipal Affairs, and we need to work with all these departments to work together to create the resources that are needed and create the programs that are needed. You know, we do have in this budget, 500 new rent subs, which are going to have a huge impact on people's lives. And something else that I'm really proud of, even though it's not coming out of community services, is new public housing, building new public housing. And I've heard people in this House say, well, it's only X amount of units. Well, you know what? Forgive me for not knowing I'll ask off the top of my head, I got a lot of information rattling around in this big head of mine, but I'll get the exact number from the Minister of Housing on the amount of public housing units he's creating. And you know what? For every one public housing unit we are creating is one public housing unit that wasn't there. And that's big. So do I think that we are doing enough? What I will say to the member is, what I think is that I'm not going to stop, and I'm going to continue to support any idea, no matter who it comes from and where it comes from, if it helps people who need it the most. if it helps Nova Scotians, if it helps working class Nova Scotians, it helps middle class and those Nova Scotians that need it. You know, we've heard some negativity around indexing of tax brackets. And I just don't get it. I don't get the negativity, because I know that at one point, every party in this House was advocating for it. Every party in this House was advocating for the indexing of tax brackets. And yet when it gets done, it's almost like it's diminished. Like it's like individuals act like it's not a big deal for people. Well, if it wasn't a big deal, if it isn't a big deal in other people's opinion, and it's not going to do much for Nova Scotians, then why didn't they do it? Why wasn't it done 10 years ago? Why wasn't it done 15 years ago? And one of the things I say, I hear some members talk about the GST. The GST is a progressive tax. I don't know much about taxes, but I do know it's a progressive tax. I had many people call me on that, and they said, do you know, with the GST and the reduction of the GST, you know who's going to save a lot of money? The person that runs out and spends $100,000. The person that runs out and spends $50,000 is going to spend more, or is going to save more than those working class and vulnerable Nova Scotians. And what I would say when it comes to poverty reduction, and I'm not trying to, is one of the ways is to not increase taxes. And I have not heard a member of that party talk against their own party increasing taxes when they were in power. And that had a big impact on Nova Scotians. And one of the things we've heard is potentially a creation of a new tax on people who own land that don't develop it. And I'm a little confused about it. And what I'm confused about is, if you're somebody who owns a piece of land, who has had that land their whole life, and maybe you want to pass that piece of land down to your children or somebody in a will, is the government going to step in and say to them, develop that land now or we're going to tax you? And what I would also say on that is, if you're adding an extra tax onto that land, do you know who's going to pay for it? I would be willing to bet just about anything that that tax is going to be passed down to the people who either buy the homes or rent the places. You know, we talk a lot about other things like power rates. Power rates are huge. The largest power increases in this province's history happened over a 5-year period. And it happened under an NDP government. And that's facts. That's the truth. And one of the things I heard was to create a power rate for low-income Nova Scotians. We've heard that from that party. So I started doing a little bit of research and asking and finding out. And one of the comments that was made was, it's just for every other Nova Scotian that wouldn't be eligible for it, it would just be a rounding up error on their bill. But when I started talking to the experts, when I started talking to individuals who knew about these power rates, they're like, no. This isn't going to be a rounding up error. This is going to be a huge increase in power rates for Nova Scotians. People who know about power rates, people who work for Nova Scotia Power, I wonder, when we throw these policies out there, if there's research and actual communications done, and if there is, please table it. Please table what a rounding up error looks like. So, poverty, there's a whole host of things that lead to how much money people have and their ability. And I do think that you know, we've heard individuals in this House downplay the $150, right? So that would be 5 months of inflation, or excuse me, indexing. At the current indexing rate, that'd be 5 months in their pocket right now. $150. So is there more to do? Absolutely. Am I determined to do more? Absolutely. But when we put solutions forward and we help people, our most vulnerable, I wonder, Mr. Chair, if it wasn't a government of a different stripe that was doing it. If it was just, let's just say it was an organization that came in and said, everyone on income assistance is getting extra $150, if they would be as negative, if individuals would be as negative. They wouldn't. They would not. But because it's a government and they're trying to position themselves to be in government, they're being oppositional, which is the definition of what the opposition party is. And so I don't take offense to it. I'm just saying, like, can we just, when we're doing things, can we just take a nonpartisan view of it and say, like, okay, that's good. Yes, there's more to do. Yes, there's more to do. Because I've never said, not once have I stood here in my place and said, that's good, we're done. I've never said that. Or, that's good, let's go home. What I've said is, it's good, but let's keep going. It's good, but it's a start. So, we do know that there are things happening. You know, the other one is around diabetes, and people are going to save a lot of money on that. So I'm not trying to, I apologize to the member, I'm not trying to filibuster. I'm maybe getting a little off track on this one, but it's something that I'm passionate about and I care about. And I think every Nova Scotian should care about. Because poverty has an impact not just on a budget line, it has an impact on the healthcare system, it has an impact on all different aspects of government and life. And so again, I will say, we've done some really good things. And it's okay to be on the other side, as the member for Sydney did. I think he said, I don't know if he said he was going to dance or celebrate or do a backflip. I would pay to see him do a backflip. If the government was going to implement a lunch program, I don't know the exact words. And when he heard that the lunch program was coming, he stood there and he said, that's great. And he clapped and he said, this is a good thing. I think he actually said he'd vote for a budget. I don't know if people remember that, but I think he said he'd vote for a budget that had a lunch program in it. So his second round, if he's here, I'm going to ask him that question. One of the members is shaking his head yes, so I think he did say that. I think he did say that. So we'll hold him to his word. We'll hold him to his word. But do I think there's more to do? Absolutely. Absolutely. Do I think people from all corners of this province believe there's more to do? Absolutely. And again, I will say, I'm going to continue to work on the ideas, and we're going to continue to work with our stakeholders, and we're going to continue to work with people to make sure that our most vulnerable, our working class and our middle class Nova Scotians, and all Nova Scotians, are given an opportunity to succeed in life.
I recognize the honourable member, Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I believe that's I think, I don't want to put words in the minister's mouth, but that might means that he might actually agree with me, that individuals receiving income assistance don't have enough to live on. I think we can agree on that, I hope. And so with that potential agreement that I think I heard from the minister, what I would like to know is if it's not enough for individuals living on income assistance to live on, then what was the rationale for keeping the income assistance rates so low?
Recognize the honourable minister.
Before I do jump into this answer, I will say that the member did approach me outside of the House about a misunderstanding that I may have had about an email she sent last night to me. And I do want to say that she felt that I misunderstood her email, and we had a nice long conversation around, especially around the housing, pallet housing. So what I will do is I will stand in my place. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And she felt that I was wrong. She had a convincing argument, and I apologize for if you felt that I misinterpreted you and misrepresented your words. So I do apologize for that. But I think when we talk about do I agree that there's more to do, what I would say to the member is this budget agrees with you. This budget agrees with you that there's more to do. And I would hope that everybody can see that, and that this budget, for the first time in my life, maybe not my life, I'll be honest with you, I wasn't much of a political watcher before I got into politics, and I'm still not a political watcher. I would like to see this budget pass unanimously. I know that no budget is perfect, and guess what? Guess what? When you're in government, there is no budget that's perfect. Even when you're on this side of the House, you know, there's always more that can be done, but we need to work within the confines of what we have and what we can do. And what I would say is this budget is putting people first. It's putting our most vulnerable first. It's putting our working class and middle class and all Nova Scotians first. And so do I agree there's more to do? Like I said, this budget agrees with you. And I hope that, I'll say it again, if we're chasing perfection, you will always vote no. You will always vote no if you're chasing perfection. But what I would say is that there is a lot of good things in this budget that's going to make massive, massive differences in that member's community, in my community, in all our communities. And I think we need to look at that, and we need to see that there are some really good things in this. And I would say that I know it's hard. I know it's hard to sometimes vote yes for something that's not coming from your side. I know that there's pressures. But I will say that, again, if you're chasing perfection, you're never going to get there. But this is a government, and these are MLAs and ministers who are working hard on behalf of all Nova Scotians, and a premier that's willing to invest, massive investments, historical investments, be it in remedy and housing and healthcare. Mr. Speaker, look what's happening. Look at the investments in healthcare. It's incredible. A 20% increase in the budget for community services. I can quite honestly say I don't know if I've ever seen that. And there are ideas constantly coming forward. We have more than one session in a calendar year. We have the ability to work 365 days a year on ideas that come forward, on things that will help Nova Scotians from one end of this province to the other. And I feel like we are evolving, that we are listening, and that I've said this before. I mean, you can go back and answer. A good idea is a good idea no matter who it comes from. And that's what I'm seeing. And so, yeah, I will continue to advocate for the people of my community, for the people of Nova Scotia, for this department, for the people that work in this department, and the people who this department support. And we will do whatever it takes. We will work, I will work 365 days a year. I'm already putting in probably 16 hours a day. And I'm not even the hardest working person on this side. I like to think I am, but I see some of how these other ministers are going. I see how the Premier's going. I don't know if he sleeps, right? I don't know if the Minister of Health sleeps, to be honest with you. I don't think there's a single question you can throw at the Minister of Health that can't be answered in very detailed answers. So these are ministers and these are MLAs who care about their community. We have an outstanding group of people here who are bringing ideas forward all day long. And I would say to the member, and I would say to all members, you know, I've said this in the House and I've said it outside the House. I'm wide open. We are looking for ideas. We're constantly evolving and working with our stakeholders. And I really do think that the ministerial roundtable is going to produce incredible things. I think that we are going to hear from our stakeholders. But the other thing that we want to do, which hasn't been done, I don't know when, is we are going to have information sessions with our frontline workers. And we are going to talk to our childcare workers. We are going to talk to our IA workers. We are going to talk to, I am going to talk to them. And this isn't going to be a one-off. Because as much as we in this House feel like, and I include myself, that we have all the answers, we have this wealth of information and knowledge and experience right there in the department from the ground up. And so we are going to mine that experience. We are going to listen to our clients. We are going to listen to the workers and the people that have spent their days and their sweat and tears into this. And I do think that we are going to do incredible things. So yes, is there more to do? Absolutely. There's always more to do. And I will continue to work on behalf of every single Nova Scotian.
I recognize the honourable member, Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not hearing, I didn't hear rationale for keeping income assistance low. I'm not chasing perfection. I'm chasing getting people above the poverty line. That's what I'm looking for, just to get people above the poverty line, because they're still so below it in income assistance. And the minister talked about the $150 top-up. And is $150 extra good for people on income assistance? Absolutely it is. Nobody's denying that. What we were looking for, what I, as the critic for DCS, was looking for, was to get people above the poverty line. Because when I was home this weekend, you know, we went for groceries. I think we spent $150 just there. I know people who come out of the grocery store with 2 bags and they've spent over $100. And so that $150 is not going a long way. That's why we need to get people above the poverty line. And so I asked the minister, how far does he think that $150 one-time payment was expected to stretch? And also, again, what was the rationale for not significantly increasing income assistance?
I recognize the honourable minister.
I agree. We need to do more. And what I will say is the price of groceries is going up. The price of gas is going up. That $150 after April 1st, because of the Liberal NDP carbon tax, won't go as far. And what I would say to the member is, this is all hands on deck. We need the feds and we need the province to work on this. And will the member, I know she's passionate. I believe when she stands up and talks, she's passionate and she believes in what she says, and a lot of things that she says I agree with. But will the member stand in her place today and say that her party, federally, who is supporting the carbon tax, should we have a carbon tax here in Nova Scotia that's going to go up 17 cents? 17 cents. We've heard from members on one side, I think a letter was just sent out to stop that tax. But I haven't heard anything. The only time we heard anything is when the Minister of Finance had stood in his place and said, put a resolution on the floor. And they didn't vote for it. And the resolution was to stop the carbon tax, and they did not vote for it. And you can check Hansard. So I wonder, like, I understand the passion, but, and listen, I am 100% in favor of doing whatever we can for the environment. And climate change is real, folks. It's real. But I wonder if the member will stand in their place today and say that we should not have that tax, because the price of fuel is going to go up 17 cents. And yes, some people are getting that money back, or some of that money back, but I'll tell you, I have a good friend who runs just a small business, 2 trucks, 2 vehicles. And the amount of money he's going to be spending comes nowhere near. And I would argue that he's not a big polluter. Yes, he has 2 trucks, but you know what else he is? He owns a skilled trade company that we need. We need to build. So I will throw that back on the member. Will she stand in her place today and condemn the carbon tax and ask the federal NDP, who are 100% in favor of it, who they've campaigned with, who they've stood side by side with, who they've gone to Christmas parties with, who they've taken pictures with, will they stand in her place today and say Nova Scotia does not need a 17% carbon tax increase on April 1st?
I recognize the honourable member, Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Mr. Chair, I don't think I really want to get into a debate on a federal issue. I don't really want to get in a debate with the minister on a federal issue. I'm talking about income assistance rates, which is in the province's control. And I'm asking the minister questions on income assistance rates that's on the province's, in the province's control. What the feds do, how our party has spoken about the carbon tax, that's my leader's on record. I don't need to discuss it any further. I'm discussing income assistance rates and the fact that they're very low, and the fact that people on income assistance rates are living below the poverty line. And if the minister wants to go into conversations about carbon taxes and what have you, that's his prerogative. But I want to talk about income assistance, something we're in control of here provincially. And the minister, he spoke of it last night, and he has been an advocate, a strong advocate for the indexing of income assistance rates. And based on last year's inflation, a single adult would have seen over $300 from indexation. And Vince Calderhead, he was here today, he did the math, and it would have been around $382, well over double that $150 top-up. So can the minister explain why the $150 one-time payment was chosen instead of indexing the rates to inflation?
I recognize the honourable minister, Community Services.
So I didn't get into the carbon tax or a quote-unquote federal issue. It was brought up when the member talked about going to the grocery store and the cost of food. And what I will say is that tax has a direct impact on the cost of food. So if you want to have a discussion about food, if you want to have a discussion about the cost of living, if you want to have a discussion about all this, we got to have a holistic discussion on what impacts these things. What impacts these things is transportation to and from the farm. What impacts these things is the cost at the farm. What impacts these things is the cost at the grocery store. All of these things impact it. And I know that the member said her leader's on record, but they're on record supporting it and being against it. And what it feels like to me is once they felt a turn, they were against it. They had an opportunity to stand in their place when it was first brought to Nova Scotia, and the Minister of Finance stood in his place with a resolution. Two parties in this House voted for that resolution asking for the carbon tax to be stopped. One did not. And this has a...
Order. We are on a fine line within departmental, and it's like we're really close. So I just, I'd ask our honourable members, let's rein it back in and let's stay on the good side of the line. So I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
So, Mr. Chair, the reason why I'm talking about that is because we are talking about poverty rates, we're talking about spending, we're talking about things that happen within the department. And the truth is, taxes impact all of this. It impacts people and their ability to purchase food. The other thing that we heard from the party was they wanted to take taxes off of food in the grocery store. And I'm confused. Maybe I do most of the grocery shopping, but I think the only taxes on food in the grocery stores is like chocolate bars and pop. Healthy food and most of the food in the grocery store, and maybe they can give me a list, but most of the food does not have taxes. But guess what? The price is going up because of the cost to deliver that food to the grocery store. So again, I will say to the member, it is fair to put that question back. If we're going to talk about making people's lives better and what we can do, we need to have a holistic discussion. And I was once told that a non-answer is an answer. So if the member doesn't want to answer the question, I think it's clear that they support it. All you have to say is no or yes, whether you support it or not. So I will ask again, I support doing everything I can, and we're going to continue to do everything we can. And that includes $150 in the hand of income assistance recipients now. Not 32 or 38, $150 now. That includes a lunch program. That includes resources for diabetes. That includes $300 extra a month for people with a disability supplement. So I ask the member, does she support a tax that's going to drive up the cost for people on income assistance, for the middle-class Nova Scotians, for working-class Nova Scotians, and all Nova Scotians? Is a yes or no answer?
Recognize the Honourable Member, Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. And in respect to you, I want to keep on going with income assistance. In respect to those who are living on income assistance, I want to keep talking about income assistance rates. And the minister can choose to answer me or not answer me all evening. That's his prerogative. But I'm going to keep on asking. Income assistance rates, by not increasing the income assistance rates in this budget for people without disabilities, the minister is essentially decreasing the overall spending power of this population. The minister said this himself last year when the former minister kept rates frozen. Has the minister changed his mind on this matter?
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair, and I'm not going to use up all the time. I'll make sure to leave the member some time to finish out her line of questioning, but what I will say is that I've been pretty forthright on what I believe and what I think needs to happen, and the member saying to me, well, answer the question, and at the same time saying, I don't think I should answer a question. And she said, in respect to people living on income assistance, people on income assistance are not excluded from the cost of the carbon tax. Let me repeat that. The 17-cent increase that's happening on April 1st does not exclude people on income assistance. So if you were to be respectful, you would answer the question. I just don't, it's an easy question. It's not hard. It's not a difficult question to answer, right? And so I think the question's been answered. I really do think the question's been answered, because if we disagreed with this and the increased cost it's going to have on clients on income assistance, then we would answer the question. So I do want to talk about the investments that are being made. And that includes things that impact individuals right across this province, including people on income assistance, childcare. And we're continuing to roll out the historic investment in childcare. And that's going to put more money in the pocket of Nova Scotians. Started under the previous government, going to continue under this one. And so I'm looking forward, I really am looking forward to hearing from our stakeholders and the not-for-profits and the individuals we deal with on a daily basis. And one of the things we're going to ask them, one of the things I'm going to ask them, and not a politician, I'm going to ask them, what can we do? What needs to be done? What more can we do? We will look at income assistance rates. But we will also look at other resources, whether it's education, it's figure out what we need to do to help people break the poverty cycle. And I hear that more and more from, I hear it all the time from individuals about breaking the secular poverty cycle. And we are going to work with our organizations, and we are going to work with our experts, and we're going to work with individuals to figure out what we need to do to put them in a position where they feel they can, succeed or be to the point where they want to be. And that looks different for everyone. That will look different for everyone. And so my commitment is to review it all and look at it all. Look at all possibilities. And that's what we'll do. And that will take listening to the experts, listening to our not-for-profits, listening to the people that we depend on every day, and making sure that we put the resources directly into the hands of individuals who need it the most. And so I look at this budget, and I think it's great for Nova Scotians. I think it's great for people who who need more help, who need more resources. I think it's one with vision. We see a minister of long-term care. I don't think I've ever seen more. And if you don't believe me, pull her up in estimates. Bring her up again. Just heard the opposition say no. You know, we're seeing the historical investments right around in every department. And then what we hear is, what are you doing? You're spending too much. Where's this money coming from? What are you doing? You know, we see investments in healthcare that need to be made, and at the same time, when we stand in this chamber, hear criticism of those investments. Housing should have started 15 years ago. Let's be honest. If 15 years ago there was vision on homelessness and housing, that minister wouldn't be working 22 hours a day. Right? Would we like to build the affordable housing? Would we like to build the public housing tomorrow? Absolutely. I think if you talk to that minister, if you talk to this premier and you said, wouldn't you love to go and cut a ribbon on 200 affordable housing units tomorrow? Absolutely. They'd probably say, you know what? No, I wish it had been there for 15 years. And so, is there more to be done? Yep. Will we do more? Yep. I mean, I don't think I could be any clearer. But in the intern, while we're looking to do more, this is about the now and the future. While we're concentrating on the now, we can't take our eyes off the future. And while we're concentrating on the future, we can't take our eyes off the now. So, do I want to do more? Yep. Will I do more? Yep. And I hope when we do more, that the members that have been critical and criticized stand up for just a quick, fleeting moment of time and say, that was good. Congratulations. I doubt we'll see it. I think the member from Sydney is one of the first times I've ever seen that happen. I think we have to clarify. I think we were trying to clarify, Mr. Chair, if the member was going to vote for this budget, because there's a lunch program, and we think, Mr. Chair, he did say that. But I hope. No, I did not. No, I did not. So.
Order. Let's holler in, everybody. Let's take her back, okay? Order, yeah. Okay. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thanks for getting this bunch under control, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. But this is very, so what I will say to the member is that I know there's more to be done. I do appreciate her input. I'm glad I was able to clarify a misunderstanding.
Order. That would conclude the round of questioning for the NDP party. We'll move back on to our 30 seconds. We'll take a very, very brief recess. We're now in recess. Order. I'll call the Committee of the Whole House on Supply back to order. Debate continues. I recognize the honourable member, City Member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know if I'm going to use the whole hour or not. Some of my colleagues may have some questions, but I do want to address one thing. And I kind of caught a piece of the debate between the minister and the NDP. And hey, we live in a political world, Mr. Speaker, where we've seen a lot of debate about particular policies that may have been implemented by previous Conservative governments or Liberal government. We have that back and forth all the time. But I got to say this to the minister, who has been a long-time friend for years. For him to use the messaging of the carbon tax, knowing what I know, knowing the narrative that he knows, talking about uniting Liberals, being on the stage a week before he crossed the floor. I get that the other members can use that. He can't use that. And I know I'm going to get back to DCS. This is what we're talking about, but it's important. He knows the history. He knows exactly what happened. He was in the room for those conversations. So my advice to him, as someone who's known him as long as I have, I expect that to come from some of the other members of the government side. I don't expect that to come from, I think that devalues him because he knows the difference. So I'll leave it at that. So thank you for that, because it came up in the debate before. And there were other things that were talked about. And I give, he gave credit where credit was due on childcare, which this government likes to celebrate when it's convenient and not when it's not convenient. And I know that, and I actually watched that in estimates the other night, and I'm kind of watching staff who work day and night to support those kids, in my opinion, listened to the leadership of the department say that it wasn't a good deal, which is hard to believe for me because it's hurting me. It was the staff that were there that worked day and night on that deal. But anyway, I don't want to go too far down that road, but the point is, for me, is when I hear that kind of messaging, he's not in a position like the rest of his colleagues to say that. He's not, because he supported all of it. He supported all of it. And he knows we never supported a carbon tax. He knows that. He knows that. So anyway, I'll leave it there. We're back to DCS. And I do appreciate the conversation that I had earlier, because it was an important conversation, Mr. Speaker. It was about supporting families that really have a lot of questions, that are going through a lot of transition, and it's a time of, well, as the minister said, transition for the department. You're into building supports for inclusion in our community, and there's legal reasons behind it too, as the minister talked about. And I won't. Again, I think there's a lot of conversation. I hope I can be part of it as we move forward. But one of the big aspects of this, and the minister talked about it last night, was the Child and Youth Office, and that's important. That's something that people have advocated for years. Now, mind you, I thought there would be a separate bill for that come forward. This is kind of lumped in with a number of other bills. We learned one is not going forward today in the FMA. And that's what happens when you have these bills like this and you don't actually hash them out. Things will end up being pulled out as a result. So, but specifically on the Child and Youth Office, as a caucus, we fully support the implementation because it's largely, as we all know, coming out of the recommendations from the Home for Colored Children, which I give a lot of credit to the previous government, and this government is moving forward on those important recommendations. And as I said, the creation of the office was put in the back of the FMA bill. And there's really no details in the department budget. So I'm going to ask a few questions on this. And I can ask them all, and the minister, I could ask a bunch of questions, and the minister can happily answer them all if he wants. Yeah, so why is there no budget line in the department's budget for the new office is one. How many FTEs will be assigned to the new office? The second question. And we're looking for the timeline of when the new office will be up and running. Is another question. What is the office's mandate and what specific programs and services will it provide? And I'll leave at that for now.
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Community Services.
In my head, I'm saying, I appreciate the preamble and the comments. In my head, I'm saying, don't bite, don't bite, don't bite. I'm going to bite. So what I will say is this, you know, the former Minister of Energy, right, did a great job, voted in this House against the carbon tax. I saw it. Yet, as someone who else voted against the carbon tax, I don't have the right to stand on my feet and say that I'm against the carbon tax. Makes absolutely no sense. We stood on that side together and railed against the carbon tax. Did we not? So nothing's changed. And this whole narrative that things might have changed, nothing's changed. And I think I've been, you know, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I've not made it personal. I will never make it personal. The only time it's been personal is it's been a few shots coming my way. I will never make it personal. I have a lot of love and respect for the people across there. I have a lot of love and respect for people over here, as I do over here. And so, I think I've been very clear when it comes to cost of living. I think I've been very clear when it comes to inflation. I think I've been very clear when it comes to this department, what I believe in, what we believe in, and the impacts those things are going to have. And in fact, I know the member got defensive, but I actually was complimentary toward him. Very complimentary. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. But I will say, the office, theme of the day, consultation. I was a youth in care. Yes, I have a lived experience, but I am by no means an expert. The department has a ton of people in here that work within the confines of this. But what I will say to the member is, we are going to get this right. And that's what I said when the media questioned me about a budget line, and they questioned me about the FTEs, and they questioned me about all that. I said, we are going to get this right. And the member was correct when he said, people have been asking for this for years and years and years. Well, it's here. And we are going to work with organizations like Phoenix House. We are going to work with organizations like Homebridge Youth Society. We are going to work with organizations right across this province who have the expertise, and we are going to talk to them. We are going to talk to our social workers. We are going to talk to child advocacy workers. Because we need to get this right. And I know that there are offices across Canada. I think we are the last one. Am I right? Yeah, the last one. The last one in Canada to have this framework to set up this office. The last one. Not anymore. We are here. We're done. It's going. It's moving forward. We did it. But the devil, he's right, the devil is in the detail, and we are going to get those details right. How much is the budget? The budget will be enough to support the office. How many full-time employees will it need? When we talk to the experts, when we do the consultation, when we talk to within the department, we will have those details. We are not, what I will say to the member and all members here, we're not going to hide this. This is going to be done in plain sight. As we find the information we need, and as we form the details of what this is going to look like, we will be open and transparent about it. But we have to get this, we had to get it off the ground. We had to get it out there. And I know the member said, well, it's in the FMA. I would say to the member, does it matter if it's in an FMA or if it's by itself? I can read. I read the FMA. I saw the details in it. I don't think it matters. And if they want to stand up and debate it, they can debate it. There's lots of time in this House to debate. We know that. So we're not preventing debate and discussion on that. In fact, we're standing here today talking about it. And I would say, once we get the framework up and running, once we know what this department looks like, there's very few people in Nova Scotia that know more people collectively than the people in these rooms. So if you know somebody, encourage them to apply. When we have the framework up, when they have the department ready to go, once we do the consultation, get this right. If you know someone, ask them to apply. If you think they're the right person for this job, tell them to apply. And the other thing I will say is we know that this office will have a lot of interaction. They'll have a lot of interaction with the Department of Community Services. More than likely, there'll be reports and some criticism, of course. Nobody's perfect. And so that's why we've said the Minister of Community Services should not be appointing the individual. Right? Because that would put them in a position that we don't want them in. Whoever the individual is, we want them to be free to do their job, which is to advocate for children and youth. And not have to worry about consequences and things like that from a department. Not that the department would do that, but the minister, right? And we want to make sure that, we have collectively probably tens of thousands of years of experience on people on the ground. And I would say this to the member, like, it's one thing for me to say, okay, this is what it's going to look like and this is what it has to do. But I don't have an Indigenous lens. I don't have an LGBTQI lens. I don't have a African Nova Scotia lens. I have my own personal lens. And children come in all different shapes, sizes, genders, and beliefs, and race. And I want to make sure that everything is encapsulated into that. That the Youth and Care Office, as much as humanly possible, captures the diversity of this beautiful province. And that no child or organization would reach out to that office and feel like they are not properly represented. So there's a lot going into this. Would I love to stand here today to the member and say, we're spending this much money and we're putting these many? I would love to. But the bill hasn't even passed. So it actually doesn't exist until the bill passes. Right? That's the other thing. If you want answers, pass the bill. Let's get this through to law amendments tonight. And then what we could do, we could have those stakeholders come in and we could have a discussion in law amendments. That would actually, from an opposition standpoint, that's probably the best thing. Like, I would be like, let's get this through. Let's get into law amendments. Let's get Phoenix House in here. Let's get the social worker, school social worker in here. Let's get all those people in here and have that discussion. Because the other thing I'll tell you is that I've reached out to, so I gave a sneak peek to some of the stakeholders before we announced this. People that have advocated for this for a long time. And not a single person was upset. They were all over the moon, from the IWK to the School of Social Work. And what I said was, we've got this in the bill. Now we can move forward. Because part of the struggle or the fight was to actually have something in legislation to create this. And we were literally the last province in this country to have one. So what I would say is that this is a small moment to celebrate, with the idea that you give yourself, everybody can give themselves a quick round of applause. Everybody can. The stakeholders, Nova Scotians can do that. Now let's pivot. Pass the bill. Get to work on creating this office. Because again, I mean, I don't know how long we're going to be in here, and respectfully, as long as it takes on their side, I'm here for it. But if you want the details on what this is going to look like, let's pass the bill. Once we pass the bill, we can work through this. If the member has individuals he thinks should be consulted, number hasn't changed. Give me a call. That member has, you know, because let's be honest, Sydney and Northside Westmount have different, some are the same, some are different issues than Heron Cove Spryville, than does Dartmouth, than does Kentville, than does other places across this province. So what I would say is when we're going through these consultations, when the process starts, it is advantageous for each and every one of you to get involved and be part of this, or at the very least, send somebody to be part of this discussion so that your area and your community is represented. So let's commit tonight that we have some time after estimates. Let's get the FMA through to law amendments. And then we'll have a whole host of people come in and we can talk to the experts. And I'm sure some will be in support and some will have questions. But I think some of these things that you want answered, we have to get it to the end. We have to get it passed so that we can start this process and really have a conversation about what's next.
I recognize the honourable member, City Member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I'm just putting my clock on here. Yeah, so I still, you know, if you're building a budget and you're building a department, you got to kind of know at least an estimate of what it's going to cost, and that's really kind of my question. We all support this. The minister's right. We all support this, and the FMA eventually will get to law amendments, and you know, I don't know how long we're going to be here. Premier said we're going to be here 3 months, so you know, he also told me that he loved every Nova Scotian, so he must love me too. So we'll see what happens. Never thought I'd be loved by the Premier. Anyway, so I do want to talk on this theme of youth advocacy, and the minister would be well aware of some really great organizations. I use this example with Department of Community Services before, Chester, Borden, and the Pier. Chester is a good friend of mine. DCS and CCTH over the years has really saw the value of what and the important work that Chester does for not only kids in the Pier. He has the after-school program all over the CBRN, and most people know Chester. I saw the deputy smile when I said his name, because he's one of our best advocates I think we have for youth. Not only to support them with the programs, but also the message and the lessons that Chester teaches. And the Chesters of the world, and there's great organizations in Glace Bay, there's great organizations in Halifax, police boys and girls clubs. Like, these organizations they're every day, they're feeding our children, they're providing after school programs, they're providing activities, and they're giving kids a safe space. And unfortunately, for some kids, as we all know, school is one of their safest places to be, which is also great because, and as the minister said, a lunch program is coming now. They're going to get 2 square meals at school, which is fantastic. And when they leave school, their mentors and their parent figures a lot of time are the Chester Wardens, because they'll go to the Boys and Girls Club, they will participate in activities, technology, art, music, you name it. Chester's doing it. But Chester needs more money. And this was a question that I asked a couple of years ago. This is cost of living, is tough on families. But when you're trying to feed, and Chester's feeding hundreds of kids. He's feeding hundreds of them. Minister probably know Chester well, or at least heard of him. And so they're buying the food and they're buying the supports because they're not going to let a kid go hungry, right? So my question to the minister and the department is, if you want to do something that has immediate impact without having to build an office, as the minister talked about, which is important, but you got to build that office. These already exist. The Chesters already exist. And all Chester is saying is that it is costing more money. They can raise money. We all help to raise money for the activities for the kids. But it's the day-to-day operations of these organizations that is tough. And a lot of the grants that they can apply for through government, and it was the same with us too. I'd make the same argument if I was on this side or if we were on that side, is that a lot of the grants that you can apply for are they're specific to like activities, or they're specific to grants for infrastructure, like heat pumps, or, with Chester, as the minister would know, like my colleague here from Dartmouth was the minister of CCTH, and I give him a lot of credit because he really helped Chester build the new building for the kids in the parent surrounding area. But it's the operational costs that these organizations are really struggling with. I think the time has come to take a look at some of that stuff. So my question is the department looking at these organizations saying they already exist, they're supporting hundreds of kids, they're feeding our kids, but stuff costs more money. The day-to-day stuff costs more money. Are they looking at increasing the budgets that they provided at DCS for these wonderful organizations?
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Community Services.
Thank the honourable member for the question. Chester is an incredible person who does incredible work at the Boys and Girls Club. I will say that there is some extra funding coming to the Cape Breton Boys and Girls Club. So that might be breaking news, and I would tell them to check the mail, but I think they're already aware of it. But I wanted you to know that we support those organizations. And we continue to respect the work they do. And we know without them, quite frankly, I don't know where we'd be. I have a Boys and Girls Club in my community. They do incredible work. And part of this is, we want to get, so the resource, the human resource in these organizations, some of it is being used up, as every member in this House knows, with writing grants. writing grants. And so the conversation we are starting to have with our organizations is around what can we do to assure that those people that are writing grants that should be doing the frontline work, that are there for the frontline work, how do we get them from there to back to where they should be or want to be, which we feel, and we all should feel, is a better use of their time and would have a more impactful life or experience on the life of individuals in our community. So we will be talking about funding formulas for these organizations, and that's something that I'm very passionate about. I want to make sure that those individuals are, let's be honest. We are paying people, or I should say these organizations are paying people to do a lot of the frontline work and the work that really needs to be done, whether it's a family resource center or whether it's the Boys and Girls Club of Cape Breton. And some of their time, a lot of their time, is being consumed by writing grants. And what ends up happening is it has an impact on frontline services. And so they either have to hire someone new or they sometimes have to go and struggle to figure out how to do the human resource side of these programs. So we are sending some extra funding out to organizations. I would dare to guess that most people in this room are going to have organizations in their community that are going to receive some money in the near future, because we realize the importance they have. You know, I have a lot of friends in the nonprofit sector, the not-for-profit sector who work, and they'll tell you, for every dollar government gives them, they stretch at 10. They stretch at 15. So we want to take a little bit of that stress off of them and get some extra money in the hands of Chester and the Boys and Girls Club so they can do what they do best. And that's help the kids, take care of the kids. And so what I would say is that, the member can rest assured that we appreciate the Boys and Girls Club of Spryfield and Cape Breton, that we are going to be in contact with all of our, and I would assume that once we start reaching out to these groups around the ministerial roundtable, I would hope that the member would encourage, and I'm sure he will, the Boys and Girls Club of Cape Breton to be in communication with the department and the minister on these things, and have some direct and I would say routine communication, because you're only as good as the information you're getting. And so I would love to be in Northside Westmount every other day. But if I'm not hearing from the member and the not-profits on the ground, then I don't know what's happening, right? So, and if the department's not hearing from them, then we can't tell. So what I would say to you and all members is, when you talk to these organizations, let them know to call, to reach out, to talk, to be part of the round table. And we are going to send out a little more, help out a little more, show our appreciation, but also make sure that they're part of the solution, continually part of the solution. Okay.
I recognize the honourable member, City Member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in that journey, when you do that, the dollar amount is one thing, but the flexibility around the grant is important. As we're talking back and forth about this, this was a challenge when we were in government, and I remember the minister and I talking about it when we'd go after every grant that existed, right? And there was always that issue around foundationally, like there was grants for a whole bunch of stuff, which the minister has talked about, but it's that flexibility around the operational costs. That's where organizations are really feeling the pinch, especially now with the cost of electricity and the cost of food and the cost of a lot of the day-to-day stuff that they would need to do to support kids. So keep those other grants coming. Keep like that. They're great. They're. Hey, you want a PhD in getting grants, the two guys that are talking right now probably could give you one, right? Like we went after everything. Like that's what you do, right? And there's lots of grants out there to support, but there was always an issue around operational costs. And it's a tough one because once you go down that road, you got to make sure, because it can be open-ended and there's a whole lot that you need to think about with it, but that's really where people are struggling right now, and power rates went up again, right? Food prices are gone up again. Cost of furnace oil is going up again. We all disagree with it, right? But the reality is, come April, these organizations are going to pay more for furnace oil, and they're going to pay more for this, and they're going to pay more for that, and that is money that's taken away from kids. It's frustrating for me too. We both agree, right? That's, I don't get it. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. Think about the operational cost. Put that into your conversations. I'm going to pass my time over to my friend and colleague, the member for Northside Westmount.
I recognize the honourable member from Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for taking a few questions. My colleague left me a bit of time here, and thanks to the staff as well. I'm going to jump right in, and I just want to piggyback a little bit on the member from Sydney, member 2, and talk about some of the organizations in my community. One organization that's been around for a long time and is Community Cares Youth Outreach. And I'm sure you're familiar with Dorothy Holliday and her crew at Community Cares. They've done a lot of work in the community around youth, young families, and I'm glad to hear the minister say that he'd love to come to Northside Westmount, because I definitely want to get you a tour of Community Cares and a couple of other organizations I'll talk about in a minute. But the problem that Community Cares has faced over the years, and when I was on the school board, I worked with them to get them a surplus school as they're building. They've spent a lot of time and raised a lot of money to repair that building. But they spend a lot of time going from grant to grant to grant, from program to try and sustain the operation that they have. And I would love to see, and most recently there was a program based out of there, Northside Rising, that I believe has moved over to Glace Bay. But I would love to see some sustainable funding for organizations like that. So I just wondering if there's any movement from the department and thoughts about providing some of these vital organizations sustainable funding. I don't have to. Do you have some?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
If the member's okay, I just quickly want to address a comment, like one of the questions that came from the member from Sydney. The grant that the organization will be receiving will be for addressing social determinants. So it's a very open-ended. It will allow the organizations that are receiving these grants, this money, to have a lot more flexibility. So it's not as rigid, and they know, as the member is keenly aware, he knows these organizations in his own community, and he knows what they do best, and they know what needs to be done in these communities. So what I'll say to the member is, I'm going to actually, we as a department, we're going to accept your invitation, and shortly, hopefully, after the House rises, we'll come up. We'd like to do a tour whether, we'll figure out who's best to come up, but, I love Cape Breton, so I'll come up. And we'll do a tour of these organizations. We do know that we fund them about $200,000 annually. They did receive a one-time grant for $250,000. All that stuff, again, is fantastic work and great work. But we'll come up, we'll meet this organization. Well, I will personally meet with the organization, and we'll meet with other organizations so that we can have that personal conversation and personal touch and figure out what needs to be done, and not just with that organization, but all of them. And I do agree. I do fundamentally agree and firmly agree. We talk about resources, the human resources, when it comes to nonprofits and these organizations, and it's very precious. And so if we are using the experts, the child care experts, or the food bank experts, and all these different experts, instead of doing what they're supposed to be doing, which they were trained to do and what they were hired to do, if they're writing grants all the time, then that really takes away. And one of the ways I think we can help alleviate some of the workforce pressures on these organizations is actually figuring out a way to give them the resources they need so that those individuals are doing what they were trained to do and what they were hired to do, instead of, what ends up happening, Mr. Chair, and I've heard this from, before I was in this position, I talked to many organizations, and what they'll say is, we had to hire a 0.5, or we had to hire a part-time person, or we had to hire this person to make up for the gap of so-and-so who's supposed to be doing the frontline work but has to write grants, right? So what I will say is, and I'll repeat, the grants that are coming through are for addressing social determinants. So it gives the flexibility of these organizations to allow them to spend it where they need to spend it, how they need to spend it. But we're coming to Cape Breton.
I recognize the honourable member, Northside Westmount.
Well, that's great news because community cares and other organizations, and if we get in contact, we'll line you up lots of organizations to meet with. They'll be happy to plead their case and showcase some of the work that they're doing. There's in my community, there's 2 great programs that are run for youth. You may be aware of Clifford Street and J Street in North Sydney and Sydney Mines, doing all kinds of great programming for youth, and just providing that wonderful, safe environment for the kids. So I'm sure that they would be happy to see you as well, and have a tour. Just kind of switching gears a little bit, I want to talk about the office in North Sydney, the Community Services office in North Sydney. They have been a fantastic resource for a new MLA coming into the community, and my community has a significant amount of poverty and a significant amount of childhood poverty. The stat that gets tossed around in Cape Breton is around 36%. I would argue that my riding is higher than that. All across the riding, we have issues with poverty. So things like the school lunch program is very helpful from the budget. And but just on individual casework, working with the Department of Community Services out of North Sydney, they answer every time we call. They if they don't have the answer, they find it for us, and 9 times out of 10, we're able to come up with a reasonable solution for the constituent. So I want you to pass that on to them for me, that we're very happy with the staff. that being said, we get a lot of issues around the process where, you know, they have to call the 1-800 intake, confusion around, you know, bank statements and what it takes to qualify. Are there any plans to make some more localized work for people to streamline that admissions process into the Community Services Department?
Recognize the Honourable Community Services Minister.
It's a little bit of both sides of news here, okay? So the organization we were just talking about, we do fund them 200. It's actually 205,000 a year. It's around 200,000. The 250,000 one-time grant. I read that wrong. It was for a different organization. I apologize. But when we go up there, maybe we'll bring the check. I'm just joking. But we honestly, all you know, fun aside, I do look forward to coming up and meeting with them and seeing what we can do. So we're wondering if you've actually been in the office or if you're hiding in the corner and stuff and hearing conversations. But because what we are doing is we're moving the resources back into the local offices for intake. The 1-800 number will still be there, but we are going to start localizing these things to help speed up the process. And I would argue that that office is one of your greatest resources, but I would argue your CA is probably your best resource. And as most, I don't know if most people are aware, but my CA and your CA still are, hopefully quite close. And I think that we do as MLAs, even though we're five hours apart or so, we do have the same, we do face a lot of the same issues. So obviously very empathetic and very understanding. But I do think that having the ability to intake locally like that is going to make a big difference in your office, and it's going to make a big difference in the community. I do apologize for reading the grant wrong, but we're still going to come up. We're going to have discussions, and we're going to see what we can do to help strengthen our partners and our non-for-profits. And I would say the other piece is pretty good news for you and for your community.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Northside Westbound.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the Minister for that. I was excited to go home and talk about the big grant that was there. We'll figure all that out. But you know, it's great to have that communication between organizations. So my next question is around regions and streamlining of resources. So, you know, we have a lot of homelessness in the area. We have a lot of, our housing list is super long. The rent supplements are great, but many people are not eligible for them because there's nothing to rent. So I guess my question is, how can Department of Community Services work with the Department of Housing to better help communities like mine meet some of the issues that we're facing right now with regards to homelessness, with regards to, and I think I heard the member from Annapolis talk about the way homelessness works in his area, and it's very similar to mine. Generally, homelessness, when you look at the criteria for housing, they don't fit that because they're staying on someone's couch, or they're in someone's crashing in someone's basement or family, but it's not sustainable that way. So I'm wondering, from a Department of Community Services standpoint, if you're seeing across the province, and in particular in Cape Breton, increased asks around housing from constituents, and if there's any plans on new programming or new ways to help people access a stable home.
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Community Services.
I won't take long. I'll leave you some time there to finish up. But yeah, so one of the things we will do when we come up is we're going to bring someone from who are working on homelessness within the department, and maybe we can get someone from housing to tag along and come up with us and just have an open, fulsome discussion with yourself and individuals that you think should attend the meeting to talk about the challenges that are faced in your community and honestly throughout CBRM. I'm not, you know, there's a lot that we need to digest, and obviously homelessness and housing, it's a top priority. And the investments need to be there. And what I will say is that we are going to continue to work with the organizations in community, because these solutions have to come from in community. And quite honestly, I look forward to working with yourself and your office. And to it's no different than some of the issues we were dealing with here in HRM. One of the local MLAs who would impact it. We talked nonstop. We had lots of communications. There were times where maybe I went a day or so and wasn't able to communicate because we were trying to deal with some stuff. But I firmly believe that in order for these issues to find the best possible solutions for individuals, is to deal directly with the leaders on the ground, whether it's the organizations, the MLAs, who know their community better than anyone. So. What I will commit today is we'll come up, we'll bring a full team up there, we'll have these discussions and work with you and individuals in your community who you feel should be there to find the solutions.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. That's great. Switching gears a little bit, in my former role at NSCC, I was the principal at Marconi campus. And we had a large percent of our population that were funded students either through community services or employment insurance or one of those particular programs. And it was a great way, and there was good communication at the time between ourselves and all of the community services workers across the island. If I'm trying to remember the stat, it was somewhere around 30% of our, or more, of our students were funded students. And I think that the idea behind community services and the strategy is to help people find their way to a sustainable life. And so I guess my question is around that transitional period funding for education. Has the budgets increased from community services? And approximately how many students would community services, you may not have the information today, but what would be the number of Cape Breton students that would be funded for post-secondary?
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Community Services.
Well, I will, so yes, the budget increases year over year with this stuff, but what I will do is we'll get you the specific numbers for, I'm assuming CBRM and your region and your community, so we'll make sure that those land on your desk. I will say that, you know, this is something that I'm committed to, and I think that this Premier and this government's committed to I think I'm hearing from you is that how do we break the cycle of poverty, right? How do we break the cycle? We all know individuals who whose family have been in that for generations. It's something that's poverty. I have generational poverty in my own family. I think most people here do to some extent. And we know that one of those ways that we can do that is given education and opportunity. And one of the things that I really want to work on is again, the theme is consultant, but choices too, right? Giving people choices, not saying like, you know, here are the opportunities and you're taking them, right? We want to be able to say to people, what is it that will inspire you? What is it that you want to do, and how can we get you to that? And so that isn't just around the education part, it's also a resource part, and just making sure that we work with individuals because poverty is, I just don't want to say that it impacts everyone the same way. I want to look at this as individuals, and what I mean by look at it the same way is like how we get people out of poverty and how we get them to the next transitional part of their life and where they want to be. That looks different for everybody. It really does. And so what we want to do is talk to and make sure that people have choice. And we will get you those numbers. We'll get them before we come up, so you'll have them in your hands. But I agree wholeheartedly. This is about finding ways to help people with education, help people with experience, help people get to where they need to be in life, and I'm all on board on that.
I recognize the Honourable Member Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am going to pass the rest of my time over to my colleague, but I just wanted to say one of the most rewarding things as a post-secondary educator was to witness that student that came, again, the first person in their family. I was the first person in my family to go to post-secondary, but the first person in their family to get their adult high school diploma at our campus, then go on to take another program, and then go on to do something at university is very powerful, and I hope that we don't lose sight of that, and we should even look at funding people beyond community college to university. So I'm going to pass over my time to my colleague from Clayton Park West.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Clayton Park West.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just have a quick question for the department, if I may. We've run into, I have an amazing assistant, CA, and she's been working for almost a year and a half now with the church, with St. Benedict's Church, and I've spoken about it and given a member statement on that for the amazing work that they do. They've actually spent over $100,000 on helping the poor people. We have people in their trucks at the library. We have people at the church in the homes that they've done so much for them, but they're not equipped. So how can we, and I think we wrote to the department, we would like to, for the department to have some kind of programs where they help send a social worker to help them, because they really don't have, and my assistant does, she meets with them once a week regularly to help them because, at least, but everything with community services will take 3 to 6 months to register them for whatever. And most of them need rent for that first month, they need heat bill, they need this. So they will give them that cash just to get them through that 3 to 6 months until we can help them through the department. But it's very hard for us and for them to do that work. And we would like the department to help us, or to have somebody from the department that help the churches who are helping the poor. So is there something, are you thinking of that? And what is available, if you could tell me?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question and all actually CAs across this province, because it's not an easy job. We know that. What I'll do is, if you don't mind, we can take this offline a bit. I'll have my SA reach out to you, and we'll have the department contact your CA, and we'll work around what's needed. So that just, I mean, I'm not trying to, but 3.5 minutes isn't a lot of time to get into this. So what we will do is we'll have a conversation. We'll figure out what exactly the community is looking for, and then we'll have either yourself or your CA, whichever you want to do, connect directly with the department, and we'll figure out what we can do on a resource side.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Clayton Park West.
Thank you, and thank you to the Minister. Yes, this has already started. We have reached out to the assistant, and we've informed you, and we are looking for help for the church, but for all other churches who are trying to help the poor. And I think there should be some kind of program to help churches and learn from what has been happening with St. Benedict. They've done an incredible job, but let's help them with, I don't know, a contact person, a social worker who can teach them how to do things right and not to have any liability issues. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Community Services.
So I obviously know St. Benedict's, and I know a lot of people that are there and the great work that they do. So we will commit to, I think it would, I mean, you obviously have the close connection. So, we'll make sure that my SA will reach out to you directly, and you can connect them with the people that you feel need to be connected to.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Clayton Park West.
I'm trying to think of, I think I'm done. I got the answers. He wasn't as long as I thought he would. It's the first time. Very unusual.
So I believe that concludes question from the Liberal Party. We'll move on to our NDP colleagues, but first I'll recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
I mean, it's 2 minutes, but I do want to say that I realize that there are a lot of issues that all of us face. To be frank, I mean, most of the issues we face come from or deal directly with the Department of Community Services or housing. But from my standpoint, from the Department of Community Services, just a phone call away. And I mean that, like just a phone call away. And if you don't want to deal directly with me, that's fine. I think most people in this place know Kelly, my CA. Kelly's incredible. Or if you want to deal directly with the department, we can get you Jordan's number, and we'll make sure that, if you have those issues, call us, and we'll make sure that we do everything we can, because, again, I've said it before and I'll say it again, when it comes to poverty, when it comes to housing, when it comes to homelessness, this isn't about politics. It's about helping those individuals. And we see places like St. Benedict's really go above and beyond, and we know that, and they do. They're not doing it for recognition. They're doing it to build a better community. So when you see organizations like that, it really means a lot. I think Yeah, we'll make sure. We'll make sure that I know right now. I could, when you first stood up. I mean, I've known you for a long time now. I could feel the frustration in your voice over this, and so we will make sure that Jordan touches base with you. He's up there right now, and he's probably taking notes as we speak. Sorry, but we'll make sure that he touches bases with you. And if you don't mind, is it okay if I give him your cell number? If you want to. Okay.
I recognize the Honourable Member Clayton Park West.
Yeah, I'll be happy, and we'll connect him with the people, with the members at the church who's working, but there are other churches who are doing it. So I think you should take this as not just one church, but all the churches, and how we can help them to do your work, or to help you get there.
And that concludes the Liberal round of questioning. We'll move on to our NDP colleagues. I recognize the Honourable Member Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go and delve into some child welfare issues. And I want to start with some staff issues within child welfare. So the minister, I'm sure, is now aware, even though he's new to the role, that there are labor management committee, I believe it has been struck with the LMC in DCS due to issues of bullying in the department, staff issues, more staff are out on leave or taking some breaks and absences due to bullying in the workplace. Surprisingly, not the job itself. And so I'm just wondering, what is the minister's plan? Is there a plan in place from the minister to ensure that the real positive results come out of these LMC meetings? They've been going on for quite some time now.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
I want to thank the member for the question. Obviously, any type of workplace harassment or bullying is unacceptable, and it's just not acceptable, quite frankly. I did run into Sandra Mullen the other day on the street. We had a quick conversation. She was with Holly, and Holly and I've known Holly for a long, long time. We used to work together at the phone company back in the day. And I gave Sandra my phone number, and I told her that we can have these discussions. We can sit down, whether this or something else. Again, I want to make sure that the direct line of communications with Sandra is wide open. Just, you know, I would say, being on this side of the House and being in this where I've been throughout the years, one of the people that I look to for advice a lot is Jason McLean. Jason and I are really close. We've been close for a long, long time. And he's obviously moved on to other things, but just because you don't always agree doesn't mean that you have to avoid people. So Sandra has my number. I've offered to sit down and meet with her and have these conversations. You know, she has a big responsibility. You know, she is in charge of helping thousands and thousands of people, and these are people that are very important to the department, and they're very important to me. These are the people that literally save lives. They shape lives, and I have a deep appreciation for every single one of them. And if at any point they're being harassed or bullied, then that needs to be dealt with immediately. And that is one of the reasons why day one, what I said was, you know, once the House rises, we are going to have multiple meetings, direct meetings with our frontline workers. And I want to hear directly from them. And when I say frontline workers, I do know, I've been in lots of environments in my life. I've been in unionized environments. I think you and I are two of the few people in this House that have actually been on strike. I think you've been on strike. I've been on strike. I know it's not easy to do, right? And so I do know that there are times when it's very difficult to have an open discussion when you have management or you have positions of authority there. And so what I'm going to try to do is just make it so it is an easy, direct line of communication so that they feel comfortable and they know that as a minister and as staff and as management, we have their backs. And as long as I'm Minister of Community Services, I will do everything in my power to make sure those people feel appreciated. Because the one thing that is absolutely truthful about that is that when people feel appreciated, they come to work happy, and they work harder, and they work smarter, and they enjoy their job, and we have an easier time at retention. And I want people to know that if they're in this department, we will do everything we can to make sure that that they feel appreciated. So I really, really actually do thank you for bringing that forward, because it was just a quick conversation. I think we had like a 5-minute conversation. Sandra and I had that 5-minute conversation. And I, you know, it wasn't long. We didn't get a lot to get into it, and so the lines of communication will be opened up to her and everyone else. So thank you.
I recognize the honourable member from Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I'll get you the president of Local 1's cell phone number. I know them very well. We're staying inside child welfare. There has been a new approach created in child welfare, the Mockingbird approach. I had reassurances from not the previous minister, but the minister before that, because the previous minister did not get to estimates. And that was on the fact that foster parents, I had reassurances foster parents under this new approach would not be doing the work of case aides or access workers. They've been changed, and it's a very complicated process, but their area of expertise has been changed. But I was assured that foster parents would not be doing any transportation or monitoring of visits. But I have been hearing from across the province that that's not been the case, that foster parents are being asked to do visits or to do transportation. And so I just want to have this clarified by the minister. And if he can't do it today, then he can give it to me in an email in writing in some point in the next couple days.
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Community Services.
So I'm going to take a few moments on this. I am truly not filibustering you, but this is obviously something that's near and dear to my heart. So so even before I was a minister, I spent a lot of time with the Foster Family Federation. I used to attend all their AGMs. I'm going up to Sydney for the next AGM. I've spent a lot of time with leaders, I would say leaders within the foster family community. Maureen Wickwire was one. I don't know if the department is aware of who she is, but Maureen has since retired from being a foster parent and has had hundreds and hundreds of kids go through her house. I look back at my own personal experience with one of the families in particular, Ruby Neve. So Ruby has long since passed away, but I would dare say 1,000 kids went through that home. They were also, there is one of the things that they did, which I just thought was, and how I have to explain why I say this, but one of the things that they did, which I thought was really brave, is they were a home for emergencies, for kids. So they would take kids for overnight, and they would take different situations where it was just 24 hours or 48 hours. And and at times was very disruptive to the family nucleus, but they were doing it because they cared, and they did it because you know, it was, for them, it was the right thing to do. And I do wish that there was more foster parents out there, and that's something that I'm going to work on, and making sure that they feel supported. And this is, and I'm not, you know, this is the absolute truth. Every time I find out that someone's a foster parent, whether I'm knocking on doors or it's just randomly meet someone, I hug them. And I hug them because I have a deep appreciation for what they do. And that it saves lives. And it puts children, in some cases, it puts children in homes for the first time where they see a safe environment, where they see a loving environment, and where they're able to experience a family nucleus. Sorry. So it means a lot. And so I'll find out that answer for you, but I will tell you, one of my closest friends, and it's actually my wife, Rena, her best friend, her ex-husband works as a child protective worker. So that's what he does. And Chris and I talk all the time, and we're close. And I see the struggles, and I see the stress of that job. And again, part of what I want to do is have the communication with those individuals on the ground. He's probably going to kill me for saying his name and estimates, but there's lots of Chris's out there, right? So it's difficult, and it's difficult because I think things are becoming more complex, right? When I was a kid and we went through what we went through, you know, it's hard for me to shut my brain off, right? And almost as hard as it is for me to close my mouth. But I will tell you this, what kids aren't getting right now is a breather. With social media and the constant engagement on cell phones and things like that, they're just not getting that breather. And you know, there are times where, as a child, it's difficult, unless you've experienced it, it is really difficult to go into a foster home. It really is. It's not easy. It's not a natural, like, it doesn't feel natural to be, you know, when you're taught as a child that not to trust strangers, and stranger danger was the big thing, and when I was younger. And then the next thing you know, you're dropped into a stranger's home, right? So it's not the easiest thing. And on top of it, from a foster parent standpoint, these are angels on earth. They really are. They are dealing with incredibly complex issues that they did not create. And there are times where they're dealing with mental abuse, they're dealing with physical abuse, they're dealing with destruction of property, and they continue forward, which is an incredible thing to think. Like, it's hard dealing with your own, your own children and the issues you may have created with them, right? Like fighting with my son to go to bed at 9:30 at night, but then not sometimes being able to fully comprehend where the anger or the rage or the sadness or the depression or the hopelessness or the happiness or the joy, not realizing what the triggers are and where they come from. And a lot of times, and most of the times, foster parents have their own children. Like they have their own, natural children or whatever, they have their own children, biological children. And those situations are difficult because there are complex issues that come into your house. And as a foster parent, you're spending a lot of time, and rightfully so, helping that child, helping that youth navigate and deal with the issues they're dealing with. And that can be, you're taking time away from others. And so it's an incredibly complex and difficult thing to be dealing with, and at the same time, it's an incredibly loving thing to be doing. I don't know what the percentage of parents in this province or individuals, adults in this province that are foster parents. But even if it was 20%, like if we could get it to 20% or something like that. So yes, we want to make sure that the time that our foster parents are spending is spent in the most productive manner. And there will be times, I'm sure, where they have to drive children to different things, obviously. And some of those times are, in my own personal experience, when is some of the best times when you're spending alone time or one-on-one time or just family time in the vehicle. But I want to make sure, we want to make sure that that those kids are getting the best possible resources. Those foster parents are being able to use the best, are being able to use their time in the best possible way. And again, like I said, I've attended so many of the Federation's AGMs, and I think I'm still in contact, actually. You know what, I'm not even going to say that. So, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a little bit personal, someone else's personal information, so I'm not going to throw it out there on there. But I do want to say that if no matter what people take from the next, how many hours I'm here and how many hours I was here beforehand, the one thing that I want to get across is how much I personally and the department personally loves and appreciate foster families and people who foster children. It is one of the most selfless things you could ever do. And I want them to know that they're appreciated. I want them to know that you have a minister and you have a deputy and you have an entire department that's behind you. And if you feel, again, I will be at this year. One of the first things I booked was up in Sydney for the Federation's AGM. And I'll be there. I invite you to join. I invite everybody to come up and join, because it is an amazing thing to see a group of hundreds and hundreds of selfless people who are there to celebrate, but also to talk about issues and find solutions. And, one of the things that, and I'll leave it this because I don't want to chew up too much time, but one of the things that I have always taken from the Federation, their meetings in the AGM, is you very seldomly hear the word I. And I mean that. You very seldomly hear the word I from them. It's they. We. when they're there advocating, they're advocating for the children. And they're advocating to create a safe space for those children. And so, again, I will say I would encourage every single person here, if you can, we'll send you the date. Come up to that AGM. And if you can't make the Sydney one, the next one that's here in Halifax, I encourage you to go. The last one I went to was before COVID. And it, you know, it's kind of nice just to sit back and be a fly on the wall. I think it might be a little more difficult this time, but it's kind of nice to be a fly on the wall and just listen to the conversations and hear the conversations that are going on and listen to the solutions that are being put forward. So I just want to assure the member, and more importantly, ensure people that are fostering that I want to make sure that the resources, and that's not just a financial thing, it's a resource. Time is a resource. And time spent with those children and time spent with those youth, I feel can be and are just as important, if not more important, than just about anything else. So I want to make sure that their time, their effort, first of all, they know that it's not going unnoticed and not unloved, and that we will make sure, and I will make sure, that when we're at the Foster Family Federation coming up, that I will spend as much time as I need with any member and any family that wants to have a conversation on that floor, either in public and private, it doesn't matter. I will spend as much time as I need up there to have those conversations to figure out what we can do, what's best for the children and best for them.
I recognize the Honourable Member Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to confirm to the minister that I'm not asking to travel just to travel. I'm talking about travels to visits, court-ordered, mandated visits. That's what I was asking about. That was guaranteed by the now speaker that would not be occurring. And so I wanted to confirm that that's still the case, because I've been hearing that it has been. So I'm going to move on, because that was a lot of time spent on answering a question that didn't get answered. On the Office of Children and Youth, with regards to the commission, I'm wondering, where is the budget line for this office? So I'm going to ask a few questions, because there's been a lot of time eaten up here. Where's the budget line for this office? What is the timeline for the implementation? And when will it be up and running?
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Community Services.
I want to thank the member for the question. And one of the things that we touched on earlier was we got to get this bill passed. We've got to pass the bill so that we can start the process for this office, right? I mean, members can shake their head all they want. It's a piece of legislation that we need to get passed so that we can start the process of budgets and timelines. But that doesn't mean we're not doing any work in the interim. We are going to have conversations. We have had conversations. The department is keenly aware of some of the things that need to happen. But again, I will say, you know, it's on one hand we hear consult, on the other hand we hear go fast, go fast, go fast. Well, this is one of those things where we're going to talk to the experts. And I know in the past there has been conversations, but we want to make sure that everything that goes into this office is up to date and is best for the children and youth. Not best for a headline, not best for a party, but best for a child and the youth, which is what it's supposed to represent. What I will say is it's important that we get this past the finish line. And when I had the conversations with individuals from the IWK on up, the people that are the experts on this, they're ecstatic. And what they said was, let's get this passed, and then we'll start talking, and then we'll have these conversations. These are doctors. These were social workers. These were experts who said, amazing that we finally, after 15 years of asking for this, have something to show that it's going to happen. And it is going to happen. And I'm going to tell the members it's going to happen, and it's going to happen in a transparent way. So if we want to know what the budget and the timelines are, let's pass it. Let's get it through. And I'll have as many conversations as it takes with that member or any member of this House on timelines and a budget and FTEs and all that when we're able to start moving forward with this. But right now, what we have is we have a bill before the House. You know, before this bill was before the House for this, to create this office, the question was, when are you going to do something in the House to create the office? When are you going to do something and put something forward? Okay, we did that. We're doing that. And now it's like we need all the finite details. And I would love to have them all. I absolutely would love to have them all. But I don't have all the answers, and neither does any member of this House, no matter what they think. We're going to reach out and have conversations with, like I said earlier, with Phoenix House and Homebridge and the LGBTQI community, and the African Nova Scotian community, and the Indigenous community, with the IWK. We're going to try to encapsulate and capture all of it so that any youth or child that goes to that and deals with the child and youth advocacy feels welcome, feels heard. And it's important that we get this right. And that was, when I made the phone calls, what I was told was, get it right. Let's get this right. And again, what I will say to the individuals is once we start to put the framework in place, if there's people they think we should consult with, tell me. Tell us. This isn't a political decision here. If you think there's somebody, I don't care if it's your partner, your sibling, your campaign manager, I don't care who it is. If it's somebody that constructively can be part of the consultation and the conversation, bring it on. Bring it on. And once we have the framework, the details and everything in place, if you feel you know somebody who's ideal and perfect for this, you know what you do? Get them to apply. Because again, I will say, we know that whoever the individual is, will probably spend a lot of time in the Department of Community Services. We'll have a close eye on the department. And that's why, again, I will say, we felt it was prudent to not have the Minister of Community Service involved in the appointment of the Commissioner. I would never want to put somebody in a position who would have to potentially be critical of myself or any current former minister in the future of community services, and have that minister be responsible for them to be in that position. So I take this very important, or this is very important to me. And, you know, and it was very important to past ministers, and I want to thank them for their work. But again, I will say, this should have been done a long, long time ago. A long time ago, 15 years ago. And even though we were the last to do it, I'm glad that it happened. And I'm glad that I was able to work with individuals in this department, incredible individuals in this department who saw and knew the importance of this position. And a premier and a government who also saw the importance of this. Sometimes we like to paint certain parties a certain way, and that's fine. You can do whatever you want. but it was something that has always been extremely important to myself and a lot of people. And this government did it. And I think we should give them a round of applause for it. I think people should be happy that happened. And yes, it's in the FMA. But again, I don't, like, if this gets done, and it's going to get done, should it matter what the name of the bill is? We have lots of time in this House to debate this. We have lots of time in this House if individuals want to put, make changes to the bill. There's lots of opportunities for that. But again, what I would say is, let's get this to law amendments. And I'm sure if we're in law amendments, not everyone's going to be happy. But we'll listen. We'll listen to what they have to say, and we'll take it under consideration. But right now, we need this to pass. And what I will also say, Mr. Chair, is that the general public, when you have these conversations in here about how bills are done and they hear the announcements, and I had somebody actually reach out to me the other day and said, oh my God, I'm getting an extra $300 a month on my disability? And I said, yeah. And I'm like, but we have to pass budgets. We have to pass these things. We have to get them through. And they don't understand that. Why is anyone fighting you on that? So they don't understand the complexity and the differences and everything that goes into bills and passing things. But again, I will say, like, no budget is perfect. I've been part of a lot of budgets. And I will say there's not a single person in this room that's been part of a budget process on the government side that completely agreed with a budget. I am sure if you went and asked any member that's ever been in government and said, are there things you'd like to add to that budget? They'd say, absolutely. Here's what I'd like to add. But right now, I will say it again and again and again. First of all, you're being critical of something that hasn't even passed yet, so pass it. Second of all, while I appreciate the opinions of everyone in this room, we need to get the views and the knowledge of a host of individuals across this province. Not just people in HRM, not just people in Cape Breton, but right across the province. And we need to make sure that it represents the youth of this province. I can just imagine the difference it would have made in people's lives if this would have happened 15 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago. The difference it would have made. And instead of being critical of it, what I think should be said is, what can I do to help on this? Who can I get involved in this to help? I'll tell you, I've reached out to people that I know are deeply partisan and associated with certain parties and said, let's go. Let's get this done. Let's work together. I have. And that's how it should be. We should be able to put all that aside and say, what is it that we need to do? And so, will there be a budget? Absolutely. Will there be FTEs? Absolutely. Will there be an individual in that position? Absolutely. Will I do and this department do everything in their power to get this right? Absolutely. Will we consult with Nova Scotians? Absolutely.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Chair. You ask a question about the budget, and apparently you get yelled at for asking a question about the budget. At the risk of looking for more clarity, I'm going to ask another question on the Child and Youth Commission. And that is, the recommendations for a Youth and Child Commission was to be an independent body. And the minister has already stated that he doesn't want to appoint the commissioner. So that's good. But does this office fall under DCS, or is it independent? And if it's not independent, why not, when that was the recommendation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I will say is that the comment about clarity, it's not that I'm not trying to give clarity. I think I've been very clear. I've been very clear on where we're at in this process and what we need to do to get to the next steps. And in fact, not only did I say that, but I said I am more than willing, if those members want individuals to work on the consultation, appoint people, or help with that, we're here. Yes, the AG is going to appoint the individual. Yes, we want it, and it will be separate from the Department of Community Services. So yes, the answers are yes. I mean, we've been very clear about this, right? We've been very clear about this. I said several times in this House that we need to make sure that they are able to work independently to do their job. I just don't know how I could be any clearer on that. Right? The only thing I cannot be clear on right now is the budget, the FTEs, and who's going to be appointed. I will have no control over who's going to be appointed. We can work on the budget and the FTEs once this bill passes. Once it passes, I will gladly sit down with the member. Once we have details, I will gladly sit down with that member or any other member of the House to go through this. But again, we have to get this right. And as I said to the member for Sydney when we discussed this, what that office looks like in Nova Scotia may not be what it looks like in New Brunswick or Newfoundland or any other province in this country, because we want it to be a Nova Scotia solution. We want it to be reflective of things in Nova Scotia, the issues we face in Nova Scotia, and the people it's supposed to represent. So if we want details, if you want details on the budget, the FTEs, where it's going to be, what location it's going to be at, let's pass the bill, let's get it through, and then things will start to become more and more clear.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. We're happy to see that it's going to be independent from the Department of DCS, and I know myself and the member for Halifax Little Sable Island will be more than happy to meet with the Minister on this, because it's a subject we're both very passionate about, and all three of us can put our brains together. The original ministerial mandate letter for community services was issued by the government in 2021. The member was not there at the time, sitting somewhere else. And it stated that the minister was to, quote, work across departments to establish a 5-year target for the reduction of childhood poverty in the province. The rate, and so that was 2021, it's now 2024. The rate of child poverty in this province continues to increase, and there is still no provincial plan. So I'm wondering if the minister is able to answer a few questions for me on that, and that is, what is the cause and delay, considering The mandate letter came out in 2021 on this action item, and when can we expect a concrete plan to reduce child poverty in this province? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the question. I'll be upfront. I didn't read the mandate letter for the former ministers, but I will tell you that I don't need to read the mandate letter for the minister to know that this department and myself and this government is focused on poverty reduction and helping low-income Nova Scotians and also helping working class, middle class Nova Scotians get ahead in life. And part of that is a large part of that, and I think is very reflected in this budget. And I think the Minister of Finance will probably stand up for hours on end and discuss all the great things that's happening in this department, in his department, and across government to help reduce poverty and really help put more into people's hands, but also more opportunities. And that's a big thing too, Madam or Mr. Speaker, is opportunities and working with individuals and helping people transition to the next stage. And that includes something that we all discussed very openly today, which was the pallet homes. That is all part of it. Having a place and space where people can have a dignified, safe place over their head with wraparound services. And again, I think, I know the member has been very helpful on that and has been, there was a moment there, like I said earlier, where I misinterpreted her email, and I did apologize publicly for it. And I will say the member for Halifax Save-A-Line was incredibly helpful when we were dealing with homelessness issues in her own backyard, but not just in her own backyard. And I hope she would agree that I was pretty open and relying on her area of expertise in her own community. And so I do appreciate the collective knowledge when it comes to these things. And I think when we talk about poverty reduction, I don't firmly believe that it's just on community services. I believe it's on everybody, departmental-wise, and all government and all leaders. But, you know, we talk about, the easy one to do is to point to housing, but also, you know, to health and to education and to transportation, believe it or not. Mr. Speaker, you know, having affordable transportation and access to affordable transportation is extremely important. Being able to get around and being able to, you know, if you don't have transportation, and that's some of the things that a lot of communities face across Nova Scotia, is we need that transportation to get people to and from, whether it's a job or whether it's access to education. These things are important. And we heard earlier from the member from Northside Westmount. I swear when I see people at the corner of my eye, so it's like whack-a-mole, don't move. But the member from Northside Westmount who talked about the importance of our partnerships and our not-for-profits, and we will have a whole host of grants going out the door. And what I will say is that these grants that went out the door are going out the door from the department were not based on anything political, and were not based on anything partisan. They were based on the needs of community and the expertise from the department. And one of the questions that came from the member for Sydney was, and we understand this, we understand that when we restrict how some of these grants can be spent, it can really put people into a box, like you can put organizations into a box. And so having these grants, and some of these grants just to address social determinants, I'll get it right eventually, really opens up the possibility of dealing with poverty and helping people. And it allows these groups and these individuals to be creative and to really use their knowledge of what's happening on the ground. It's one thing for myself or government to tell them, here's some money and you need to use it for this. I think it's better to say to them, you know the issues. You know the issues in your community. You are the experts on the ground. And we know that you need funding to help with these issues. And here's the money. We have a vague, I don't want to call it vague, but social determinants, addressing social determinants. And part of that is poverty. How do we deal with poverty? What can we do to deal with poverty? And we are, myself and others, our other departments, we're looking right across this country, and we're looking right across in other jurisdictions to see if there are things that are working there that we can either partially copy or fully copy. And we are open to all ideas. And I will say, again, we are open to all ideas. And I think in my first couple of weeks dealing with some of the members, including, Halifax Citadel, I've been up for 4 hours, come on. Halifax Sable Island, the member, they brought forward some really good ideas and some really good resources that I would argue was kind of thinking outside the box and saying, you need to talk to these individuals. And we did. Because they brought those ideas forward, we were able to deal with some issues. And so I'm proud of that we're able to do these kind of things. And I have an immense amount of respect for people that, who brought these ideas forward and said, hey, you need to really, the member said, you really need to just work on this issue. Forget everything else and look at this issue, and here's how some of the things we can do. And I do, right? I mean, I've said it a million times. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that member's help on that issue. And that line is open to everyone and anyone. Because I don't believe that I or any one person has all the ideas when it comes to poverty. And I would say for the member for Whitney Pier, again, we know, we hear what the issues in Whitney Pier are, but herself and the leaders on the ground know specifically where those investments need to go and what we need to do as government to make sure that that money, taxpayers' money, is being spent in the best possible way, giving the most possible resources to individuals that need it the most. So I would say that when it comes to poverty reduction, when it comes to dealing with that issue specifically, we're working on it. We're going to continue to work on it, and I know that they talk about a 5-year plan. To me, this is not just a 5-year plan. It's a 5, 10, 15, 20-year plan. We're going to continue to work on it, and anyone that comes before me, or sorry, after me, I'm 100% sure they'll be focused on poverty reduction. So I do want to recognize some of my colleagues who brought some ideas forward. The member, see, like, I shouldn't be doing the member thing now because I'm so tired, but the member, was that? Glace Bay Dominion, who brought some ideas forward. We have members from all parts of this province, not just on this side, but that side, that brought ideas forward. And we're going to continue to work and implement those ideas. I will say that some of the strongest feedback that I've gotten is around the diabetic program and how that's going to change people's lives and help people, and the money that it's going to put back in people's pocket is huge. It really is huge. And I don't know how many members here received phone calls on that and received text messages and received emails, but I received a lot. I received a lot. And this may sound a little out of left field, but the joint JRTA, I'll just throw letters in there, but the JRTA and the important work that they're doing over there around transportation right across this province, including affordable transportation and how to move people in this province from one end to the other and one appointment to another and to their job and back and forth. It's all part of it. It's extremely important. And I know we talked about, I still fundamentally believe the indexing, the bracket creep is the largest tax credit in this province's history. I believe that. I believe it's an extremely positive thing. I think any money we can put in the hands of Nova Scotians is going to do great things. It's going to do great things. And putting that money back in their hands, that hard-earned money, back in their pockets, will help with poverty. It will help with the inflationary costs that Nova Scotians are facing. And these are good things. These are great things, I would say. I'm very proud to see the lunch program and have that roll out. Going to take some time. You wish you could do everything overnight, but the Minister of Education decided we're not going to wait. We're not going to wait for our federal partners on this stuff. We're just going to, we've got to get this done because we know that there are children that are getting a healthy breakfast. And it's great to have a healthy breakfast. But guess what? Kids get hungry at lunch. And we just couldn't wait any longer. And you know what? We would love, I mean, I'm not going to speak for the minister, but we'd love to see the feds chip in. We'd love to see that money. I'm assuming that if they did, it probably could roll out a little faster, a lot faster. And we know from the data, we have that data now from the breakfast program. We've seen the impact that that breakfast program has had from one corner of this province to the other. And I think a lot of people here who have worked in the education system, who have children in the education system, or who just generally know the education system, know that there are kids in those schools that are hungry. And unfortunately, and sadly, that breakfast may be the only meal for some of them in the run of a day. Could be the only healthy meal. And so that's why I think when we talk about poverty reduction, taking a very successful program like the breakfast program, adding a lunch program, not waiting, but adding that lunch program, that's now 2 meals a day. That some kids, that may be, it's heartbreaking. So yeah, again, I will say, nobody in this house has said there's not more to do. Nobody has said, that's it, we're done. Nobody has said that, you know, everything's hunky-dory and we're good to go now. What we've heard over and over and over is we got to go. We got to get these things done. Some cases we're playing catch up. And the youth and child advocacy is a perfect example. We had to play catch up to the rest of the country who had this position. And would I like to snap my fingers and have it magically done tomorrow? Absolutely. I mean, if any of you have time to talk to staff at DCS, ask them. You know, the texts are, I think my texts are flying nonstop. My phone calls are going nonstop. And I'm, you know, we're just trying to work. And the staff is trying to work. We're trying to get things, we know how important this work is. We know how it changes lives. And, you know, again, these are caring individuals in this department. And I can't speak for all of them. I can't speak for any of them. But what I can tell you is that your heart feels heavy when you can't do everything all at once right away. And again, I will pick on the Department of Public Works because I don't think I need any roads right now. But what I will say is, I know, what I will say is that, you know, if my road doesn't get paved, if Ketch Harbor Road doesn't get paved this year, you know, I'm annoyed. I want it done. Of course I do. But what I think is, there's always next year. We'll get that bridge done next year, right? We'll get that culvert done next year. Maybe now, probably never getting it done. I hope I don't need a bridge or a culvert. But it's different when you're in DCS or you're in health and some of these other departments where if these decisions, you wish you could do it all. And I can tell you, I've met a lot of the staff. And we're going to go and we're going to talk to people that work in this department. And they will all have the same, I guarantee you, they all will think the same way. That they want more and they want to do it now and they wish they could do everything at once. And I joke about the roads and stuff like that, but you know, when you're delivering lunch programs, what I would say to every member of this House is reach out to your federal counterparts today, right now. Ask for that funding. I know the minister is working nonstop on this stuff. Ask for that funding so that we can roll this stuff out quicker, faster, tomorrow. So yeah, you know, I have not read the mandate letters of the previous ministers, but I don't need to read them to know what's important and what we need to do. From the first day I walked into that office, from the first day I walked into this legislature, poverty reduction, income assistance, children in care. And you can go back and look at my original CBC interview that we did in 2012 where they interviewed a bunch of us, most of the folks in Halifax that were in a potential contentious riding and difficult riding. Those are the words I said then. You can go back and look at them. You can. And nothing's changed. And so do I wish that we were at the end and the department could kick up their feet and say, we're good? Absolutely. But we know we can't. We know we've got to continue to work. We've got to continue to work hard. I know that a lot of members in this House represent communities that depend heavily on community services. And we will continue to support you, and this department will continue to support you no matter your color, because the department does not see red, orange, or blue. They see people They see individuals who need the assistance, and they'll continue to do that. They take pride in their work. They take the pride in the fact that they're working day and night on poverty reduction, that they're working day and night to help children in care, that they're working day and night to help foster families and the adoption process, that they're working day and night on income assistance, that they're working day and night on homelessness.
Order. That concludes the NDP's round of questioning. I think both parties indicated that that they're finished with their questions. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services. You have about a minute and a half for closing remarks and to read your resolution.
I'm going to continue to speak. So if I have a minute and 20, I have the ability to talk about what I want. There's no obligation for me to close. So I'm going to continue down the path of, so if we have a minute and 20, unless someone else has a question, I will gladly take a question from someone. But I do want to say that I take this job very serious, and so is everybody else. And you know, one of the things that I didn't have a lot of time to touch on was the PATH program. We kind of gave a little bit of an outline on that, but what it's doing is it's giving children who are coming out of foster care, who we talked about earlier today, one of the members referenced, I think it was a member for Sydney, a cliff for a lot of different programs, a lot of different things where once it's over, it's over. And the PATH program will allow a smoother transition, and it will give individuals that grew up in foster care, that grew up with instability, some financial aid for 6 years. For 6 years. Yeah. I don't know why I asked it like a question. I knew that.
Order. The time allocated for the consideration of supply today has elapsed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee do now rise and report progress and beg leave to sit again on a future date.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise, report its business to the House, and we'll take a short recess. We're now in recess. Order. The House resumes. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply reports. I recognize the Clerk.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Supply has met and made most considerable progress and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call government bills for second reading?
Government bills for second reading.
Would you please call Bill number 419, Financial Measures 2024 Act?
Bill number 419, the Financial Measures Act 2024 Act. I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and continue talking about the FMA that's before us. I previously spoke a lot to the values around a commissioner for children and youth, and I actually want to just complete by talking about some of the aspects of that are critical. The minister earlier in estimates acknowledged a number of these issues, but they're not currently in Schedule B of the FMA, and I understand that they are issues to come, but I do think that they should be spelt out in the FMA. So just to situate us back in the question of, why a commissioner for children and youth, why do we need this? In our last session talking about this issue, I talked a lot about the child poverty rates that we see in Nova Scotia. We have other data as contained in the One Chance to Be a Child report that points out different areas where, children are not thriving to their best possible outcomes. We talked about discrimination, and we talked about sort of the key foundational pieces around children's rights that should guide us here in Nova Scotia in the creation of a commissioner for children and youth, and that Canada has signed on to, and that the world uses really to think about how to best support children and youth to thrive and develop to their fullest ability. And so, and I think it's also important to recognize that we also continue to have challenges as a country as well. And I think by having a commissioner for children and youth here in Nova Scotia, it's one way that we can be learning from others who are doing this work across the country, and also be able to really connect on common issues. So in terms of how Canada is doing, we actually, in 2023, in the most recent UNICEF report card 18, Canada ranked 19th out of 39th high-income countries. So I think one of the things that's important is that you're probably more familiar with, some of the rankings of quality of life that come out that often place us, Canada, and the Scandinavian countries, sort of in the top 6, in the top 7. And so I think it's important to notice the discrepancy between the general population's experience and that of children. And we are one of 10 of the 39 countries, we're one of only 10 where childhood poverty in lone parent households is more than 40%. Again, pointing to the challenge of poverty. And we all know the long-term impacts that has on social, economic, and health outcomes. In the most recent review of Canada by the Committee on the Rights of the Child, other issues that were highlighted were definitely the unfinished work of reconciliation, and as well as other forms of discrimination as major issues. So, I do think that there are some pieces that need to be put into the Schedule B so that we actually know what's being created in terms of commission. As I noted, there has been quite a bit of work, and I believe the minister also noted that and has connected to some of the people who were behind the One Chance to Be a Child work, and from the IWK and who are leading this work. I think some of the key elements that we have to talk about are structure and governance, and this could be laid out in Schedule B. So clarifying that there's a statutory authority to establish the office, not just the position. We can even identify some of the key areas of a sort of staff skill, expertise, and complement that one would need in the Office of the Commissioner, such as folks who are skilled in youth engagement and in providing support to a youth advisory structure, which should also be in this document. So we should be making sure that we're legislating the existence of a Child and Youth Advisory Council. We need the Commissioner to be reporting independently to the legislature on an annual basis and be able to also provide input to the legislature when they feel it's necessary. So we need to ensure their independence and autonomy. The Commissioner should be appointed to lead the office through an impartial, nonpartisan, inclusive, transparent, and competitive recruitment process. The Commissioner should be accessible and serve all Nova Scotia children and youth without discrimination. Statutory authority for the responsibilities and functions of the Commissioner should be drafted with explicit reference to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child and its optional protocols, the United Nations Human Rights Principles related to the status of national institutions, and the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child General Comment Number 2. We should ensure that there is a provision for establishing multidisciplinary teams to provide advice to the Commissioner, as well as special recognition of the rights and needs of Indigenous children and youth. And in terms of actually like the role and the responsibilities and what that looks like day to day, so the Commissioner should have legislative authority to safeguard and promote the rights and interests of all children and youth in Nova Scotia, to build a culture of tolerance, justice, and respect for human dignity. The Commissioner should be empowered to promote the human rights of all Nova Scotian children with authority and responsibilities to advise and make child rights informed recommendations about legislation, policy, protocols, practices, services, and budgets. The Office of the Commissioner should engage in public education and awareness to provide public education and advocacy respecting the rights and interests and well-being of children and youth pursuant to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and UNDRIP. The Child and Youth Commissioner Office should take steps to ensure that children, youth, and their families and the broader public are aware of the functions, locations, and ways to communicate with the Commissioner and their office. As I mentioned, we should legislate, so the Commissioner should have legislative responsibility to engage Nova Scotia children and youth as per Article 12 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. The Commissioner should have statutory responsibility to assist children and youth or groups of children or youth who are receiving or who are eligible to receive a government service. So again, right now, we have the Office of the Ombudsman who can play a bit of that role, but this should be transferred to the Office of the Commissioner. The Commissioner should be given statutory function to conduct systemic reviews or investigations on matters affecting a group of children or youth in response to recurring circumstances and trends, such as sexism, homophobia, transphobia, misogyny, racism, etc., to improve child rights implementations and outcomes for the broader population of children and youth in Nova Scotia. The Commissioner should inform and advise government on matters concerning the rights and best interests of children and youth in Nova Scotia, specifically providing information and advice to government agencies, and the broader community about the availability, effectiveness, responsiveness, and relevance of service for young people. Information and advice to government may also be provided about legislation, policies, protocols, or practices related to children and youth. Efforts to inform and advise on harmonizing laws with international human rights efforts can be part of this work, such as the Convention on the Rights of the Child, UNDRIP, and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The Commissioner should have the statutory authority to collect data, engage in research, and review and monitor the adequacy and effectiveness of laws, policies, and services that relate to the rights and interests of children and youth in Nova Scotia. In carrying out this duty, the Commissioner should be given authority to undertake or facilitate child rights impact assessments. The Commissioner should have the right to inform, advise, and provide recommendations. The Commissioner should have the statutory authority to receive, review, or investigate a complaint by a child or youth, guardian, or person who represents a child or youth regarding a public service provided to the child or youth or a group of children and youth. The Commissioner should have statutory authority to conduct individual and systemic reviews and investigations, and the Commissioner should have the statutory authority to require a response from government on the recommendations or advice made within a specified period. The Commissioner should have statutory authority to require a public body or community organization to provide any information that the Commissioner deems necessary to carry out their responsibilities. And the Commissioner should have the statutory authority to produce a range of reports, including a mandatory annual report. And previously, we talked a little bit about some of the other examples of offices of advocates or commissioners that exist across Canada. I shared the story of the work of the Office of the Advocate in Saskatchewan, who really dove into the issue of youth suicide on First Nations communities in northern Saskatchewan and engaged dozens of First Nations communities and thousands of children and youth in looking at the issue, understanding the issue, and identifying what government could do. You know, next door in New Brunswick, the former New Brunswick Child and Youth Advocate, Norm Bosse, looked at the story of Lexi Dakin, a 16-year-old who committed suicide after being sent home from an ER despite needing urgent mental health care. The advocate found that the death was preventable and created the report, The Best We Have to Offer, Final Report on the Youth Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Services Review, that shared recommendations to help prevent similar deaths. In Newfoundland, the Newfoundland and Labrador Child and Youth Advocate has done lots of work that we could draw inspiration from here in Nova Scotia. One example is that after numerous media reports documenting incidents that showed the discrimination that many gender-diverse young people in Newfoundland and Labrador face, the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate in Newfoundland created a special report on trans youth in Newfoundland and Labrador in 2019. This report focused on the experience of transgender youth in Newfoundland and Labrador and the inequities for these youth in the education and health system. A series of recommendations came out of the report, including mandatory curriculum content on gender diversity for students within particular faculties of Memorial University, government department in-service training opportunities on gender diversity for professionals who work with children and youth, review and revise curriculum for K-12 education to incorporate content on gender diversity, and ensuring provincial access for gender diverse young people to shelter space that is safe and accessible. In Ontario, the Office for the Advocate for Child and Youth was sadly disbanded under the current government, but previous to that, did an enormous amount of work. So had the mandate to investigate any deaths of children and youth in care, and to produce reports on those. They worked closely with a number of Ontario First Nations and actually created an ongoing initiative and governance body and youth engagement project called Feathers of Hope. So, you know, there's a lot of positivity that we can gain from a commissioner, and that can help inform our work to make sure that we're doing the best we can for children and youth. At this point, I think we see the impacts of not having an independent voice, an advocate, or a commissioner for children and youth in Nova Scotia in some of the challenging results that we see in outcomes. So, I respectfully disagree with the minister from earlier tonight. I think we need to see all of that in this. It is great to see this on paper, but there's no timeline, there's no budget, and there's no reference to the statutory authority that the commissioner will have. I think it should also include a statutory responsibility to establish a youth advisory structure, as I mentioned. All of this needs to be in here for us to be able to know that this government means action, and a deadline for setting everything up. There's lots of other areas. I mean, as we know, it is a huge document. It is a bill that was put together that really should be a series of bills brought forward to the legislature to ensure that us all as MLAs, and as well that stakeholders are aware of what the content is in the bill and are able to represent their concerns and their views at law amendments, to be providing us with letters and feedback, to be engaged in the work of public policy development. I don't think we want to limit public engagement and public policy development. I think every time that we connect with stakeholders and hear what people have to say and have a way to consider that, we have better policy and we have better outcomes. I'm well aware that that's not how this government likes to work, but, and for all the things that I've become cynical about, I'm not gonna lose that commitment to public engagement. One of the areas where I am getting some concerned feedback from folks who I hope are going to be able to appear at law amendments. Again, I know we have the law amendments process. It is an imperfect process. So first of all, for instance, I've been telling people to get ready for law amendments for about a week and a half at this point. People don't know when they're supposed to be booking themselves off time from work. The physicians that have been contacting me with concerns about the Personal Health Information Act changes, well, you know, they see patients most days. And in fact, we want them to see patients every day or as much as they can. And so to expect folks to be able to engage in an unclear legislative process is unrealistic, is naive to think that, or you might think that it's done on purpose, so folks don't notice and can't get engaged. So here's some notes I have from a couple of different physicians who are reaching out to their colleagues to let people know that this is here and to invite their colleagues to get engaged. So they talk about Clause 110 that would grant ministerial access to physicians' electronic medical records. This is where your personal health information with private notes from your physician visits, medical history, medications, other records, lab results, referrals are all housed. The government is making these changes to facilitate, quote, health systems planning. They can, however, get all this information from other de-identified sources and other databases that currently exist. They do not need access to EMRs. Other provinces make healthcare system plans and develop patient information apps without accessing your electronic medical record. I believe this is unprecedented across the country and risks the development of a slippery slope that puts patient information and physician autonomy at risk. This government has made missteps in the past in the name of efficiency and have been, in my opinion, good at recognizing those mistakes. See, this person's quite willing to give folks a chance. And either not acting on them or correcting them. And the call to action to reach out to your MLA, that people need to understand the problems and risks that this clause poses to our personal information and autonomy of working, of physicians working in Nova Scotia. Another physician talked about, I'm worried that access to personal health information could lead to more patient profiling, something I've done some literature searching around. This in particular has massive implications for groups, termed loosely, individual patients with certain diagnoses and communities, etc., which then could influence their care on many levels. The research is compelling with regards to bias inequities around racialized groups, immigrants, persons with mental health diagnoses, 2S LGBTQI+ individuals, communities, and so many more with vulnerability and complexity. This is a massive issue that could be easily backed by evidence. I'm so basically trying to get people to organize. So again, a piece of this that is buried in this large FMA that people might not be, who are experts or physicians who think about personal health information might not have the chance to scan through this large FMA and might see the title Financial Measures Act and, well, not expect to find it here. So, I'm hoping that we hear from more folks, but we certainly are not being transparent. We're not giving folks enough time. And I really am concerned about the structure of this FMA. I think at this point, I'm happy to take my seat, and I look forward to hearing from stakeholders at law amendments. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member, Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just have a few comments regarding the FMA. I do echo the comments or concerns around an omnibus bill, so I'm speaking specifically to the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act. The concern I have that it's a lot of similar that we've heard from other colleagues, but even when the bill briefing was called, no prior notice that there'd be any changes or anything having to do with fisheries. So as a critic, I wasn't able to attend the bill briefing, as I imagine others similar that didn't know that it would affect their critic roles. Partly, I think fishing is important and it deserves a standalone bill. I always think that anyway. But I think the idea or the biggest concern I have is for the stakeholders, because when I reached out to some of the associations to see if they'd be interested in or even consider coming to law amendments, when they called to get on the list, they called me back a bit confused because they weren't sure if the FMA was actually the bill they were supposed to speak on. So, but in saying all that, I'm happy to see that the fines are being increased. The associations, the industry have been calling on that, and we have been very supportive, and I have been very supportive. I do have one concern with the amendments, and I'm pretty sure that the associations will be proposing amendments at the Law Amendments Committee, is when you look at number 2, subsection, I'll just read the amendment quickly, but Chapter 24, as amended by Chapter 2 of the Acts of 1990, is further amended by striking out of not less than $100,000 and no more than $500,000, and substituting not exceeding $2 million. So for repeat offenders, basically this amendment is taking away the minimum fine and increasing the maximum fine, if I understand it correctly. And maybe I'm misreading it, but the fact that it says striking out of not less than $100,000. So we know that the courts have been reluctant to put maximum fine, to really give out, I'd say, significant fines. And the times that they have given, I remember there was one fine which I think the court ruled that it was excessive. So without a minimum fine for repeat offenders, I'm scared that, although the intent of the minister, I agree with, is to increase the fines, I have some concerns that the courts might take that as an opportunity to levy lower fines than maybe the amendment is proposing. So I know minimum fines is something that the associations are starting to talk a lot about. I know at the beginning it was always discussion around maximum fines, and the idea of having a minimum wasn't really in the discussions, but of late that has come up quite a bit. So I'm looking forward to hearing from the associations if they can make it, and I'm assuming, or I'm from my discussions with them that they'll be proposing at least that amendment. So, yeah, so I mean, in my supply last night for 15 minutes, this was the subject, so I don't want to repeat myself over and over. But I think this one amendment is a point of concern for me, because I think the idea, and I support the changes, and I think the intent is to really discourage that activity and punish those that really try to go against it. But yeah, the fact that there's no minimum could create a challenge, and I realize that's out of this room's control. It's the courts that decide, but I think the minimum fine would at least put a floor where the courts would have to impose that fine. So with those few comments, I'll take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member, Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleagues from Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island, and my colleague from Clare as well for their comments. And I'll be also reasonably brief as well on Bill 419, the Financial Measures Act. And I will start on the positive side, because I do think there are some good things in this bill. Of course, as we've said before on this side of the House, the indexing of income tax brackets is a big thing. It's something we've been calling for. Glad to see that in the FMA. It's something that is simple, easy to understand, will save people money in a cost of living crisis, so that's good. A couple of things on the transportation public works side that I see in here that make a lot of sense to me. One is kind of modernizing the process around the Halifax-Dartmouth Bridge Commission. I know the Bridge Commission is moving towards a system where they won't have or need toll booths anymore. Things will be automated. Collection will be much more efficient. And I saw that in the bill here, and that's a good thing. Another one that I'm familiar with, of course, is related to the Highway 104 Corporation and the decision to remove tolls for Nova Scotians, which was a great decision to keep them on for commercial traffic out of province. I also think made a lot of sense, because now, assuming my assumption based on the changes to the Act is that the amount of revenue the province is collecting at the tolls is more than is needed to maintain just that one section of highway, which, as we all know, is maintained very, very well. And so to spread the wealth, I guess, and use excess funds if they are available for other highway projects across the province is a good thing. And I think that's a legacy of a highway system that's been managed extremely well over the last quarter century, 25 to 30 years. So good to see that. Also, happy to see the creation of codes of conduct for municipal level, wardens, mayors, councillors. In many cases, those don't exist, and obviously that's an oversight, and that's something that needed to change, and we see that in the FMA as well. So those are good things. The problems, and not to repeat what my colleagues have said, but the major issue we see here is that this is an omnibus bill, I would say. There are, the FMA comes through every year. Often it consists of housekeeping or relatively minor changes for the most part. And of course, there are some of those in this year's FMA, but there are also really, meaty, substantial legislative changes buried within this bill. I think there are maybe 12 to 15 pieces of legislation that are amended in the FMA here, and they're not all housekeeping by any means. So, for example, some of the ones I've already mentioned, which I think are good, are still substantial changes. For my responsibility as housing critic, there's an extension of the executive panel on housing for a 2-year period. That's a significant body that's doing really important work. Unfortunately, I don't think we've ever gotten a great level of insight into what they're doing, how they're making decisions, and I think that topic certainly merits a debate as an individual bill, because we're talking about a body that can make decisions to designate the entire municipality of HRM as a special planning area, for example. And they're dealing with planning and development applications for tens of thousands of units and tens of thousands of people. And whether or not it's a good decision to extend the life of the executive panel for a couple of years, I mean, that's an open question, which I think should be debated not as one of 15 bills, but as one of one. I think that's very reasonable to make that point. As other colleagues have mentioned, as the Minister for DCS was talking about during estimates tonight, the creation of the Office for Children and Youth is another major change that deserves and demands to be its own bill so that we can have a separate process and members on all sides can have a realistic, fulsome debate on that particular issue. And I think we are also seeing the consequences of jamming everything into an omnibus bill, because we have two bills already that have drawn, one that's been, we hear, will be withdrawn and amended from the FMA. That's related to changes to the Professional Firefighters Volunteer Act. I know the Minister of Labor, Skills and Immigration mentioned this today, that I believe there are amendments coming to this piece of legislation under the FMA because of unanticipated implications of the change. And again, when you cram everything into a bill like this, that's what's going to happen inevitably, despite good intentions or otherwise. These are complicated issues, and I think we see that with that piece of legislation related to firefighters, volunteer and professionals, and also around health information. So Doctors Nova Scotia has come forward and raised concerns around the use of personal health information that is authorized under the FMA here to support, the Your Health NS app and other applications. And I know the Minister of Health has discussed this and feels that the changes are appropriate. But again, it's difficult for opposition to get the whole picture of that when we're dealing with 15 bills in one, masquerading as one. And so we see those two issues already cropping up even before we get to law amendments. And that's kind of the last point I want to make tonight, at least, is, I'm a member of law amendments. I know many of us have sat on that committee. It can be not efficient, I would say, at the best of times when we're dealing with one bill of significance or of consequence. And it's really, I've been talking so far about how I think putting everything under an omnibus bill is unfair to the opposition, and I think that's true. But it's really unfair to the public. And that's a big problem, because as I think the member for Clare was saying, if the public thinks, okay, there's changes to the Fisheries Act or there's changes to the Municipal Government Act, well, that's what I'm going to look for. Well, no, actually, it's under the Financial Measures Act. So how would they know that? How would they know when this issue is coming up? And if you have 15 bills all at once, some of which lots of people will want to speak to, it just becomes a logistical nightmare. It becomes impossible. People's voices get silenced because there's just not enough time to get everybody through the door and to speak on each of these bills that are of consequence. So I think that's a real problem. I don't think law amendments for this particular bill is going to make for easy watching or listening, because I think a lot of people are going to be left out and not have their voices heard. And I think we're going to have oversights. We've already seen that on two of the bills in the FMA. So I will have a few more comments on this as well tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, but for now, I move to adjourn debate on Bill 419, the Financial Measures Act. Thank you.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill number 419, the Financial Measures Act 2024. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. That motion carries. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That concludes government business for the day. I move the House to now rise to meet again on March 22nd between the hours of 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. Government business will include second reading of Bill 419.
The motion is that we do now rise and meet again tomorrow, March 22nd, between the hours of 9 p.m. and 1 p.m. Will all those in favor of the motion please signify by saying aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. That motion carries. We stand adjourned until tomorrow.